The story unfolds in a distant future, where humanity no longer resides solely on Earth, but has colonized multiple galaxies. In this vast expanse of space, a team of bounty hunters known as the Sevil travels from world to world in search of dangerous criminals. Their current mission takes them to a remote planet in pursuit of a high-ranking member of the Black Blood Gang, a notorious criminal organization. The team's leader, Seryung, feared across the galaxies and known as the Blazing Devil, is determined to capture their target. As their ship approaches the planet, it becomes clear that something is terribly wrong. The surface below is a barren wasteland, riddled with radiation and toxic waste. The land once known as Earth is now a hostile and uninhabitable ruin. What was once the cradle of human civilization has become a lifeless, desolate place. The bounty hunters find it difficult to believe that their target could be hiding in such an inhospitable environment. The ship halts in midair as their android assistant Sunya confirms they have reached the intended destination. The planet below matches the exact coordinates provided to them, but the reality of its current state raises serious questions. The world below is not the thriving planet of legend, but a dead zone where survival seems impossible. Despite this, Seryung decides to investigate further, refusing to abandon the mission. She turns her attention to the data they've received about the planet's conditions. Radiation levels are critically high, making the environment lethal for any living being. The oxygen levels are barely sufficient to sustain life, and even with advanced technology, survival on the surface would be limited to a matter of hours. Still, Seryung is determined. Their target, a high-priority member of a dangerous gang, is supposedly hiding somewhere on this planet. Abandoning the mission without checking every possibility is not an option. The bleak landscape stretches out beneath them, a twisted remnant of a once flourishing world. The ship's sensors pick up a faint human life signal below the surface. It's the only sign of life they've encountered so far, but it's enough to give them a glimmer of hope that their mission isn't a complete waste. Seryung prepares for the descent, keeping her focus sharp and her doubts at bay. If there truly is someone down there, it could be their target, or it might be something far worse. Either way, she knows she can't afford to ignore it. The mission has already taken them this far, and turning back now would mean admitting defeat, something she refuses to do. They step through a portal onto the planet's surface, finding themselves in a landscape that could only be described as apocalyptic. The ground is cracked and barren, littered with remnants of a once prosperous civilization. Above them, the sky is a sickly shade of gray, heavy with radiation clouds. The air feels thick and oppressive, making every breath a challenge. The life signal detected earlier leads them to a location once known as Mount Tai. In ancient times, it was a place of great significance, celebrated as a sanctuary and the origin of the Mount Tai star system. It had once stood as a legendary stronghold for the Martial Alliance, a powerful coalition dedicated to maintaining peace across the galaxies. Now, however, it is nothing more than a crumbling relic of the past, buried under layers of dust and decay. They move cautiously through the ruins, taking in the sight of what was once a grand sanctuary, now reduced to little more than rubble. The place is steeped in history, yet its current state leaves no trace of the greatness it once held. The surrounding structures are weathered and broken, their foundations barely holding together. The ground is scattered with debris, remnants of battles fought long ago, or perhaps just the slow decay of time. Seryung surveys the area, her thoughts drifting to the tales of Mount Tai and its storied past. It had once been a place of honor, a beacon of strength for the Martial Alliance. The idea that it could now be nothing more than a graveyard for lost dreams is unsettling. Yet she pushes those thoughts aside, focusing on the task at hand. She knows the mission must come first. As they continue their search, Sunja informs them that they've reached the spot where she detected signs of life. However, when they look around, they see nothing but an empty mass of sand and debris. The captain questions Sunja's data, but the android calmly reaffirms that there is indeed something or someone alive just beneath their feet. Seryung stares at the ground, puzzled at how anyone could possibly survive while buried beneath layers of earth and rubble. She crouches down and feels the ground, contemplating her next move. A plan forms in her mind. If there is something alive below, the best way to reach it is by using her internal energy drive to blast through the ground. Robert watches her closely, confused by her sudden change in demeanor. He asks what she's planning, but Seryung doesn't respond. Instead, she channels the power from her energy drive, a device that allows humans to harness ancient martial energy. The energy drive hums to life, sending a surge of green energy coursing through her body. The glowing energy surrounds her as she concentrates, focusing on the ground beneath her. She reasons that if she had been the one buried down there, she would have suffocated long ago. Without hesitation, she channels the energy into a powerful explosion that breaks through the ground, blasting away the sand and debris blocking their path. The force of the explosion sends a massive cloud of sand flying into the air. Some of it lands on Robert, who was standing too close. Covered in sand and dirt, he glares at Se-young and sarcastically suggests she give him a warning next time before she decides to blow something up. Se-young, unfazed by his complaint, peers into the newly created hole with a disturbed expression. The hole is deep, dark, and filled with uncertainty. She wonders if there is truly something or someone waiting below. She signals to Sunya, asking if the life signal is still active. Sunya checks her sensors and confirms that there is indeed a faint sign of life below. She also notes that there appears to be a large open space beneath the ground, indicating the existence of an underground facility. Robert, growing excited at the discovery, suggests they lower the electronic ladder so they can climb down and investigate. Before he can finish his sentence, Se-young leaps into the hole without hesitation, startling him. Robert stares after her, shaking his head. He mutters something about her being too hot-tempered before following her down. As he descends, he wonders once again what kind of lunatic he's working for. They land at the bottom of the hole, the air thick with dust and the faint scent of something ancient. The space is dark, illuminated only by the soft glow of their energy drives. Directly in front of them stands a large door covered in strange symbols and inscriptions. The carvings are old, weathered by time, and exude a sense of foreboding. The direct translation of the text on the door is a warning. The world fears me and has imprisoned me with the great dharma of esoteric teachings. If you clumsily try to awaken me, death will greet you first. Robert stares at the text, unable to decipher its meaning. He turns to Se-young, who signals for Sunya to translate the ancient language. Sunya informs them that it's a dialect used over 2,000 years ago. The translation is clear and chilling. Do not open if you don't want to die. Hearing this, Robert's eyes light up with excitement. He confidently proclaims that this must be the right place after all. Only their target would leave such a dramatic warning behind. The captain, however, isn't so easily convinced. She questions why their target would leave a threat in a language no one understands. Robert stammers, trying to come up with an explanation, suggesting that perhaps their target is indeed the man they're looking for. Se-young remains skeptical, but she knows one thing for certain: the warning on the door is a good sign. If someone went to the trouble of posting a threat, it must mean that something valuable is hidden inside. Ignoring the ominous message, she approaches the door with determination. She places her hand on the surface, feeling the rough texture beneath her fingers. Suddenly, a loud sound reverberates through the underground space. Dust and debris fall from the ceiling as the ancient mechanism begins to stir. Se-young and Robert exchange a tense glance, their senses on high alert. Whatever lies behind the door is about to reveal itself, and they have no choice but to face whatever comes next. The door begins to move, the ancient machinery grinding against itself as it slowly opens. The air grows colder, and a strange energy fills the space. Se-young tightens her grip on her energy drive, ready for whatever may be on the other side. Robert stands beside her, trying to keep his cool despite the growing tension. He knows that whatever is waiting behind that door could change everything. Whether it's their target or something far worse, there is no turning back now. The door creaks open, revealing a dark and mysterious chamber beyond. The shadows seem to shift and move, as though alive. Se-young takes a deep breath, her eyes fixed on the darkness ahead. She knows the answers they seek are just beyond this threshold. At the center of the vast room is a podium, raised slightly above the rest of the chamber. Sitting atop it is a bizarre creature. Its body is hidden beneath a thick mass of hair or fur, resembling a beast more than a human. Despite its strange appearance, the creature has distinctly human-like legs, but everything from the waist up is obscured by the tangled, flowing hair. The duo freezes at the sight of the motionless figure. Robert narrows his eyes, trying to make sense of what they're looking at. Something about the creature feels familiar yet utterly foreign. He remarks inwardly that while it appears human, the rest of its form seems anything but. Se-young, on the other hand, remains unfazed. She silently surveys the creature, unimpressed by its unusual form and the ominous setting surrounding them. Without hesitation, Se-young begins ascending the stone steps toward the podium. Her footsteps echo softly in the still air. The creature remains motionless, as though unaware of her presence. As she draws closer, she peers through the curtain of hair and notices a nose hidden beneath the tangled strands. It dawns on her that it might not be a beast at all, it's a man, or at least something resembling one. But how could a man survive buried under rubble for thousands of years? Robert remains at the bottom of the stairs, watching her intently. He wonders aloud if the creature is even alive. His thoughts drift back to the history of this place, recalling that it had been abandoned for nearly 2 millennia. It seems impossible that anything could have survived for so long. Seryung stands just inches from the creature, examining it closely. The stillness is unsettling. There's no sign of breath, no indication of life. Deciding to test her theory, she cautiously extends her hand toward the creature's face. Her fingertip gently touches the nose hidden beneath the massive hair, expecting some kind of reaction. But nothing happens. The creature remains completely still, like a statue frozen in time. Just as she's about to pull her hand back, something unexpected occurs. Purple lightning suddenly crackles from the spot where her finger made contact. The electricity spreads rapidly across the creature's body, illuminating the dark chamber in streaks of violet light. Seryung's eyes widen in shock. She never anticipated this reaction. The creature's eyes snap open, glowing a fierce red as the purple lightning intensifies, dancing around its body like some celestial force. The energy surrounding the creature surges wildly, making it appear almost godlike. Alarmed, Seryung instinctively jumps back, her palm glowing with a burst of martial energy from her internal energy drive. She channels the energy into a focused blast aimed directly at the creature, uncertain of what it might do next. The creature doesn't flinch. Instead, an invisible energy field materializes between them, effortlessly absorbing the blast. Seryung watches in disbelief as her attack is not only contained but amplified. The redirected energy spirals outward, filling the entire chamber in a dazzling explosion of light and power. The ground trembles violently as the force of the energy surge bores a massive hole straight through the ceiling above them. The beam of energy pierces the sky, streaking upward with such intensity that it passes dangerously close to their ship hovering above. Sunya, monitoring the ship's systems, notices the energy surge in an instant. The blinding light narrowly misses the ship, and had it been parked just a few meters closer, it would have been incinerated on the spot. Concerned by the sudden energy spike, Sunya immediately tries to contact Seryung and Robert over the comms. She repeatedly calls for an update, asking what happened and if they're all right. Her voice echoes through the comms, calm yet insistent, but no response comes from the other end. She keeps calling, her concern growing with each passing second. Meanwhile, inside the chamber, the aftermath of the explosion leaves the facility in chaos. Seryung lies on the ground several meters from the podium, clearly shaken by the impact. Her radiation shield is partially damaged, and a trickle of blood seeps from a fresh injury on her arm. Gasping for breath, she struggles to push herself up, her body aching from the force of the blast. Crawling backward, she props herself against a nearby wall, still stunned by what just transpired. A few meters away, Robert lies sprawled on the ground, unconscious from the blast's impact. Dust and debris coat his clothes, and for a moment, he seems lifeless. Seryung winces in pain, her gaze slowly shifting back to the podium. The creature is no longer sitting. It now stands directly in front of her, its eyes still glowing with an otherworldly red light. Purple lightning flickers around its body, illuminating its imposing form. The air crackles with energy, thick with tension. Seryung's pulse quickens as she locks eyes with the creature. There is no doubt it is fully aware of her presence now. Despite the throbbing pain in her body, Seryung refuses to look away. Her mind races, trying to comprehend what she is facing. This being, whatever it is, had just redirected her most powerful energy attack with ease. It survived beneath the ground for millennia, hidden in an ancient tomb, and now it stands before her with an unsettling calmness. For a brief moment, everything is still. The only sound is the hum of the residual energy crackling in the air. Seryung tightens her grip on her energy drive, preparing for whatever might happen next. She knows she's facing something far beyond her understanding, a relic from a forgotten age, and it's watching her, waiting to make its next move. The creature stands tall and strides toward Seryung, unscathed by the blast that had just shaken the underground temple. His eyes burn red, and purple lightning continues to crackle around his body as he moves with a deliberate calm. His towering form radiates power, yet he seems strangely human beneath the mass of fur and energy. Halting just a few feet from her, he tilts his head slightly and, with a deep voice, demands to know who she is. Seryung, still sitting on the ground, remains speechless, her body tense from the shock of what she's just witnessed. The creature narrows his eyes as he speaks again, asking who dared awaken him from his slumber. His tone is commanding, and each word reverberates through the cavern. Seryung stares at him blankly, unable to comprehend what he's saying. Her mind races, trying to assess the situation. But the language he speaks is completely unfamiliar to her. She remains silent, unsure whether to attack again or flee. The creature starts to grow suspicious of her intentions. His eyes flicker with curiosity as he wonders if this awakening is a challenge. He questions to himself whether a martial artist capable of matching his strength has finally arrived after centuries of waiting. Time seems to slow as Seryung continues to sit on the floor, watching the creature warily, unsure what his next move will be. Meanwhile, Robert lies unconscious on the ground several meters away, oblivious to the growing tension between his captain and the ancient being. The creature's patience begins to wear thin. He demands that Seryung explain herself why she disturbed his eternal rest. When she doesn't respond, he rashly repeats his command, his tone increasingly hostile. Seryung's frustration boils over. She has no idea what this creature is saying, and the growing tension pushes her to activate her real-time translation mode. She carefully adjusts her internal system to translate his words, just as the creature raises his hands in a threatening gesture. The translation finally kicks in, and she hears him clearly. He is threatening to kill her if she refuses to answer his questions. Her instincts kick in the moment she understands his words. The realization that he truly intends to harm her sets off every alarm in her body. She quickly gets to her feet, her internal energy already surging, and prepares to defend herself. The creature raises his hands higher, his purple energy flaring as he repeats his threat to kill her. Without hesitation, Seryung releases a burst of energy from her palms, sending a searing beam of lightning straight at the creature. The impact is immediate. A massive explosion erupts, swallowing the creature in a blinding storm of heat and light. Flames and debris fill the chamber, smoke swirling around them as the force of her attack creates a violent shockwave. Seryung doesn't stop. Her hands glow with power as she forms another explosive ball of energy and launches it at the creature. Blast after blast, she continues the onslaught, determined to reduce him to ash. The air fills with crackling energy, and sand spills everywhere from the sheer force of her attacks. Exhaustion begins to take its toll. Her breathing becomes ragged as the internal drive system alerts her that she has surpassed her energy limit. The system blares a warning she's used 1.2 cycles out of the 1.14 available. She can't keep this up much longer. Seryung gasps for breath, pausing to regain her strength while the smoke slowly clears around her. Suddenly, through the thinning haze, the creature emerges. He walks toward her, completely untouched, not a single hair singed. His glowing eyes meet hers, and Seryung stares in disbelief. She cannot comprehend how he survived such an intense assault. The creature continues his advance, his footsteps deliberate and unyielding, exuding an air of superiority. He studies her carefully, analyzing the martial art techniques she used during the attack. His voice echoes once more, telling her that she used the Quantum Golden Summit Divine Art and the Red Mist Divine Palm. Both are techniques of the Ime sect, but he notes that her execution is flawed, tainted by impurities. He accuses her of learning these skills through theft, branding her a thief who scraped together bits of martial knowledge from grave robbing. His tone grows colder, and his expression hardens as he calls her out for her deception. Slowly he begins to levitate off the ground, his body surrounded by a swirling purple light. A powerful whirlwind forms around him, sending gusts of wind through the cavern. The energy in the air becomes suffocating as his power continues to build, far beyond anything Seryung has encountered before. She watches in horror, completely drained of energy, as the creature's power surges to an overwhelming level. The creature declares that she has disrupted his eternal sleep and accuses her of arrogance. He raises his hands once more, purple energy crackling like lightning around him. His voice booms through the chamber, declaring her fate. She is going to die. He gathers his energy, preparing for a final attack that will obliterate her completely. But just as he releases his power, something strange happens. His body suddenly freezes mid-air, the purple energy dissipating in an instant. His eyes roll back, and he collapses face first onto the ground with a heavy thud. Dust and debris rise from the impact as the cavern falls silent. Seryung stares at the fallen creature, utterly baffled. One moment he was a terrifying force of destruction, and the next he lies motionless before her. She remains seated on the ground, breathing heavily, trying to process what just happened. For a moment she wonders if it's some kind of trick. From behind her, a familiar voice breaks the silence. Robert, groggy but awake, stumbles toward her, clutching his head. He looks at the creature lying face down and nonchalantly declares that it must have died. Seryung turns to him, still stunned. Her eyes flicker back to the creature, trying to comprehend how something so powerful could collapse so suddenly. She whispers to herself, questioning aloud what just happened. The once unstoppable creature now lies lifeless before her. Seryung and Robert exchange a bewildered glance, both unsure what to make of this sudden turn of events. Sunja, calm and analytical as always, ran a detailed scan and announced that the creature was not dead. Its breathing and pulse remained normal. The duo's confusion deepened when Sunya explained the cause of the collapse. The creature's body was fully intact, but its internal energy system had completely drained. Specifically, Sunja noted that its energy battery, located in its stomach, had been entirely depleted. Se-ryung processed the information with growing surprise. The realization hit her this creature had fainted from hunger. After being buried for 2,000 years without sustenance, its energy reserves had simply run out. Hours later, the team returned to their aircraft with the unconscious creature in tow. Se-ryung had wrapped it in celestial silkworm threads, an incredibly durable material used for spaceship repairs, ensuring it couldn't escape. The creature lay immobile in the center of the ship's cabin while the group tried to assess their next move. Robert paced nervously, clearly agitated. He protested the decision to bring the creature aboard, listing all the reasons it was a terrible idea. He reminded Se-ryung of how dangerous the creature had been in the cavern, recounting how it had taken all of her energy and still hadn't been harmed. He likened the creature to a radioactive cockroach, nearly indestructible and capable of withstanding even a nuclear blast. Unlike a radioactive cockroach, however, this creature seemed utterly worthless in terms of profit. Se-ryung, unfazed by Robert's complaints, watched the bound creature with a calculating gaze. She insisted that it wasn't just valuable, it was worth a fortune. Robert and Sunya exchanged curious glances, unsure what she meant. The captain turned to them, asking what the most valuable cultural heritage was in their galaxy. Sunja answered that ancient martial arts were the most prized, especially those that were closest to their original form. Se-ryung nodded and pointed out that the creature they had captured was a living relic of ancient martial arts. Based on the inscriptions in its cave, it was clear that the creature came from a legendary period 2,000 years ago, a golden age of martial arts. Even the lowest grade techniques from that era could fetch tens of thousands of credits on the black market. The creature, however, was no ordinary martial artist. Given its power and skill, it was likely a grandmaster of at least S rank or higher. Robert's expression shifted from concern to excitement. He realized they had stumbled onto something incredible. If the creature was truly an S rank grandmaster, they would be sitting on a fortune. But his excitement quickly gave way to caution. The real problem, he thought, was if the creature woke up on the ship. Se-ryung brushed off his concerns and assured them that the celestial silkworm threads were indestructible. Not even the strongest beings in the galaxy could break them. She boasted that not even the head of the Shao insect clan could sever those bindings. Her confidence was short-lived. A loud ripping sound echoed through the cabin, and Se-ryung's smug expression vanished. Slowly, she turned to see what had caused the noise. To her horror, the creature stood free, its glowing eyes fixed on her, holding the remnants of the celestial silkworm threads in its hand. It had torn through them with ease as if they were nothing more than fragile plastic. The creature's rage reignited, its body surrounded once again by crackling purple energy. It called them grave robbers and desecrators, furious at their actions. Its energy spiraled around it in waves of heat and light, growing stronger with every second. The air in the cabin grew stifling as the creature's power built to dangerous levels. Se-ryung, caught off guard, cursed under her breath as she drew her sword, preparing for another fight. Robert backed away, panic setting in as the situation spiraled out of control. He silently cursed himself for being right. He knew this would happen, and now they were in trouble. The creature's power reached its peak as it prepared to launch an attack that would incinerate everything in its path. Flames swirled around it, and a fierce wind whipped through the cabin. Just as it seemed all hope was lost, something unexpected interrupted the chaos. Sunja calmly stepped in front of the creature, holding a plate of freshly grilled hot dogs. The aroma wafted through the air, cutting through the intense heat and filling the cabin with the enticing scent of cooked meat. The creature froze, its blazing energy flickering uncertainly. Its eyes locked onto the plate of food, its nostrils flaring as it inhaled the scent. The fiery aura surrounding the creature dimmed as its hunger took over. The primal need for food overtook its rage, and it focused entirely on the hot dogs. Its body relaxed, and the purple lightning dissipated. The once terrifying force of destruction stood still, mesmerized by the simple plate of grilled meat. The cabin fell into silence once again as the creature slowly reached for a hot dog. It took a cautious bite, its glowing eyes dimming even further. The tension melted away as the creature chewed, savoring the flavor. For a few moments, nothing else mattered. The ancient being, once filled with fury and power, had been completely disarmed by hunger. Se-ryung and Robert stood frozen, unsure of how to react to this bizarre turn of events. Sunja remained calm, watching the creature eat without a hint of surprise. The air, once thick with energy and fear, now smelled only of grilled hot dogs and strange calm. Young leaned against the wall, utterly dumbfounded. The ancient martial artist from 2000 years ago, the powerful being who had survived centuries of isolation and fought with unimaginable strength, had been subdued by nothing more than a plate of food. On the spaceship, the tension that had filled the air moments earlier dissipated quickly as the creature devoured the plate of hot dogs. He attacked the food like a starved animal, swallowing each bite with the frantic energy of someone who hadn't eaten in millennia. Young, Robert, and Sunya stood silently, watching the bizarre scene unfold before them. The once terrifying ancient martial artist now sat comfortably at their table, entirely focused on finishing every last sausage without even acknowledging their presence. The captain, arms crossed and still trying to process the sudden change, turned to Sunya and asked how she had known the hot dogs would work. Sunya responded matter-of-factly that it was obvious the creature had been starving for 2,000 years. When dealing with a hungry beast, feeding it was the most logical solution. Young and Robert could only marvel at her quick thinking, grateful that Sunya's calm reasoning had once again saved them from what could have been certain death. The ship hovered in orbit near Earth, its engines keeping it suspended above the radiation-filled planet they had left behind. Not long after finishing the last bite of his meal, the creature, now calmer and more civilized, began conversing with the bounty hunters. His tone had shifted entirely. Instead of issuing threats, he asked for clarification. He wanted to make sure he understood their story correctly. They were not grave robbers but bounty hunters who had accidentally awakened him. He recounted their explanation about this world being 2,000 years into the future, from his time a world where humans, in their relentless pursuit of power, had ultimately destroyed their own planet and were now living among the stars. The creature's confusion deepened as he tried to grasp the concept. He asked what nuclear weapons were, clearly unfamiliar with the technology. Young explained that after the devastation caused by such weapons, humans had agreed to ban all forms of advanced weaponry, leaving martial arts as the only form of combat. The creature furrowed his brow in thought, trying to process the unfamiliar term. He then asked what the current era was called, only to be met with further confusion when Young told him that time was no longer measured in eras but in years according to the galactic calendar. It was now the year 1105. The creature sarcastically questioned why they used a galactic system and asked if they truly lived in the skies, expressing skepticism at their seemingly fantastical story. Young tried to set him straight by reminding him that he had been asleep for 2,000 years and should be grateful they had woken him up. This irritated the creature, who scoffed at her explanation and accused them of being third-rate grave robbers trying to deceive him with nonsense. His body began to burn with purple energy once again as his anger reignited. He demanded to know if they truly believed they could get away with lying to him. Young, Robert, and Sunya remained calm, simply pointing to the nearby window. The creature paused and turned to see what they were pointing at. His eyes widened in shock at the sight outside the radiation-filled Earth, hung in the vast blackness of space, with the sun floating in the distance. The sight of his ruined homeworld left him speechless. Young, noticing his stunned expression, told him to take a closer look at the planet he once called home. She playfully called him Fuzzball before correcting herself and referring to him as Grandpa and Master. She explained that the lifeless world outside was indeed the same one he had lived on 2,000 years ago. The creature stared at Earth in disbelief, trying to reconcile what he was seeing with the memories he still held. He asked if the desolate wasteland before him was truly the same world he had once known. Young confirmed it, explaining that Earth was now completely ruined. The creature moved closer to the window, studying the planet's surface with growing sadness. His energy flared up again as he declared that, while he might be inclined to believe them, there was no way he could accept the idea that the world was round. His face contorted with disbelief at this new revelation. Young smacked her forehead in frustration at his ignorance, while Robert simply stared at them in surprise. Meanwhile, the cabin filled with an increasingly unpleasant odor. Young wrinkled her nose and finally realized the source of the stench: the creature's unwashed body and tangled hair. Covering her nose, she calmly suggested that he take a bath, given that they would be spending some time together on the ship. The creature looked confused, unfamiliar with the concept of a shower. Young tried to clarify, telling him to bathe and clean himself up. She pointed him toward the ship's bathroom, where they had left fresh clothes for him to wear after his bath. The creature shuffled off toward the restroom, still bewildered by the suggestion but intrigued nonetheless. Once inside, the creature discovered the wonders of modern bathing. He took his time, marveling at the sensation of warm water cascading over his body. It was a luxury he had never experienced in his previous life, and he savored every moment of it. The sound of running water filled the ship as he relaxed in the shower, enjoying the newfound comfort. The spaceship remained quiet as Robert shared his concerns with Seryung. He wondered aloud why she hadn't just left the creature's hair as it was. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, the creature had taken it upon himself to cut off all his hair. Long black strands piled up on the floor, creating a heap that almost looked like the remains of something ancient and forgotten. Robert muttered his worries to the captain, half joking that he expected a mummified creature to emerge from the bathroom now that the hair was gone. He stopped mid-sentence, his jaw dropping when the bathroom door opened, and the newly cleaned creature stepped out. Seryung froze as well, her eyes widening in shock. Gone was the tangled mass of hair and wild appearance they had grown accustomed to. Standing before them was a completely transformed individual, his skin clean and glowing, water still dripping from his body. He dried his short, freshly trimmed hair with a hot towel, revealing his sharp features, black earrings, and a strikingly muscular, well-defined physique. He had the appearance of a perfectly sculpted warrior, with a calm, almost regal air. He didn't notice their stunned expressions and casually asked if there was more of the food he'd eaten earlier. Seryung stared at him, wide-eyed, struggling to reconcile the person in front of her with the grumpy, hairy creature she had expected. She silently wondered who he really was. Later, as the ship continued its journey through space, leaving Earth behind, the creature became transfixed by the vastness outside. He stood by the window, his eyes glued to the celestial bodies floating past them. It was his first time seeing space up close. His mind raced with new thoughts as he tried to process the reality in front of him. He had once lamented that the world was narrow, but now, as he looked out into the endless expanse of the universe, he realized how truly vast and strange it was. Out of nowhere, a pinch on his cheek pulled him back from his thoughts. He turned his head to see Seryung standing beside him, her fingers firmly grasping his cheek as she studied him with a blank expression. She frowned and asked how old he was, reminding him that the years he had spent in hibernation didn't count. Robert and Sunya watched from a distance, exchanging glances at the odd interaction unfolding before them. Soon the ship arrived at their destination, a structure built directly into an asteroid within the Pleiades star cluster. The asteroid housed the Asteroid Space Tavern, a popular place for those living in space to relax and socialize. The heart of the tavern was an inn called the Wild Crane, a bustling establishment where travelers could eat, drink, and share stories. Inside the inn, Seryung and her team found a table among the crowded floor. Laughter and the hum of conversation filled the air. As they settled in, Sunya suddenly froze, watching in horror at something unfolding right in front of her. The newly transformed creature sat at their table, once again devouring food with wild abandon. He stuffed 6 hot dogs into his mouth at once while a mountain of more hot dogs sat in front of him, waiting to be consumed. Robert leaned toward Sunya, whispering his concern. He asked how it was even possible for a human to eat that much. Sunya calmly explained that the creature had been starving for 2,000 years, which likely explained his insatiable appetite. Robert became more worried and wondered if the creature was planning to eat 2,000 years' worth of food in one sitting just to satisfy his hunger. Sunya didn't dismiss the possibility. Judging by how he was eating, it seemed entirely plausible. Moments later, the creature cleared all the plates in front of him and stared expectantly at the bounty hunters, as though waiting for them to order more. Meanwhile, in a quieter corner of the Wild Crane, Seryung spoke privately with Wang the 18th, the inn's keeper. Wang listened carefully as Seryung explained her unusual request. She needed a broker, someone wealthy and powerful enough to handle an extremely valuable item. Wang's curiosity piqued, and he asked her how valuable this item could be, given that it had even made the usually laid-back blazing devil so frantic. Seryung leaned in and asked how much a full collection of 2,000-year-old martial arts manuscripts, all S-rank and original, would be worth. Wang's normally lazy demeanor changed instantly. He opened his small eyes wide, listening intently. He stopped puffing on his cigarette for a moment, then resumed, letting out a thin stream of smoke as he considered her question. After a long pause, Wang sat by himself, lost in thought after the captain left. One of his guards approached, asking if what the captain had said could possibly be true. The guard whispered that S-rank martial arts manuscripts from 2,000 years ago would be worth a fortune enough to change their lives. Wang took another drag from his cigarette, staring at the smoke curling upward before finally replying. His voice was calm but firm. He stated that those manuscripts were worth exactly 0 credits. The guard blinked, stunned. He asked again, convinced he must have misheard, but Wang remained composed and repeated his answer. The manuscripts, despite their value on paper, were worthless in reality. Wang's eyes narrowed as he exhaled another plume of smoke, his words hanging ominously in the air. Something about his tone suggested that there was much more to the story. Something hidden beneath the surface that even Se-ryung hadn't realized yet. The innkeeper repeated himself, his tone growing more condescending, emphasizing that the manuscripts were worth exactly 0 credits. He explained that if such manuscripts existed, even a single book would be worth enough to buy an entire planet and more. The idea of a mid-tier bounty hunter like the Blazing Devil claiming to possess a collection of them was absurd. It could only mean one thing: they must be fakes. The innkeeper chuckled to himself, telling his guard to snap out of his fantasies and prepare to kick them out. Meanwhile, Se-ryung returned to the table with a confident expression. She glanced around and asked where Sunya had gone. Robert informed her that Sunya had left to gather some supplies. He then asked how her conversation with Wang had gone. Se-ryung's eyes lit up as she smiled, saying the talk had been productive. She mentioned that Wang had promised to contact them immediately once he found a buyer. Her attention was quickly drawn to the scene in front of her. The new guy reclined lazily on a bench with a pile of empty plates stacked around him, as though he had just finished a feast. Dozens of plates were scattered across the table, clear evidence that he had consumed a massive amount of food. Se-ryung's eyes widened in disbelief. She asked Robert if it was possible that he had eaten all of that food by himself, secretly hoping her eyes were deceiving her. Robert sighed and shrugged, remarking that they were lucky the new guy had finally stopped eating. Se-ryung put her hands on her head in regret, muttering that she might have handled the situation differently if it hadn't been for the massive profit they stood to gain from the creature's ancient martial knowledge. Suddenly, the tavern door burst open with a loud bang, interrupting the relaxed atmosphere. The sound immediately drew everyone's attention. The patrons turned to see who the new arrivals were. A group of men in matching uniforms entered, their presence radiating danger. Their serious expressions and synchronized movements left no doubt they were trouble. Se-ryung immediately recognized the group. She tensed up, her eyes narrowing. These men were from a notorious organization called the Heavenly Demon Sect. The irony of demon and heaven being in the same name wasn't lost on her. They were known for their strength and ruthlessness, and their sudden appearance here couldn't be a coincidence. The leader of the group began scanning the tavern, his eyes darting from table to table. His futuristic lens displayed profiles of the patrons seated around the room. Se-ryung quickly whispered to Robert, identifying the leader as Sanjen Woo, the captain of the Red Wolf Squad, an elite division of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Robert affirmed her suspicion, noting that the Red Wolf Squad were the sect's trackers and inspectors, specialists in pursuing high-value targets. Se-ryung whispered for Robert to avoid making eye contact with them to prevent unnecessary trouble. Their tracker skills were unparalleled, and provoking them could lead to disaster. The new guy, who was still licking hot dog crumbs off his lips, overheard their conversation. He asked, his tone filled with curiosity, whether they had just mentioned the Heavenly Demon Sect. Se-ryung turned to face him, her eyes narrowing as she tried to gauge his interest. The new guy, with a thoughtful expression, asked if they were indeed referring to the Heavenly Demon Sect. It seemed he recognized the name. Se-ryung was surprised and asked how he could possibly know about them, given that he had been asleep for thousands of years. She quickly realized that the Heavenly Demon Sect must have existed in his time as well. The new guy stared at her in disbelief and asked why no one in the tavern was fleeing in panic. In his time, the mere presence of the Heavenly Demon Sect would have caused mass hysteria. People would have scattered in terror, desperate to escape. Se-ryung was puzzled by his reaction. She calmly explained that while the Heavenly Demon Sect had its flaws, they were widely regarded as the foremost orthodox sect in the universe. Despite their aggressive reputation, they prided themselves on upholding faith and tradition. The new guy's expression shifted to one of utter shock. He couldn't fathom how demon and orthodox could coexist in the same sentence. He thought back to his past, his memories swirling in confusion. The world he had once known seemed like a distant dream, but now that dream had manifested into something far more bizarre than he could have imagined. Meanwhile, Sanjen Woo continued his scan of the room. His lens locked onto a man sitting quietly at a table with his head down. A couple sitting nearby glanced nervously at him, but Sanjen Woo ignored them and focused on the lone man. He strode over to him and ordered him to lift his head. The man raised his head slowly, and Sanjen Woo's lens immediately registered his information. His internal energy level was 52.7 Celsius. The lens displayed a list of his known martial arts techniques and identified him as a wanted criminal on charges of level 2 robbery and assault. Sanjen Woo glanced at the data, noting that the man was a wanted fugitive but not the target they were currently pursuing. With a smirk, Sanjin Wuyu leaned closer to the man and told him that today was his lucky day. He wasn't the one they were after. The man exhaled in relief, visibly relaxing in his chair. Sanjin Wuyu stepped back, his gaze returning to the rest of the room, still searching for his true target. Back at the table, Seryung and her team watched the unfolding scene with growing tension. The new guy remained calm, but his eyes were sharp, quietly observing every move the Red Wolf squad made. His mind churned with thoughts, piecing together the fragments of this new world while memories of his own time flooded back. This encounter, he sensed, was just the beginning of something far greater. Sanjin Wuyu, the Red Wolf squad leader, stood towering over the man he was threatening to turn himself in, his voice cold and menacing. He ordered the man to report to the Martial Alliance immediately, promising dire consequences if he disobeyed. But just as he was about to finish his warning, something unusual happened. His sentence stopped abruptly, his eyes widening in shock as he felt a hand lightly land on his head. Sanjin Wuyu froze in disbelief. The room grew quiet as he turned his head slightly to see who dared not only stand so close to him, but touch him in such a manner. To his utter bewilderment, it was none other than the mysterious martial arts master, the ancient being who had recently awoken. He was gently patting Sanjin Wuyu's head like he was comforting a child, a soft smile on his face. The martial arts master stroked Sanjin Wuyu's hair with calm precision, commenting on how admirable the young man looked. His tone was warm and almost affectionate, completely ignoring the tension filling the tavern. The onlookers froze in their places, unable to believe what they were seeing. No one, absolutely no one, had ever dared to approach a member of the Heavenly Demon sect like this. Even a group of card players stopped their game, realizing that nothing good could come from this situation. All eyes locked onto the bizarre interaction between the martial arts master and Sanjin Wuyu. The master, still patting Sanjin Wuyu's head, began speaking about how wonderful it was that the Heavenly Demon sect had achieved such stature. He called them young ones and praised their efforts, embracing Sanjin Wuyu's head as though offering him comfort for the hardships he must have endured to reach his current status. Sanjin Wuyu stood frozen, unsure of how to react. The man he had been threatening looked up in disbelief, staring blankly at the strange display. The tavern remained eerily silent, all attention fixed on the unfolding scene. The martial arts master continued hugging Sanjin Wuyu's head until Sanjin Wuyu finally spoke, breaking the silence. He asked in an incredulous tone if the new guy was some kind of mentally challenged child. Robert, sensing the tension, tried to calm things down. He explained that their friend wasn't technically unstable, he just had absolutely no social skills. Sanjin Wuyu's patience wore thin. He called the martial arts master a child and told him he was lucky today. With a scowl, he tried to remove the master's hand from his head. He warned him that if he had sensed even a hint of martial energy in his body, he would have crushed him on the spot. But when Sanjin Wuyu tried to pull the master's hand away, he quickly realized it was far harder than he expected. He grunted in frustration, struggling to peel the hand off his head. His muscles tensed, and his internal energy surged, but the hand wouldn't budge. Sanjin Wuyu began to curse under his breath, pouring more strength into his efforts. The veins on his arms bulged as he tried to dislodge the seemingly immovable hand. Robert watched with curiosity and whispered to Seryung, wondering why the Red Wolf leader was struggling so much. Seryung admitted she wasn't sure. Sanjin Wuyu's frustration reached its peak. Determined to break free, he activated his internal energy drive and unleashed the Bloodwolf demon art at maximum capacity. His eyes turned completely white as his body entered a heightened state of power. A surge of energy exploded from him, creating a whirlwind of force that knocked over several tables and sent chairs flying. Onlookers gasped in horror as they realized the tavern was on the verge of becoming a battlefield. Despite his powerful release of energy, the martial arts master remained unfazed. He calmly stepped back about a meter, giving Sanjin Wuyu space as the energy raged around him. Sanjin Wuyu's subordinates watched with mouths agape, astonished at what was happening. Even Sanjin Wuyu began to calm down when he noticed the extent of the damage he had done to the tavern. His energy levels started to stabilize, but his confusion only deepened when he saw the martial arts master standing completely unaffected. Seryung watched closely and remarked to Robert that it seemed like Sanjin Wuyu hadn't been in top shape recently, which could explain why he couldn't overpower the new guy. Meanwhile, the martial arts master stood still, observing Sanjin Wuyu with a blank expression. Sanjin Wuyu, bewildered and breathing heavily, decided to scan the master using his futuristic lens. The results shocked him even more. The scan returned no record of internal energy, martial arts techniques, or anything that identified the master as a practitioner. According to the database, this person didn't exist at all. Sanjin Wuyue's mind raced with questions. How could a pure natural being with no internal energy or cultivation still be standing completely unaffected after absorbing such a powerful attack? Before Sanjin Wuyu could make sense of it, the martial arts master interrupted his thoughts. He calmly commended Sanjin Wuyu on his use of the Blood Wolf demon art. However, he also pointed out that it was one of the lower-level techniques of the Heavenly Demon sect's body cultivation arts. The master's tone was casual and almost fatherly as he acknowledged the fact that the sect had managed to preserve it over generations. Sanjin Wuyu's eyes narrowed as he processed the words. His heart sank as he realized that this stranger not only recognized the technique, but knew its origins and ranking within the Heavenly Demon sect. The revelation sent a chill down his spine. Whoever this man was, he was no ordinary wanderer. The tavern patrons remained silent, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. For the first time in a long while, Sanjin Wuyu felt truly uncertain. His earlier confidence wavered as he began to grasp the depth of the situation. The man standing before him wasn't someone to be taken lightly, far from it. He wasn't just a forgotten relic from a long-lost era, he was something much more dangerous. The tavern grew hotter and more chaotic with each passing second as Sanjin Wuyu unleashed his full strength in a flurry of violent attacks. The martial arts master, however, remained calm and composed, his hands still tucked into his pockets. He watched Sanjin Wuyu's techniques unfold with a casual air, dodging each move effortlessly. The Red Wolf Demon Claw, the Red Wolf Explosion, and the Red Wolf Tremor Wave all were executed with precision and deadly intent. But none of them managed to touch the master. Behind the martial arts master, the tavern descended into chaos. Flames erupted from Sanjin Wuyu's missed attacks, destroying tables and walls. Patrons screamed in panic and ran for cover as the energy blasts wreaked havoc. Despite the destruction, the master stood his ground, simply bending or stepping out of the way with an ease that mocked Sanjin Wuyu's every effort. Sanjin Wuyu's frustration reached its peak. His eyes glowed a deep crimson as he pushed his internal energy to the limit, transforming one of his hands into a demonic claw engulfed in swirling flames. He surrounded himself with a whirlwind of fiery energy, determined to end the fight with one final strike. His body burned with power, and the floor beneath him cracked from the sheer force of his aura. The martial arts master continued observing him, silently analyzing every move. He noted that Sanjin Wuyu's internal energy was powerful, and his techniques were precise on the surface. But something was clearly off. The master calmly concluded that Sanjin Wuyu's internal energy and qi were not in harmony. His form was flawed, and that was the reason his attacks lacked true strength. Sanjin Wuyu, now blinded by rage, summoned every ounce of power he had, his body glowing like a living flame. He launched himself at the martial arts master with a feral scream, intent on finishing him once and for all. But the master's patience had run out. With a single, decisive motion, he raised his hand and brought it down hard on Sanjin Wuyu's head. The impact was thunderous. Sanjin Wuyu's body crumpled instantly, his head smashing into the stone floor with enough force to leave a crater-like hole around him. The stone tiles cracked and shattered, sending dust and debris into the air. Sanjin Wuyu lay motionless, his head pressed into the floor like a marshmallow flattened by a giant hand. His body was limp, his eyes half open in shock. His once intimidating presence had been reduced to an almost comical sight, his face resting comfortably in the crater he had just created. The rest of the Red Wolf squad stared in stunned silence, their mouths hanging open as they tried to process what had just happened. The onlookers in the tavern were equally wide-eyed, frozen in place as they took in the unexpected turn of events. Even Ser Young and Robert were shocked. This was the first time they had ever witnessed a member of the prestigious Heavenly Demon sect being so thoroughly humiliated. The master stood calmly in front of Sanjin Wuyu's prone body, his hands still in his pockets. He stared down at the Red Wolf leader and casually explained that his martial arts were crude and incomplete. He criticized Sanjin Wuyu's reliance on imitation, comparing him to a parrot that repeats what it hears without understanding it. True martial arts, he explained, were about adaptation and mastery, not just copying techniques. He issued a correction, calmly instructing Sanjin Wuyu to get back up and try to hit him again if he understood the lesson. But Sanjin Wuyu remained in the hole, barely conscious, likely in desperate need of brain surgery. The master grew annoyed and demanded that he get up. The rest of the Red Wolf squad finally snapped out of their daze. Anger overtook their confusion, and they accused the master of assaulting their platoon leader. They called him a brat and charged at him with full force, activating their martial arts techniques and brandishing weapons. They rushed him in unison, their energy flaring as they aimed to overwhelm him. The tavern trembled from the collective power of their attacks. But the martial arts master didn't flinch. He stood calmly, his hands still in his pockets, waiting. Moments later, everything changed. The next scene flashed forward to the 32nd District headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Sect. A large screen displayed live footage from the aftermath of the brawl in the tavern. Every single member of the Red Wolf Squad who had attacked the master now lay on the floor, their bodies bruised and broken. Each of them bore the same distinct mark, a deep handprint pressed into their skulls. They were piled up inside the wrecked tavern, groaning in pain, unable to move. The district commander, a high-ranking member of the Heavenly Demon Sect, watched the footage in disbelief. His eyes widened in shock as he processed the devastation. His jaw clenched as he leaned closer to the screen, struggling to accept what he was seeing. This wasn't just a defeat. It was a complete annihilation of one of their most elite squads. He couldn't believe his eyes. The Red Wolf Squad, known for their tracking skills and ruthless efficiency, had been reduced to helpless wreckage. Every member had been taken down without the mysterious stranger so much as breaking a sweat. The commander's face darkened as he realized that this mysterious newcomer was unlike anyone they had ever encountered before, a true force to be reckoned with. And now, he knew they couldn't afford to ignore him. The tavern incident had left shockwaves across the Heavenly Demon Sect's 302nd District. Medics loaded Sanjin Weiyu and his defeated squad onto stretchers, carefully examining their injuries. A hovering robot scanned Sanjin Weiyu's unconscious body, its sensors confirming he was alive despite the severity of his injuries. Blood trickled from his nose and mouth, several teeth were missing, and his face was still partially flattened from where it had been driven into the floor. Members of the sect put up do not cross lines around the scene, keeping the curious onlookers at bay, while others cleared debris from the destroyed tavern. Commander Zhang Arto continued watching the live footage on the large screen. His sharp eyes took in every detail with growing disbelief. His usually calm demeanor darkened further as he remarked on the severity of the situation. Senior Elder Joe Chunk stood beside him, calmly explaining that it was fortunate none of the Red Wolf Squad members had suffered fatal injuries. Zhang's gaze sharpened as he observed the devastation. He commented that fortunate seemed like a stretch, given the bruised and broken state of the Red Wolf Squad. More than the injuries, what truly concerned him was the fact that an entire ranked team had been brought down by a mere stranger, someone completely unknown. His eyes lingered on the image of the new guy that flashed across the screen. He looked innocent in the picture, almost too normal to warrant any attention. But Zhang knew better. This was no ordinary man. Though he wasn't in the Martial Alliance database, there was something about him, something dangerous that neither technology nor records could explain. Zhang questioned Joe again, needing to confirm if this unknown individual was truly not registered. Joe confirmed it, adding that while the man was a ghost in the system, his companions were well documented. He explained that the stranger was traveling with a bounty hunting group called the S-Devil. Their leader, Ser Young, also known as the Blazing Devil, was notorious for working in both orthodox and unorthodox circles, often tracking down B-class or lower criminals. She had a reputation for getting results despite her mid-tier status. Joe added that they had already left the Wild Crane Inn, but he assured the commander they could easily track them. Zhang thought carefully before making his decision. When Joe suggested sending a team to pursue the group, Zhang refused. He decided to handle the matter himself. Once Joe left, Zhang pressed a button on his console, initiating a call to a trusted ally. The large screen flickered, and moments later, a priestly-looking man appeared, Kim Sun Bum, the leader of the Greenwood Group. The two exchanged formalities before Zhang began explaining the situation in detail. Meanwhile, aboard the S-Devil aircraft, the new guy sat at the table with a napkin neatly tied around his neck, holding a knife and fork in anticipation of a meal. Across from him, Ser Young and Robert sat in silence, watching him closely. Their expressions were unreadable as they tried to assess what to do next. Back in the 302nd District, Commander Zhang finished his explanation. Kim Sunbum listened intently and offered to have the Greenwood Group handle the matter. The call ended, and the screen went dark, leaving Zhang to plan his next move. Inside the S-Devil ship, tension simmered. The new guy continued waiting for food that didn't seem to be coming anytime soon. His calm demeanor never wavered, though his stomach rumbled impatiently. Sunja was busy in the kitchen, grilling hot dogs while the rest sat in silence. Robert leaned closer to Seryung, quietly reminding her of what they had witnessed at the Wild Crane Inn. The Red Wolf platoon A-rank martial artists had been taken down in a single strike. Teeth had flown everywhere as bodies crashed into walls and pillars. Robert admitted that even if he had risked his life and fought with everything he had, he would have barely made a scratch on those guys. Se-ryung listened without saying much, but her mind was racing. She knew Robert was right. The ease with which the new guy had dismantled the Red Wolf platoon was unlike anything she had ever seen. What made it more unsettling was that he hadn't seemed to struggle or even take the fight seriously. Sunya placed the grilled hot dogs on the table, but the silence remained thick. Robert couldn't shake his growing unease. He kept glancing at the new guy, who sat calmly with his hands resting on the table. Se-ryung finally stood, her mind made up. She walked over to the table and slammed her hands down, causing the dishes to rattle. The new guy looked up at her, his expression blank. Se-ryung leaned in, her eyes steady and her voice low. There was no panic in her demeanor, only resolve. She had made up her mind. Whatever this new guy was hiding, it was time to find out. The new guy tilted his head slightly, his expression as calm as ever, waiting to see what would happen next. Sunya stood by the kitchen doorway, quietly observing. Robert watched with bated breath, his pulse quickening. The ship blazed through space, stars streaking past the windows. But inside, the atmosphere was charged with an intensity that rivaled any battle they had fought before. This was no longer about survival or profit. This was about understanding the enigmatic force they had brought aboard someone whose power was as ancient as it was dangerous. The silence stretched on, each second heavier than the last. The air was thick with anticipation. Whatever was about to happen next, they all knew it would change everything. The atmosphere inside the S-Devil aircraft grew tense as Lee Mik-jin, sitting with his knife and fork in hand, refused to answer Se-ryung's questions. He simply kept staring at her with his calm, unreadable expression. When he finally broke the silence, he told her he needed to eat before they could talk. Se-ryung, determined to get answers, crossed her arms and sat in front of him, demanding that they talk first. Her voice was sharp and impatient as she rudely asked him for his name. Robert, sensing the tension, quickly suggested that Se-ryung use honorifics when speaking to him, but she brushed him off and repeated her question. The silence stretched until Sunya appeared, carrying a wide dish filled with freshly grilled hot dogs. The sight of food immediately caught Lee's attention, but before he could indulge, Se-ryung cut him off, demanding that he answer her questions first. The air was thick with tension as Lee finally spoke. He introduced himself as Lee Mik-jin, which didn't seem particularly unusual until he calmly added that he was not just a heavenly demon, but a supreme heavenly demon. His words hung in the air like a bombshell. Se-ryung blinked, trying to process what he had just said. For a moment, she thought she had misheard him. She wondered aloud if they had fed him bad hot dogs that were causing him to hallucinate. The absurdity of his claim left her speechless. But before she could push him further, an ear-piercing alarm echoed through the ship, and red warning lights began to flash. Everyone jumped to attention, scanning their surroundings for the source of the disturbance. Sunya quickly moved to the system and informed the team that a nearby aircraft had locked onto them. Se-ryung muttered that she had expected the Heavenly Demon sect to come after them after what happened at the Wild Crane Inn. She knew they wouldn't let the assault on the Red Wolf platoon go unanswered. However, Sunja's data revealed something surprising. The threat wasn't from the Heavenly Demon sect. A massive ship with a skull emblem painted across its hull loomed outside their window. Sunya identified it immediately, the Greenwood Group. Outside, the Seville aircraft was surrounded by a fleet of smaller ships belonging to the Greenwood Group. From inside one of the lead ships, Kim Sun-bum, known as the Black Tiger of the Sent Moon, watched silently. His calm, calculating eyes took in the situation as his military captain confirmed that they had locked onto their target, the S-Devil ship. The captain asked if they should fire the EMP capture round, but Kim hesitated. First, he confirmed with the captain that their target was indeed a group of bounty hunters, led by someone called Blazing Devil Se-ryung. He reflected on the odd nature of this mission. Something didn't sit right with him. Kim remembered his conversation with Commander Jong of the Heavenly Demon sect. Jong had entrusted him with this mission and offered a substantial bounty, but unlike standard jobs, the completion conditions were strange. When Kim had asked if they should capture the targets, Jong had given a chilling response. They were not to capture them, they were to erase them entirely. The Black Tiger's instincts kicked in. Something was wrong. He questioned why the Heavenly Demon sect, a group far better at eliminating threats, would outsource a simple mission to them. Kim suspected that the sect was using them as pawns in a larger scheme. He decided to hold off on attacking immediately, wanting to understand the full scope of the situation. Inside the S-Devil ship, Se-ryung peered out the window at the surrounding fleet. She told Robert that the Greenwood Group were known bandits and likely there to rob them. Robert shook his head, unconvinced. He pointed out that bringing such a large fleet just to rob a group as poor as them didn't make sense. The tension continued to rise as the Greenwood fleet held its position. Seryung stood at the front of the ship, her eyes scanning for any opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, Lee McJin calmly watched the commotion, seemingly unfazed by the danger unfolding around them. His calmness stood in stark contrast to the panic building inside the ship. Kim Sun-bum continued to deliberate from his command ship, carefully considering his next move. He knew that whatever was happening, it was bigger than just a bounty hunt. The stakes had just become much higher, and the consequences of making the wrong decision could be catastrophic. The atmosphere inside the S-Devil aircraft quickly shifted from tense to dire as the crew processed the reality of their situation. Seryung had initially brushed off the Greenwood group as nothing more than opportunistic bandits, but Sunja's analysis changed everything. The revelation that an entire division of the Greenwood Galaxy forces had been mobilized, led by none other than Kim Sun-bum, the infamous Black Tiger, left her stunned. She tried to downplay the threat, boasting that she might be able to take on Kim if she really put her mind to it. But Robert immediately cut her off, shaking his head in disbelief. He reminded her that she wouldn't stand a chance and would be dead within 3 moves if she ever faced Kim directly. Annoyed but determined not to lose face, Seryung quickly shifted gears. She rose to the occasion, taking command of the situation. She explained her strategy to the crew with a commanding presence, declaring that they would allow Greenwood to fire an EMP capture round, board the ship, and take whatever they wanted within reason. She even joked that they would donate unnecessary items to the intruders for their survival, framing it as part of her cunning plan. Robert, unimpressed, pointed out that this was no different from surrendering, but Seryung shut him down with a sharp command to comply with her plan. She turned to Lee McJin, who was still calmly watching the Greenwood ships with childlike fascination. She patted him on the shoulder and assured him not to panic when the EMP hit, explaining that it would only shake the ship a little without causing real damage due to space regulations. She mentioned that ship weapons were illegal in this part of space, so they wouldn't have to worry about a full-blown attack. However, just as they were about to brace for impact, Sunya's voice cut through the tension with a startling announcement. It wasn't an EMP round being prepared, it was a photon cannon, a ship-destroying weapon designed to reduce entire vessels to space debris. The ship's systems blared with danger alerts, confirming the worst. Seryung froze for a split second before turning around in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Sunja continued explaining that the photon cannon was fully charged, and it was clear that Greenwood wasn't planning to disable or capture them, they were preparing to kill them outright. The realization hit hard, and Seryung snapped into high alert. This was no longer about survival, this was a full-scale execution. Meanwhile, aboard the Greenwood flagship, the mood was cold and calculated. The military captain cautiously reminded Kim Sun-bum that firing a photon cannon on a civilian vessel was a serious violation of space regulations. He suggested that capturing the target and disposing of them quietly would be a more prudent course of action. But Kim's instincts told him otherwise. He couldn't shake the bad feeling that had been gnawing at him since the mission began. He ordered his men to proceed with firing the photon cannon, reasoning that they could shift all the blame onto their client, the Heavenly Demon Sect, if things went south. His voice was calm but resolute as he gave the final command to obliterate the ship. Back aboard the S-Devil, tension reached its breaking point. Seryung frantically asked Sunya if they could warp to another location, but Sunya shook her head. They were completely surrounded on all sides by Greenwood ships, with no safe escape route. Desperation crept into Seryung's voice as she asked if the ship's shield could withstand the blast, but Sunja delivered another harsh truth: they had sold parts of the shield system to cover living expenses, leaving them vulnerable. Panic set in as the gravity of their situation became clear. Seryung's confident demeanor crumbled, replaced by a look of sheer horror. Moments ago, she had thought she had everything under control, but now it was all falling apart. They were sitting ducks, moments away from being blown to bits. On the Greenwood flagship, the photon cannon's charging sequence reached its final stage. The military captain informed Kim that the weapon was fully charged and ready to fire. Kim gave the order without hesitation, his eyes cold and calculating. Inside the S-Devil, Seryung stared out the window at the glowing cannon aimed directly at them. Her heart pounded in her chest as she struggled to find a way out of the impossible situation. Sunja's system flashed red, signaling imminent danger. Everyone braced for impact, knowing full well there was nothing they could do to stop what was coming. In the face of certain death, time seemed to slow. The photon cannon began to hum with deadly energy, ready to unleash its full force. Seryung's mind raced, desperately searching for an answer, but there were no options left. Lee McJin calmly turned his head toward the window, his expression unchanging. He watched the glowing cannon with quiet curiosity, as if the imminent threat of annihilation was nothing more than a passing breeze. His eyes narrowed slightly, and for the first time since the tension began to build, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. Unbothered and still seated, he rested his hands on the table and muttered something under his breath. Whatever it was, the universe seemed to hold its breath in response, and then everything changed. The photon cannon blazed through the void of space, hurling a devastating beam of energy straight at the S-Devil ship. The crew inside watched helplessly as their doom approached, Robert screaming at the top of his lungs while Seryung clutched Sunja for dear life. Lee McJin remained oddly calm, sitting quietly and watching the chaos unfold as though it were a passing storm. The cannon's impact erupted in a brilliant explosion, lighting up the surrounding space in a massive flash that seemed to swallow the ship whole. Kim Sun-bum observed the explosion from the Greenwood flagship with cold satisfaction, expecting to see nothing but fragments of the bounty hunter vessel. The light from the blast illuminated his face, but his expression suddenly shifted to confusion as the fire and smoke began to clear. To his disbelief, the S-Devil ship was still intact, completely unscathed. Floating directly in front of it was a larger, heavily armored round ship that had taken the full brunt of the photon cannon. The mysterious ship moved in front of the bounty hunter vessel, just in time to shield it from destruction. Standing atop the armored ship was a woman in white armor, holding a long, gleaming white spear. Her figure exuded strength and authority. Seryung, still trembling from the near-death experience, clung to Sunya and asked aloud who or what the woman was. Kim's eyes went wide with recognition and growing dread. The woman was none other than Elena, the 8FT fighting ghost, an S-class bounty hunter feared across the galaxy for her power and unpredictability. Elena remained atop her ship, her spear resting behind her shoulder, staring down the entire Greenwood fleet. Alone and unwavering, she stood as a silent warning that any further aggression would be met with severe consequences. Inside the S-Devil ship, Lee McJin, Seryung, and Robert pressed their faces to the window, stunned by what they were witnessing. Robert struggled to comprehend how they had survived. Seryung was equally puzzled but grateful, realizing that without Elena's intervention, they would have been obliterated. Kim, aboard his ship, struggled to keep his composure. His military captain informed him that Elena was using a terraformation-grade shield, which could only be penetrated by maxing out the photon cannon's output. The captain suggested recharging for another shot, but Kim raised his hand to stop him. He refused to risk starting a space war just to destroy the bounty hunters. He knew better than to underestimate Elena. He ordered his crew to prepare a teleportation device so he could speak with her directly. As they worked on activating the device, Kim pondered why this legendary monster had suddenly appeared here. Her presence was a complication he hadn't anticipated. Meanwhile, Robert explained to the others that Elena was an S-class bounty hunter with a fearsome reputation. She was so unpredictable and dangerous that even the leaders of most sects avoided crossing paths with her. Seryung nodded in agreement, admitting that Elena had indeed saved their lives. Without her intervention, they would have been reduced to atoms by the photon cannon. A moment later, Kim Sun-bum materialized on Elena's ship, his body glowing faintly from the teleportation process. He greeted her with an attempt at familiarity, calling her sister Elena and reminding her of their last encounter at their mother's birthday 2 years ago. Elena, however, remained silent, her expression unreadable. Kim tried again, formally introducing himself as the leader of the Galaxy Division of the 72 Strongholds of Greenwood, and clarifying that he wasn't here to play family games. He made it clear that her dismissing him was equivalent to dismissing all of Greenwood, a challenge he couldn't accept lightly. Elena stared at him for a long, uncomfortable moment before activating her martial arts. Energy crackled around her body, a visible sign that she was prepared to fight. Kim tensed, his instincts warning him of the danger ahead. Back inside the S-Devil ship, Robert noticed the shift in Elena's stance and commented that it looked like things were about to escalate into a full-blown fight. Seryung watched closely, mentioning that not even Greenwood's elite forces would find it easy to take her down. She added that dealing with Elena alone was bad enough, but if her mother, known as Lioness, joined the fight, it could quickly turn into a catastrophe. Robert raised an eyebrow at the mention of Mother Lioness and asked Seryung what she meant. Seryung explained that Lioness was an even more terrifying figure, a legend in her own right, and far more dangerous than her daughter. If Lioness decided to show up, things would spiral out of control fast. Tension continued to build on Elena's ship as Kim watched her carefully, wondering how far she was willing to take this standoff. The entire Greenwood fleet remained in a state of high alert, prepared for battle but unwilling to make the first move. The air felt charged with anticipation. Elena's eyes burned with quiet determination, her spear glinting under the ship's lights. Kim's instincts screamed at him to tread carefully, knowing that one wrong move could lead to utter disaster. But deep down, he couldn't shake the growing suspicion that this confrontation had only just begun. The atmosphere inside the S-Devil ship grew even more chaotic as Elena's voice resonated through the speakers, demanding they hand over what they had or face certain death. Se-ryung and Robert stared at each other, unsure of what she could possibly want. Robert panicked, wondering aloud if the captain had hidden something valuable in the ship without telling them. His rapid thoughts spiraled into confusion and fear. After all, there was nothing aboard that could attract the attention of an S-rank bounty hunter like Elena. Suddenly, Lee McJin's expression changed. His eyes widened, and a hint of realization flashed across his face. Robert and Se-ryung immediately turned toward him, sensing that he had figured something out. Se-ryung questioned whether Lee had some connection with Elena, even going so far as to suggest that they might have had a romantic history or a messy breakup in the past. But Lee dismissed the idea without hesitation. He calmly informed them that Elena wasn't there for him. Se-ryung furrowed her brow in confusion and pressed him further. Lee turned to face them, his voice steady and certain. He told them that Elena was likely there because of the child standing behind them. They immediately spun around expecting to see someone, but the space behind them was empty. The captain, now thoroughly confused, asked Lee what he meant since there was clearly no one there. Lee simply told the child to show herself, assuring her there was nothing to fear. For a long moment, nothing happened, and the air remained still. Then, without warning, a young girl's head began to materialize out of thin air. Slowly, her body followed, and she fully appeared before them, standing in the middle of the ship. The sight of the mysterious girl left the crew speechless. Se-ryung's eyes widened in surprise, while Robert visibly recoiled in shock. The girl said nothing, her wide eyes glancing around nervously. Se-ryung, always on high alert, immediately grabbed Lee and demanded an explanation. She wanted to know who the girl was and where she had come from. Lee, still calm, explained that the girl had followed them from the inn. He said she had presence but no form, so he had chosen to let her be, impressed by her advanced stealth technique. He admitted she had done a remarkable job concealing her presence, something that suggested martial arts had developed significantly in the current timeline. Sunja, who had been quietly analyzing the situation, corrected Lee's assumption. She pointed out that the girl wasn't using a martial arts stealth technique but was wearing a quantum stealth ring. The ring, a piece of cutting-edge quantum technology, had cloaked her from sight. Sunya added that such a device was incredibly expensive, far beyond anything a normal person could afford. Se-ryung waved off the importance of the ring's cost and walked up to the girl, towering over her, her sharp gaze fixed on the child, demanding to know who she was and why she had snuck aboard their ship. The girl, clearly frightened, finally spoke. She introduced herself as Yuhan, her voice trembling with fear. Se-ryung cut her off mid-sentence, saying she didn't care about her name. What she really wanted to know was whether the people outside the Greenwood group and Elena were after her. Yuhan's eyes filled with tears as she hesitated, then quietly admitted that they were probably after her. Her words sent a chill through the room. Robert nearly lost his mind as the reality sank in. The girl was the reason for all of this chaos. He repeated her name aloud, his voice rising in shock and disbelief. Se-ryung, still confused, turned toward Robert. She asked if he knew the girl. His expression was a mix of surprise and fear, still processing what he had just heard. His mind raced through fragments of forgotten stories and whispered rumors, things that no one ever truly believed until it was too late. Before he could answer, the ship's speakers crackled again as Elena remained outside, waiting for their response. The tension in the room reached a boiling point. The stakes had changed dramatically, and the crew realized they were no longer running from mere bounty hunters or bandits. They were caught in something much bigger, something far more dangerous than they had imagined. Se-ryung's pulse quickened as she turned back to Yuhan. It was clear now that this girl held the key to everything, and the longer she remained silent, the greater the storm brewing outside grew. Tension inside the S-Devil ship was at an all-time high as Elena's voice echoed through the comms, giving them a final warning to hand over what they had or face death. The crew froze as the reality of their situation sank in again. Just moments before, Robert had been acting like a complete fanboy, convinced that Yuhan was none other than the main vocalist of Prozan, a rookie idol duo he adored. He excitedly declared it was impossible not to recognize her, reciting her entire profile like an obsessed fan. He gleefully reminded Se-ryung about Dynamite Do, the song he claimed to play all the time, one that no one else seemed to have heard of, probably for good reason. Robert checked his phone to confirm her identity and excitedly gushed about how much prettier she was in person. He even noted that she was from Mount Hua, where he was also from, and rattled off every detail of her profile, right down to her height, weight, blood type, and cat allergy. Elena's voice cut through his rambling once again, her tone colder than ever. She gave them 10 minutes to hand over the girl, leaving no room for negotiation. Robert's excitement turned to panic as he remembered the dire circumstances they were in. He asked Yuhan why everyone was after her, his voice trembling with genuine fear. His face paled as he realized they were about to lose his beloved idol. Seryung kept her cool but knew a difficult decision had to be made. She told Robert that it didn't matter who the girl was, they had no choice but to give her up. The captain's voice was steady but reluctant as she reminded him that Yuhan had snuck onto their ship without permission, making her an uninvited guest with no real connection to them. Robert couldn't believe what he was hearing and exclaimed in protest. He pleaded with Seryung not to do it, but she had already made up her mind. She told him it wasn't a matter of right or wrong, it was a matter of survival. Fighting against Greenwood was already impossible, but facing Elena, the FT demon, was pure suicide. Even if they tried to protect Yuhan, their fates would end the same way, death. The air grew colder as Seryung walked over to the release chute. Her hand hovered over the red button that would open the ship's door. With a heavy heart she pressed it, activating the release sequence. The system announced that the lock had been disengaged and the ship's doors began to open. Yuhan stood silently at the edge of the release chute, bracing herself for what was about to happen. Her eyes were downcast, her small frame trembling as she prepared to face her fate. For a moment, the world seemed to stop around her. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a hand landed gently on her shoulder. Yuhan's head snapped up in surprise. She turned to her right and saw Lee McJin standing beside her, his face as calm and unreadable as always. His eyes held that strange, detached look he always had in moments of chaos. Lee leaned slightly toward her and reminded her, almost casually, that he had told her not to worry. Yuhan blinked in shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. She had fully expected to face her doom alone, yet here he was cool, composed, and standing right beside her as though this were a casual stroll. Seryung, watching through the glass from inside the ship, nearly lost her mind when she saw Lee standing outside the release gate. Her heart raced as panic took over. She slammed her hand on the control panel, frantically trying to close the gate. She shouted in disbelief, wondering how Lee had even managed to get out there without anyone noticing. Robert, equally stunned, grabbed her arm and suggested they wait to see what happened. He reminded her that Lee was incredibly strong enough that he might actually stand a chance against Elena. Seryung stared at him like he had lost his mind. She reminded him that this wasn't a normal fight, it was space. Lee had no space shield, no protective gear, and no way to breathe once the gate was fully open. Even if Elena didn't kill him, the vacuum of space certainly would. The gate continued to open, tension rising with every passing second. The dark void of space loomed ahead, and Lee stood at the edge, seemingly unbothered by the impending danger. His expression remained calm and collected, as if he had no intention of backing down. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Lee followed Yuhan toward the open gate, his presence steady and unshaken. Time seemed to slow as they both moved closer to the edge. For a brief, terrifying moment, it looked like Lee was about to throw himself into the cold, unforgiving vacuum of space. Seryung's fingers hovered over the emergency lock, ready to close the gate and save him if it wasn't already too late. Meanwhile, Elena remained on her ship, her spear glinting in the starlight, watching them closely, waiting to see if Lee would dare step into her territory. The tension was unbearable. Every eye was on Lee as he calmly walked toward the edge of the ship, the void of space stretching out in front of him. What happened next would decide everything. Chaos unfolded as Seryung ordered Sonya to close the gate immediately, but Sonya, wide-eyed, informed her it was too late, the gate had already opened, and Lee and Yuhan had stepped out into open space. Seryung rushed to the window and peered out, her face twisting into a look of horror. The sight before her was almost surreal. Lee and Yuhan were floating just outside the ship, heading toward Elena's ship. Seryung could hardly believe her eyes. Lee had actually gone into space without a shield. Her mind spun in disbelief. She muttered to herself that Lee was a complete lunatic, utterly insane to make such a reckless move. Outside, Yuhan tried to brace herself for what was about to happen as they neared Elena's ship. She glanced at Lee and thanked him for coming with her. She warned him to be careful, reminding him that their opponents were powerful martial artists. But when she turned back to him, her heart sank. His bloodshot eyes and purple face revealed the horrifying truth: he wasn't breathing. Lee began choking, his expressionless face straining as he fought to hold on to the little oxygen left in his body. He coughed violently and threw his arms around, attempting to push himself back toward the ship, but it was useless. The vacuum of space had him in its grip. Yuhan stood there, paralyzed with shock, watching helplessly as her supposed savior struggled for his life. From Elena's ship, both Kim and Elena watched in stunned silence. Kim's voice broke through the comms, screaming that it was 300 degrees outside and the pressure would burst his internal organs within 10 seconds. He demanded to know why Lee had gone out there without a shield. It was clear to everyone that Lee knew nothing about the harsh reality of space travel. Lee's face became increasingly swollen and purple, his hands flailing frantically as he tried to reach safety. His eyes turned red and bulged, his eyelids fluttering as unconsciousness closed in on him. Just when it seemed like he was done for, a hand grabbed his face firmly. It was Se-ryung. She had come out of the ship, risking everything to save him. With swift movements, she placed a nanoshield over his face and activated it, restoring his ability to breathe. She shouted at him to wake up, her voice trembling with fear. When he didn't respond, her panic grew. She screamed at him again, desperate to pull him back from the brink. Finally, Lee opened his eyes and stared directly at her, his breathing stabilizing as the nanoshield did its job. Se-ryung gasped in relief and exhaled, her shoulders sagging as she realized he was okay. She scolded him, calling him a bastard for scaring her half to death. Lee looked at her, calm as ever, and told her she had been worried for no reason. With his usual deadpan tone, he declared himself the supreme being of heaven and earth, confidently stating that nothing in the universe could threaten his life. Se-ryung blinked at him, utterly dumbfounded. That was not the thank you she had been expecting. Lee turned his gaze back toward Elena's ship, noticing that Yuhan had already reached it and was walking toward Elena. He asked Se-ryung how he could get there as well. Meanwhile, inside the ship, Robert and the others let out collective sighs of relief at seeing that Lee was still alive. Robert praised Se-ryung for not being too late, but Sunya quickly corrected him. She had been extremely late. Even the strongest master couldn't survive unshielded in space for more than a minute. She revealed that Lee had endured for an astonishing 6 minutes and 13 seconds, yet his organs were somehow completely normal. Se-ryung helped Lee reach Elena's ship, where Yuhan was already waiting. The girl's eyes widened in shock when she saw Lee alive and following her. Sunya observed from the ship's system, remarking that Lee had far surpassed every known human limit. On Elena's ship, Kim stood silently behind Elena, who remained calm and unreadable despite having told him to leave earlier. Elena's spear rested on her shoulder, and her eyes tracked every move the newcomers made. Yuhan stood just behind Lee, while Se-ryung positioned herself farther back, ready to intervene if necessary. Elena's aura was suffocating, an oppressive force that filled the air around them. Her presence alone was overwhelming, and Se-ryung could feel the raw power radiating from her. It was no exaggeration to say that Elena's reputation as the foot-fighting demon was well earned. Elena didn't speak. She simply stared at them with her piercing eyes, her silence more intimidating than any threat. Se-ryung kept her eyes locked on Elena, her instincts screaming that something bigger was at play. This wasn't just about capturing Yuhan or handing her over to the Greenwood Group. It was something much more dangerous and unpredictable. The stakes had risen beyond anything they had prepared for. This wasn't going to be a simple fight, it was going to be a battle of titans, one that could shake the very fabric of the galaxy. Se-ryung couldn't ignore how much worse the situation had become. Not only was Elena, the 8FT fighting ghost, standing right in front of them, but Kim Sun-bum, the Black Tiger of Greenwood, was there too, silently watching from behind Elena. She swallowed her fear and forced herself to keep calm. Determined to avoid a full-scale fight, Se-ryung told Lee not to interfere and approached Elena herself, putting on the best smile she could muster. She raised a hand in an awkward wave, calling out a friendly greeting. Trying to keep things light, she asked Elena if she had been well and said she'd heard so much about her. The words felt cringeworthy even to Se-ryung, but she pushed through, babbling that it was better to see someone in person than to hear rumors. She introduced herself as Se-ryung, leader of the S-Devil bounty hunters, also known as the Blazing Devil. Elena's blank stare in response made it clear that she had never heard of her. Kim said nothing, merely observing with mild interest. Se-ryung's overly cheerful approach wasn't doing much to diffuse the tension, and it was becoming painfully obvious. Meanwhile, Yuhan grabbed Lee's hand out of fear, her trembling fingers tightening around his. Lee glanced over his shoulder at her, noticing her panic. He calmly reassured her there was no need to be nervous and reminded her that he was right there with her. But Yuhan remained petrified. With a shaky voice, she told him that Elena wasn't human. Hin explained that Elena was known as a fighting ghost, a legendary martial artist who had traveled the world since her youth in search of worthy opponents. No one had ever survived meeting her. and she had even built a spaceship as a traveling fighting arena just so she could battle across the galaxy. Lee nodded thoughtfully, clearly impressed by her qualifications. He admired Elena's dedication to martial arts, calling her a rare talent and a remarkable child. He commented that it was rare for someone to dedicate their heart and soul to martial training at such a young age. Hin tried to clarify that wasn't what she meant. Elena wasn't just dedicated, she was lethal and insane. Meanwhile, Se-ryung was still forcing her cheerful act, continuing her awkward introduction. She suggested that, as people from the same central plane, they should talk peacefully and avoid unnecessary conflict. Elena's response was swift and brutal. Without a word, she swung her spear, sending a deadly power wave toward Se-ryung. The blast cut across the length of the ship, causing a massive explosion at the far end. Smoke filled the air as the shockwave rattled the ship. Se-ryung barely managed to avoid the attack, jumping out of its path at the last second. She landed hard on the ground and shouted at Elena, demanding to know why she had just attacked her when she had offered to talk things out. Kim watched from behind, quietly impressed. Even though Elena hadn't used her full power, it was still an attack that was far from easy to dodge. He noted to himself that Se-ryung wasn't as weak as she looked. Elena stared at Se-ryung coldly. She asked for Se-ryung's name again, her voice flat and threatening, then remarked that it would have been better if she hadn't dodged at all. Her aura grew darker as she began to transform, activating her martial arts. Blue energy crackled around her, her eyes glowing with fierce intensity. Kim quietly reasoned that Se-ryung should know better than to provoke someone like Elena. She was a mad scorpion. The more you provoked her, the more poisonous she became. If Se-ryung kept pushing, her death would only become more painful. Suddenly, the tense silence was broken by the sound of a hiccup from within the cloud of smoke. Everyone paused, looking around to find the source of the noise. Kim squinted, trying to get a clearer view. To his surprise, the hiccups were coming from Yuhan, who was struggling with the thick smoke. Lee calmly walked over and began patting her back, completely ignoring the chaos around him. He told her not to be scared of something so trivial. His tone was so relaxed that it seemed surreal in the middle of a life-or-death standoff. He reassured Yuhan that Elena's flashy attacks were just childish pranks, nothing more than annoying, noisy firecrackers. He told her not to get frightened by an empty tin can. Kim stared in disbelief. His mind raced to process what he had just seen. Judging by Lee's position, it was clear that he had been standing right in the path of Elena's attack. Yet, he was completely unharmed. Not a scratch. Not even a speck of dust on his clothes. Kim's shock deepened as Lee continued helping Yuhan regulate her breathing, paying absolutely no attention to the fight brewing in front of him. Elena's power level was climbing steadily, yet Lee acted as though she didn't exist. Se-ryung watched the unfolding scene, her nerves on edge. She knew exactly how dangerous Elena was, and seeing Lee treat her attacks like minor inconveniences only made the situation feel even more unreal. Elena's glowing eyes stayed locked on Lee, her spear crackling with energy. The tension in the air was suffocating. She knew Lee had taken her attack head-on and remained unscathed. She couldn't decide whether to be impressed or insulted. For the first time in a very long time, the 8FT fighting demon wasn't sure what to do next. Elena's body remained charged with energy, her internal energy drive operating at maximum capacity. Streaks of pink and blue lightning swirled around her, lighting up the entire area. The pressure from her aura grew suffocating, distorting the space around her. The ground beneath her feet cracked, and small shock waves rippled outward with every movement she made. Her spear, still radiating power, hovered dangerously in the air. The memory of her mother's warning continued to linger in her mind, a steady reminder of the fine line between strength and recklessness. Yet, despite the warning sound from her ring, her martial instincts refused to back down. She was a warrior first and foremost, and her body demanded that she press forward. Kim silently observed from the side, his eyes narrowing. Elena's energy was impressive, but it was the ring's activation that had him intrigued. He knew exactly what it meant. It was not a warning for her to stop because of her own limits. No, it was a warning that something far more dangerous was standing right in front of her. Meanwhile, Lee's energy continued to gather steadily, his ancient martial power contrasting sharply with the raw force Elena was emitting. His hands glowed with a soft yet ominous light, an energy that seemed calm on the surface, but carried with it an unsettling depth. His posture remained relaxed, his breathing steady, but there was an undeniable shift in the air around him like the calm before a storm. Kim tried to scan him again, frustrated by the lack of data. It still showed nothing, no internal energy drive, no registration in any database, no classification, a ghost in the system. Yet here he was, casually standing in front of one of the most dangerous martial artists in the galaxy, seemingly unaffected by the overwhelming pressure. Elena maintained her stance, her glowing eyes locked onto him. The warning from her ring grew louder, urging her to reconsider, but her pride refused to allow her to step back. The tension between them was electric, thick, and palpable. Every second felt heavier than the last as they stood in a silent standoff. Elena's body radiated with power, her internal energy peaking at an intensity that even Kim found unnerving. Yet Lee remained unfazed, his gaze steady, his energy swirling just beneath the surface. Yuhan stood behind him, her eyes wide with fear and awe. The pressure from Elena's aura was unbearable, but somehow, standing close to Lee made her feel anchored. It was as though his calmness radiated outward, shielding her from the chaos around them. The ring on Elena's hand continued to emit its warning tone, the light on it flashing in sync with her rising energy. Kim watched closely, his mind racing. He could sense it, the shift in balance, the moment where a fight could tip into something far more dangerous than a simple duel. Elena's eyes flashed as she prepared to go all out. The surrounding air crackled with pure force, and her body surged with the full power of 3 cycles of internal energy. Yet, somewhere deep inside, she couldn't shake the unease that had started to settle in. The moment stretched longer, the tension almost unbearable. Every breath felt measured, every second filled with anticipation. The entire galaxy seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see who would make the first move. Elena's past weighed heavily on her as she stood on the precipice of the fight. She recalled the words of her mother, stern but filled with love. Her mother had always believed in her strength, reminding her that there were fewer than 10 martial artists in the world who could hurt her. Even they couldn't push her to the brink of death unless the ring on her finger sounded its warning. Her mother had made it clear, if the ring ever made a sound, it meant her opponent was beyond her reach, and she had to flee immediately. If she ignored the warning, she would surely die. Back in the present, the ring's persistent warning echoed in Elena's mind. Her face went pale as she stared at Lee. He looked like a weak, unremarkable young boy, and yet the ring on her finger, crafted specifically to gauge threats, was telling her he was a danger beyond her comprehension. Her body froze, and for a fleeting moment her instinct told her to run. But she couldn't. The memory of her childhood flooded back, bringing with it the sting of hurtful words from her siblings, half-brothers and sisters born from different fathers. They had mocked her, taunted her, and called her worthless. She remembered standing alone while her mother encouraged her to greet them and reminded her they were all family. But they had only jeered at her, telling her to know her place and run away. In the present, her pride burned hotter than the energy swirling around her. She refused to run. She had grown too strong, trained too hard, and overcome too much to back down now. With a furious determination, Elena pushed her internal energy drive beyond its limit. 100%, 110%, 120%, and then 140%. The ship around them began to vibrate violently, nearly set ablaze by the sheer force of her power. Her aura grew monstrous, and her body began to morph, her suit transforming into a dark panther-like armor. Her arms extended into clawed, unnatural shapes, and her eyes glowed with pure energy. Lee observed her transformation with a slightly furrowed brow. For the first time, he seemed more intrigued than indifferent. The transcendental awakening skill, he noted to himself, a high-level martial arts technique he had never encountered before. It was clear to him now martial arts had evolved far beyond what he knew. He muttered quietly, impressed by the advancement of techniques over time. But even as he admired her newfound power, he still kept his hands in his pockets, waiting for her to make her move. Elena didn't disappoint. With a burst of speed, she leapt off the ground, charging at him like a wild beast. She swung her spear with incredible force, summoning a whirlwind of chaotic energy around her. Lee leaned slightly to the side, dodging the attack with ease. Chaotic storm sword technique of the Anime sect, he muttered, recognizing the move instantly. Elena pressed on, her rage intensifying. She unleashed a spiral of fire, but Lee stepped aside effortlessly. Sun and moon, twin wheels of the Sin sect, he noted, still calm. As her frustration grew, Elena pushed her energy to 125%, striking at him with a combination of attacks. Lee continued to dodge each one, naming every technique aloud: sun-piercing spear technique, falling sunblade technique of the Dian Kang sect. Kim and Seryung watched in shock, their eyes wide as Elena's attacks grew fiercer and faster. Yet Lee continued to evade them effortlessly, as if he had seen them all before, like he was reading an old book. Elena roared with frustration and pushed her energy to 140%, summoning a massive, swirling fire tornado around her. It spun violently, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. but Lee simply bent backward and slipped beneath the swirling flames. Dog beating, stick technique, and drunken 8 immortal steps of the beggar's sect, he muttered. His brow furrowed as he observed her next move. The 4,000 red needles of the esoteric sect, he added, mildly impressed. How had she learned so many high-level techniques from completely different sects? He realized she was incorporating techniques from nearly every major martial school in existence. Finally, Elena's fury reached its peak, 170%. Her body radiated pure destructive energy as she charged with twin iron claws crackling with explosive power. She swiped at him with deadly precision, determined to end the fight once and for all. Lee, still on the defensive, jumped backward to avoid the onslaught. His calm expression remained unchanged until, at last, he raised his hand and waved at her dismissively. "Enough," he said, his voice sharp but calm. His hand moved in a casual arc in front of him, as if brushing away a speck of dust. The entire arena fell silent. Elena's swirling energy abruptly flickered and died out. Her body froze mid-attack, her breathing heavy, her eyes wide in disbelief. It was as though all the powers she had summoned simply ceased to exist. Kim's jaw nearly hit the floor. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. The fighting demon, known across galaxies for her unmatched strength and brutality, had been completely neutralized by a single gesture. Lee straightened, his eyes locked on Elena. His voice remained calm, almost scolding, as if talking to a misbehaving child. "I told you that's enough," he said again. "There's no need for all this fuss." Elena's heart raced. The ring on her finger continued to pulse. Her mind screamed at her to flee, but her pride kept her feet rooted to the ground. Lee's eyes narrowed slightly. He tilted his head and waited for her next move, his calm demeanor suggesting that if she wanted to continue, she wouldn't like how it would end. The entire space was filled with a blinding light as Lee's heart sword connected with Elena's charging form. The energy released was so overwhelming that it seemed to swallow everything in its path, shaking the surrounding ships and causing their sensors to short out. The impact tore through Elena's ship like a divine hammer, splitting it into countless fragments, sending debris spiraling into space. For a moment, it was as though a second sun had been born, illuminating the entire sector of the galaxy. The Greenwood fleet watched in stunned silence as Elena's ship exploded into a massive fireball. From the main ship, the captain stood frozen in horror, his eyes locked on the scene. Kim Sunbum had disappeared along with the explosion, and the captain feared the worst. There was no way anyone could have survived that. Suddenly, a ragged cough echoed nearby. Turning in shock, the captain found Kim leaning against a wall, bloody and battered but alive. Kim's eyes were wild with disbelief. He told the captain that he had teleported out just in time, a fraction of a second before the blast consumed the ship. He shook his head and said if he had been even. Seconds late, he would have been obliterated along with the wreckage. The remnants of the ship floated in space, still glowing with residual energy. Large chunks of metal drifted aimlessly, sparks and smoke trailing behind them. One of the largest pieces of wreckage carried Se-young and Lee, who stood silently on the floating debris. Se-young's heart was pounding, her face pale as she tried to process what had just happened. She turned to Lee, her voice trembling with both fear and frustration. "Are you insane?" she demanded, her words sharp and cutting. "We could have all died. Who sets their own ship on fire just because they're angry?" Lee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, struggled to speak. His breath was ragged, and his usually calm demeanor seemed shaken. "Restraint wasn't an option," he muttered, his voice low and serious. Se-young's eyes softened as she noticed the blood on his lips. "You're hurt," she said, rushing to his side. Despite her frustration, concern took over as she reached out to steady him. "Are you okay?" Lee barely nodded, his eyes distant. Kim, still watching from the Greenwood ship, spoke quietly, almost to himself. "I faced a power far greater than I anticipated," he admitted, his gaze fixed on something beyond the drifting wreckage. Se-young followed his line of sight and felt her stomach drop. Floating among the debris was Elena's naked body, her glowing armor shattered and her weapons broken. The once mighty fighting ghost now looked fragile, her body limp and unresponsive as she drifted silently in space. Her long hair floated weightlessly, catching the faint light from the nearby star. Blood smeared across her pale skin, and her chest barely rose with shallow breaths. She was alive, but just barely. Her ring, which had once pulsed with warning, was now dim and cracked. The sight was haunting. Even Kim, who had seen countless battles, couldn't hide his unease. "She survived that," he whispered, his voice filled with disbelief. Se-young clenched her fists, her emotions swirling between anger, relief, and dread. She turned back to Lee, her eyes filled with questions. "What was that? What did you do?" Lee didn't answer immediately. His eyes remained on Elena's broken form, his expression unreadable. After a long pause, he wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at Se-ryung. "I promise to protect Yu-han," he said quietly. "That's all that matters." Se-ryung exhaled slowly, realizing that Lee had once again done the impossible. But even so, the cost of such power was terrifying, and she couldn't shake the feeling that they had just crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed. In the distance, the wreckage continued to drift, carrying Elena farther away. For now, the battle was over, but deep down, Se-ryung knew this was only the beginning. Later, on the top deck of the West Heaven Sword matron's ship, a calm but heavy atmosphere hung in the air. The stars glimmered against the vast blackness of space, illuminating the ship in an ethereal glow. The matron stood beside Lee, her regal figure silhouetted against the horizon of stars. She gazed outward, her face carrying the weight of recent events, her eyes distant as if lost in thought. Her daughter Elena remained unconscious inside the green recovery tube below, and her breathing had stabilized, though her consciousness had yet to return. The matron's long robes gently swayed as she remained motionless, staring into the distance. The only sound was the hum of the ship's systems, a steady rhythm in the background. She began explaining the situation to Lee, revealing what she had discovered so far. Elena's sudden, inexplicable attack on the S-Devil ship had not been random. The matron had traced her daughter's steps, discovering that before this confrontation, Elena had passed through Mount Hua. Something had happened there, something significant. She didn't know the full details yet, but it was clear that whatever had occurred at Mount Hua had affected Elena deeply. The matron's face remained stoic, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of concern. Mount Hua, a place of great martial tradition and ancient secrets, was not just an ordinary stop for someone like Elena. For her to visit that place and emerge with such violent intent was a sign that something dangerous had been awakened or discovered. As they stood together, Lee remained silent, processing her words while keeping his gaze steady on the stars. His expression was calm, though his thoughts ran deep. Mount Hua was no ordinary place. It was a location known for its ancient martial arts legacies, hidden techniques, and dangerous mysteries. In the distance, the Greenwood Fleet's ships remained stationed around the matron's ship, hovering silently, waiting for Kim's return. Their engines hummed softly, a constant reminder that the eyes of the 72 strongholds were always watching. Back inside the ship, Kim remained on one knee, still recovering from the events that had unfolded. Se-ryung held Yu-han's hand tightly, trying to reassure her that everything would be fine, though her own nerves were far from settled. The weight of what had just happened, Lee's effortless handling of Elena, the matron bowing before him, and the mention of Mount Hua had left them all shaken. The matron continued to stand beside Lee, her calm yet somber demeanor never wavering as she silently contemplated the next steps. Whatever had transpired at Mount Hua was only the beginning of something far larger, a ripple that would soon turn into a tidal wave. What had stirred at Mount Hua was not to be taken lightly. Meanwhile, floating debris from the earlier explosion drifted quietly in space, a solemn reminder of the sheer power that had been unleashed. The battlefield was quiet for now, but the echoes of this encounter were far from over. The storm that had been brewing for centuries was beginning to unfold, and Mount Hua was at its heart. The West Heaven Sword matron listened carefully as Lee spoke with a calm, almost detached tone. His words about the corrosion of time and the dissolution of once-cherished bonds hung heavy in the air, carrying a strange melancholy. Kim, eavesdropping from inside the ship, remained frozen in place, unable to look away from the unfolding exchange. His mother stared at Lee, her eyes narrowing as she tried to piece together the mystery of the man before her. His chi, internal energy, and martial techniques were flawless, unrefined by modern devices, yet more perfect than anything she had seen in centuries. Such a state of martial purity should have been impossible in this era. It was something she had only heard of in tales about the golden age of martial arts, when warriors attained near mythical strength. Yet Lee stood before her, embodying everything that had once been lost. As she pondered the impossibility of what she was witnessing, her curiosity turned into determination. She asked Lee, still addressing him as a revered master, if she could make a request. Her words were respectful, but beneath them lay a subtle, sharpened edge. It was clear to Lee that she wasn't interested in a favor, but rather a duel. Without hesitation, Lee revealed her intentions before she could say more, startling her. His calm voice cut through the tension, telling her that every word she spoke was laced with murderous intent, like a sword honed against flint, growing sharper with every syllable. She commended him for his sharp senses, impressed that he had picked up on her carefully concealed motives. Lee remained unfazed. He told her he had never refused a challenge, but reminded her that such a fight could only end in death. Even if one of them survived, the victor would still be left severely injured. His warning was clear: when something too strong refuses to bend, it inevitably breaks. The West Heaven Sword Matron's internal energy began to stir, her body glowing faintly as her power began to awaken. She knew Lee's words were true, but she couldn't help herself. The desire to test his strength was irresistible. Seryung, standing nearby, noticed the shift in the matron's energy and immediately sensed trouble brewing. She clenched her fists, anxious about what was about to unfold. As the matron continued to awaken her internal energy, Lee, still gazing at the scenery outside the ship, calmly asked her if they had any compelling reason to fight. His question caught her off guard. He glanced at her, his eyes unreadable, and suggested they leave their fight for another time only if they had reason to. For now, he said, he was more interested in seeing the world. The matron paused, surprised by his answer. Slowly, her energy began to recede. His words intrigued her. Deciding to accept his offer, she stopped her transformation and returned to her composed state. Moments later, the S-Devils departed, their ship leaving the vicinity as Lee and the matron concluded their cryptic discussion. The Greenwood fleet remained stationed around the matron's ship, its lights reflecting off the wreckage still floating in space. Later, in a private chamber, Kim knelt before his mother once again. His face was serious, his head bowed low in submission. He informed her that the kill request on the S-Devil ship had been made by the Heavenly Demon sect, a disturbing revelation that left her unsettled. He explained that it wasn't just a bounty, it was a direct command to silence them and prevent a secret from leaking out. His mother's eyes narrowed. She couldn't wrap her head around it. What secret would the Heavenly Demon sect want so desperately to hide? She wondered aloud. She found it equally baffling that Lee, who clearly possessed the supreme martial arts of the Heavenly Demon sect, would be a target. If anything, he seemed like one of them. Why would they want him dead? Moreover, she found it highly unusual that the sect had hired Greenwood, a notorious mercenary group, to do their dirty work. Such an action was out of character for the sect, which prided itself on handling its affairs internally. Kim then brought up another disturbing piece of information. He informed his mother that there had been reports that the Red Wolf Squad, one of the sect's elite forces, had recently been wiped out by an unknown entity. He suggested there could be a connection between the mysterious group responsible and the S-Devils. The West Heaven Sword Matron mulled over his words but told him there was no need to overthink it just yet. The pieces of the puzzle were still scattered, and the true nature of the situation had yet to reveal itself. For now, they would observe from the shadows, watching the movements of both the Heavenly Demon sect and Lee. Whatever secret they were hiding, it wouldn't remain hidden for long. The ripples were already turning into waves, and soon the truth would surface. Elena coughed violently, the sound echoing in the quiet chamber of the West Heaven Sword Matron's ship. Her mother stood nearby, her expression grave as she watched her daughter struggle to catch her breath. The healing liquid had done its work. Elena's physical wounds had mostly closed, but there was something else, something deeper, that remained fractured. Her body trembled as she slowly regained her footing, her bare feet touching the cold metallic floor. The once proud warrior now looked vulnerable, her face a mixture of confusion and dread. Her mother continued to observe, waiting for her to speak, her usual stern gaze now softened by genuine concern. Elena glanced around the chamber, her eyes darting from one unfamiliar corner to another, as though she had just awoken from a nightmare she couldn't quite remember. For a fleeting moment, her eyes caught the reflection of her own face in the glass tube she had emerged from. What she saw seemed to terrify her. She touched her face, trembling, as if she wasn't sure it was truly her own. Her mother remained silent, giving her space to gather her thoughts. Yet the question hung heavy in the air: what happened at Manhwa? Elena's eyes darkened as memories started flooding back. Back on the S-Devil ship, the tension was equally thick. Yuhan sat with her head lowered, her hands trembling slightly as she tried to explain what had happened after her return to Mount Hua. Seryung paced back and forth in front of her, barely containing her frustration. It was clear that she was struggling to wrap her head around the absurdity of the situation. Sunja stood nearby, watching with a neutral expression, trying to process the story. She found it difficult to believe that a peaceful town like Mount Hua could become so dangerous overnight. Mount Hua was known for its martial arts traditions, its disciplined way of life, not chaos and bloodshed. Yet Yuhan insisted that everything had changed. Robert, who had remained silent until now, suddenly snapped to attention when he heard Mount Hua mentioned again. He slammed his hands on the table, his voice rising as he demanded answers. Mount Hua was his hometown too, and the idea that it had descended into madness left him visibly shaken. His eyes widened as Yuhan described the strange behavior of the people there and how she had barely escaped. Lee, meanwhile, was completely oblivious to the tension in the room. His sole focus was the mountain of hot dogs on the table. He devoured them with alarming speed, stuffing his mouth with 7 at a time while using his other hand to grab more. Pieces of meat flew everywhere, landing on the table and floor. Yuhan, still explaining her story, suddenly found herself choking on a piece of flying meat. She coughed violently, gasping for air, while Robert, too caught up in his rising panic about Manhwa, barely noticed her struggle. Sunya frowned at the unfolding chaos, muttering quietly to herself about how humans were utterly abnormal. She calmly walked over, patted Yuhan on the back to help her breathe, and returned to her corner of the room without saying a word. The tension in the room rose further as Robert demanded more details, asking over and over again what exactly had happened in Manhwa. He seemed frantic, as if every word Yuhan spoke confirmed a growing suspicion deep within him. Yuhan glanced nervously at him, unsure how to explain the full extent of what had happened. Back aboard the West Heaven Sword Matron's ship, her gaze never left Elena's face. She asked her daughter again what she had seen and experienced at Manhwa, her voice soft but commanding. Elena, still struggling to catch her breath, finally steadied herself. Her eyes, dark and filled with unspoken memories, locked onto her mother's. For the first time since waking, she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, recounting the terror that had unfolded in her hometown. The West Heaven Sword Matron's expression darkened with each passing word. It was clear that what Elena described wasn't just a personal ordeal, it was part of something far more dangerous. At that very moment, back at the Wild Crane Inn, Wang the 18th continued watching the footage of Li's encounter with Elena. His hand hovered over the pause button as he watched Li wield the heart sword, his eyes narrowing as he studied every movement. The pieces were beginning to fit together. The mystery of Manhwa, the sudden appearance of cloaked figures, the heavenly demon sect's involvement, and Li's ancient martial prowess. It was all connected. Wang could feel it in his bones. He leaned back in his chair, a cold smile creeping across his face. The storm brewing in the martial world was far from over, and it was about to get much worse. Back in District 32 of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the tension in the chamber was suffocating. Zhong Ritak, despite the bleeding cut on his neck, stood motionless, staring into the eyes of the West Heaven Sword Matron. His earlier confidence had all but crumbled as her words sank deeper into his mind. The Demon Heart Sura sword, the forbidden martial art long buried in the darkest chapters of their sect's history, had been used right before. Their eyes. The matron lowered her burning sword but didn't sheath it, keeping it alight as a reminder that she could strike again at any moment. Her gaze never wavered from Zhong, silently observing his reaction, calculating every micro-expression on his face. Zhong was clearly shaken, his breathing shallow as he tried to piece together how such a martial art once sealed away for centuries could have re-emerged in the hands of an unknown individual. He didn't know how to respond or how to grasp the gravity of this revelation. The West Heaven Sword Matron was no fool. She had already sensed it during her encounter with Li. His movements, the way he wielded his heart sword, and the raw, unfiltered energy that coursed through him, it was not the skill of an ordinary martial artist. It was something ancient and pure, something she had not witnessed in centuries. It wasn't just strength, it was mastery. A kind of mastery that couldn't be achieved in the modern era, where martial arts had become diluted, standardized, and too dependent on internal energy drives. She allowed herself a brief moment of reflection. What had gone so wrong at Manhwa? What dark secrets had been unleashed that led to this chain of events? The connection was undeniable. Li's sudden appearance, Elena's attack, the Heavenly Demon Sect's desperate pursuit, and the chaos at Manhwa. They were all strands of the same web, but the full picture still eluded her. Zhong finally regained some composure, his hand still pressed to his neck to stem the bleeding. He tried to rationalize what was happening, but the truth was becoming more unsettling with every passing second. The unknown martial artist wielding the Demon Heart Sura sword wasn't just a random threat, he was a direct challenge to the authority and secrecy of the Heavenly Demon Sect. If word spread that such a person existed, the foundations of their sect could be shaken. The sword matron, sensing his inner turmoil, allowed a small smirk to touch her lips. She had no intention of fully revealing what she knew. That would be too easy and far less fun. She thrived on chaos, and this situation was a storm just waiting to unfold. Without waiting for Zhong's response, she turned and left the chamber, her flowing robes trailing behind her like a shadow. The fire from her sword flickered and dimmed as she exited, leaving Zhong alone with his thoughts and fears. He knew she had let him live only because he still had a role to play. Back on the West Heaven Sword Matron's ship, Elena lay unconscious once more in the recovery chamber, her body slowly mending in the green healing liquid. Her mother stood outside the chamber, arms folded, watching her daughter's slow recovery with a cold, calculating gaze. Her thoughts were a swirling mix of strategy and memory. This was no longer just a matter of familial concern, it was a matter of martial history, and Elena was a key player in it. Meanwhile, on the S-Devil ship, the atmosphere was much lighter, though no less chaotic. Lee devoured hot dogs at a pace that could only be described as monstrous, barely pausing for breath as he cleared plate after plate. Robert, Sir Young, and Yuhan sat around him, staring in disbelief. The tension from the recent battle had faded, but the uncertainty of what lay ahead lingered in the air. Yuhan had begun to open up, recounting her escape from Manhwa and the terrifying transformation of her once peaceful hometown. She described the people turning against her without reason, hunting her as if she were a threat, and how she barely managed to escape with her life. The more she spoke, the more Robert's expression darkened. His connection to Manhwa made her story hit closer to home than he expected. He couldn't shake the feeling that something much bigger was happening back at Manhwa. The sudden hostility of the townspeople, the emergence of cloaked figures, and the involvement of the Heavenly Demon sect all pointed to a deeper conspiracy. It was no longer a coincidence, it was a warning that something ancient and dangerous had been awakened. Sunja listened quietly, her analytical mind piecing together the clues. Though she rarely showed emotion, there was a clear shift in her demeanor as Yuhan described the events. Manhwa had always been a place of secrets, but whatever had happened there had changed everything. In the middle of Yuhan's recounting, Lee interrupted by accidentally launching a hot dog across the table, which landed directly in Yuhan's lap. She barely reacted, too consumed by her thoughts to care. Sir Young groaned in frustration, but she couldn't stay annoyed for long. Her focus returned to the bigger picture, how they would survive what was coming next. Suddenly, the ship's sensors began to beep, signaling an incoming transmission. Sunya walked over to the control panel, her eyes narrowing as she read the data. It was a signal from the West Heaven Sword matron's ship. Back on the matron's ship, Kim knelt before his mother once again, his face marked with both awe and confusion. He struggled to process the events that had unfolded. The matron gave him one final command, to track Lee and his companions but not to interfere. She made it clear that whatever lay ahead was beyond his comprehension and possibly beyond his survival. Kim nodded, his pride wounded, but he dared not argue. His mother's warning about the true nature of the threat lingered in his mind like a dark cloud. He knew this mission was unlike any he had undertaken before. It wasn't just about bounty hunting or power, it was about survival and unraveling the truth behind an ancient legacy that refused to stay buried. As the S-Devil ship drifted deeper into space, Manhwa remained a looming shadow over all of them, a place of history, secrets, and power that would eventually pull them back. The storm was far from over. If anything, it was just beginning. The S-Devil's ship hovered over Manhwa, circling its once beautiful landscapes before descending slowly toward Hum County, a quaint region known for its traditional architecture and peaceful atmosphere. But now, that peace had been replaced by an overwhelming sense of desolation. The streets were empty, devoid of life, yet everything seemed unnervingly untouched. The homes stood as if still inhabited, their lights glowing in the dim evening, but not a single soul was in sight. Market stalls remained open, with goods left scattered on the ground, pots and baskets overturned, as if the townsfolk had fled in a hurry. A strange silence blanketed the entire town, interrupted only by the distant whine of the ship's engines. Sir Young furrowed her brow and turned to Yuhan, her voice tinged with suspicion. She asked her what was going on, demanding to know why her homeland had become a ghost town. Hin didn't answer right away, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at the deserted streets. The emptiness of her home felt like a gaping wound, one she didn't know how to explain. Robert, however, couldn't stay calm. His pulse quickened as he frantically scanned the surroundings. This wasn't just any place, this was his home, and something had clearly gone terribly wrong. His voice cracked with panic as he yelled that they needed to act fast. He was certain that something catastrophic had happened. He reached out and grabbed Sir Young by her collar, his eyes wide with desperation. He begged her to do something, to help him save Manhwa before it was too late. The captain gasped for breath, trying to free herself from his grip, her face turning red. She told him to calm down, but Robert's panic was contagious, filling the air with dread. Tears streamed down Yuhan's face as she watched her home now a shadow of its former self. She couldn't hold back her sorrow any longer, clutching her chest as if the weight of the scene was physically crushing her. Lee stood nearby, observing everything with an unreadable expression. He didn't share their immediate panic, but his gaze sharpened as he took in the eerie surroundings. He turned to Yuhan, quietly asking her if she knew why the town was abandoned. His calm yet commanding voice snapped her out of her daze, but just as she was about to speak, Sunja interrupted with a revelation. "There's a life signal," the android reported, her tone clinical but urgent. Everyone turned toward her, their attention caught. A single life sign, located deep inside the Jaha Pavilion, the ancient seat of Manhwa's leadership. Robert's panic morphed into determination. His eyes lit up with recognition as he mentioned that the Jaha Pavilion was where the leader of the Manhwa sect resided. His voice dropped into something more solemn as he confirmed Sunja's words, but his jaw tightened. One life sign, one person, was all that remained in the vast pavilion that once bustled with life. Sunja confirmed it was a strong life sign, but it was solitary. Something about her tone suggested that the presence wasn't normal, though she said nothing further. Hin remained silent, staring at the ground, her lips trembling slightly. She clearly knew who it was. The others could feel it, but she said nothing. As they finally approached the Jaha Pavilion, night had fallen. The pavilion loomed in front of them, its grandeur overshadowed by an ominous, unsettling aura. Smoke wafted in the air around the building, though there was no sign of fire. The windows glowed faintly, casting flickering shadows that seemed to move on their own. The silence felt heavier here, pressing down on their shoulders like an unseen force. Young glanced back when she heard the clanking sound of metal behind her. She turned to see Robert donning an armored exosuit. A custom piece that resembled something between ancient martial armor and modern battle tech, a powerful suit designed for heavy combat. "What are you doing?" she asked, narrowing her eyes at him. Robert's eyes burned with fury as he adjusted the suit. His usually light-hearted demeanor had vanished, replaced by the fierce resolve of a man ready for vengeance. The way he carried himself made it clear he maintained that suit meticulously, treating it like a sacred relic. He never missed a day of cleaning, oiling, and polishing every piece of its armor. It was, in his eyes, an extension of himself. The air grew tense as the group moved closer to the tunnel near the old Aha Pavilion. The looming entrance seemed to swallow the light around it, its gaping darkness promising answers but threatening danger. Sarong, ever cautious, slowed her pace and surveyed the surroundings. She was not one to take chances. Scanning the area mentally, she knew better than to trust the stillness. The only thing that broke the silence was the faint hum of their comms as she checked in with Sunja. Though everything looked empty, she had learned through experience that appearances could deceive. She needed to be sure she asked for confirmation of the life signal they had been tracking, wary of chasing shadows. Sunya's response came back steady and calm. The signal was still there, but something felt off about it. It wasn't human, at least not in the conventional sense. A cold sensation settled in Sarong's chest as she processed that detail. The unknown was always the greatest threat. She took a moment to strategize and suggested they deploy a reconnaissance drone, a logical step to avoid walking into a trap. The drone could provide the clarity they needed, helping them see what lay ahead before risking the entire team. Before the plan could be put into action, Robert, true to his impulsive nature, charged ahead with reckless abandon. The mere thought of facing something non-human ignited an almost childlike excitement in him. His steps thundered into the tunnel as he plunged headlong into the unknown, his suit catching the dim light as he vanished into the darkness. His presence alone was enough to send echoes bouncing off the tunnel walls, his boldness far louder than the steady hum of their preparation. For a moment, Sarong stood still, processing the sheer audacity of his actions. The others were just as stunned. His impulsiveness left little room for hesitation. There was no longer a need for stealth. The element of surprise had already been lost. Sarong adjusted her gear and made a split-second decision. Subtlety was no longer an option. The priority now was to proceed carefully but quickly. She signaled the group to follow, their senses on high alert as they approached the tunnel's entrance. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light lit up the darkness. A fiery torrent erupted from the depths of the tunnel, spreading like a tidal wave of flame. The heat was unbearable, rolling forward with terrifying speed, consuming everything in its path. The ground beneath them seemed to quake as the fire roared toward the pavilion, its power so great that the houses nearby caught the blast, their walls blackened in an instant. The flames surged and danced violently, a force that seemed almost alive in its intensity. For a split second, it felt like time stood still. The world became a blur of heat and light as the firestorm enveloped the tunnel entrance. In the chaos, Suryoung barely registered what was happening until the flames receded as quickly as they had come. Smoke hung thick in the air, the scent of charred earth lingering heavily around them. Incredibly, they were still alive. The shock of it was written all over Suryoung's face. For a few moments she was frozen, her mind trying to catch up with what had just happened. Hyun seemed equally bewildered, staring at the scorched ground in disbelief. Both women realized, belatedly, that they had instinctively pressed against each other in an effort to avoid the fire's reach. Their position, upon reflection, was awkward and somewhat compromising. However, survival mattered far more than dignity at that moment. It became clear what had happened. Lee, ever the calm and collected one, had acted with lightning-fast reflexes. Without thinking twice, he had shielded both of them from the onslaught, using his legs to brace and block the heat. His focus was sharp, his gaze locked on the tunnel ahead. Oblivious to their embarrassment, he peered deeper into the shadows, his sharp eyes searching for the origin of the fire. As Soo-young regained her composure, she couldn't help but marvel at their unlikely survival. Glancing back at the tunnel's entrance, her mind raced with questions. What kind of force had they just encountered? What could unleash such destructive power and then disappear without a trace? Pushing forward, they soon found Robert lying motionless. His suit was scorched and blackened, the aftermath of the fire leaving him battered but intact. His body was unnervingly still, his posture rigid. The sight sent a wave of dread through Sarong. She crouched beside him, examining the damage, searching for any sign of life. His suit had protected him, absorbing the worst of the flames, but the impact had left him seemingly frozen in place. The air around him still crackled faintly from residual heat. Time stretched thin as they waited, watching for any sign of life from their comrade. His silence felt like an eternity, but then Sunya's calm voice confirmed what they had hoped: Robert was alive. His suit had done its job. His silence was merely the result of shock. He would recover once his senses caught up with the reality that he had narrowly escaped death. As they waited for him to regain his composure, Lee's attention was once again drawn toward the tunnel's depths. Something shimmered faintly in the darkness. He squinted, focusing on a strange sight, a thin streak of pink lightning flickering across the tunnel walls. As he looked closer, his eyes caught something unusual. Delicate pink flower petals floated gently through the air, glowing softly with an otherworldly light. They drifted aimlessly, carried by a faint breeze that seemed to originate from deep within the tunnel. One petal landed on his hair and shattered into fragments, almost like glass. He brushed it aside, puzzled by its fragility. More petals appeared, their numbers growing rapidly, filling the tunnel in a mesmerizing dance of light. Their origin became clearer as they moved deeper. The petals emanated from a man seated on a throne at the far end of the tunnel. His presence was overwhelming, radiating power that pulsed through the very air. The man sat motionless, his eyes closed, his body surrounded by the swirling petals. His aura was immense and suffocating, like a storm held in place. Lee stared at him in confusion, his instincts screaming for answers as the tunnel grew more saturated with the mysterious energy. The man remained still, seemingly unaware or perhaps unconcerned by their presence. Whatever he was, this was no ordinary encounter. Every fiber of Lee's being knew that they were standing on the edge of something far beyond their understanding. The petals continued to fall, filling the space with their fragile beauty, hinting at the power that lingered within the mysterious figure at the tunnel's end. The team stood in tense silence as they stared at the man seated on the throne before them. His body radiated streams of pink and purple light, an energy so dense it seemed to weigh down the air in the tunnel. Lee narrowed his eyes as he studied the swirling petals and vibrant hues surrounding him. These weren't ordinary blossoms. Reaching out, he caught one of the plum blossom petals in midair and examined it closely. Its delicate structure disintegrated in his fingers, releasing a faint purple mist. His expression darkened as the realization hit him. The petals told him everything he needed to know. The heat from the earlier burst of fire had forced the plum blossoms to bloom, a clear sign that the man on the throne had reached the pinnacle of the plum blossom heavenly, fragrance heart technique. Yet something was off. The blossoms weren't the usual soft pink. Instead, they glowed an unnatural shade of purple. Lee knew immediately what this meant. The technique had fused with another, the infamous purple mist divine heart, a forbidden art that no martial artist dared to combine with the plum blossom technique. The consequences of merging extreme yang energy, which embodied the fiery nature of the plum blossom heavenly fragrance, with extreme yin energy, represented by the watery essence of the purple mist divine art, were unimaginable. Lee reasoned that only chaos could result from such a combination. Martial arts had their boundaries, and those who dared to cross them often paid the price. When a martial artist's desire exceeded their natural limits, something sinister took root within them, a demon in their heart that consumed their humanity. The man before them was no longer human in the traditional sense. Sunya's voice buzzed in their comms, breaking the heavy silence. She confirmed what they feared. The life signal was indeed emanating from the man seated on the throne. She identified him as none other than Flourishing Blossom Sword Sovereign Young Jokan, the leader of Mount Ha. The weight of her words hit hard. Sarong's breath caught in her throat as she took a closer look at the figure. It truly was the Sword Sovereign. His reputation preceded him. He was known throughout the martial world as a formidable master, yet seeing him in person was nothing short of surreal. Li's eyes remained fixed on the sovereign. His presence seemed almost ethereal, otherworldly. Meanwhile, Hyun stood quietly, tears streaming down her face. Her shoulders trembled as she gazed at the man before her. To everyone's shock, she whispered one word, "Dad." The revelation stunned the group. The sword sovereign of Mount Ha, a figure of almost mythical power, was Hyun's father. While the others stood frozen in disbelief, Hyun began moving toward him with unwavering resolve. Her eyes never left him, her heart leading her feet toward the man she had longed to see again. The lights around him continued to pulse, crackling with streaks of pink and purple energy, yet she pressed on without hesitation. Li's instincts kicked in as soon as he realized the gravity of the situation. Drawing on his energy, he summoned the Heart Sword, a powerful technique he had used before to defeat even the most dangerous foes. The air grew thick with a pure, radiant aura as his energy state awakened. He warned Sarong to take the others and flee. This fight, he said, wouldn't be an easy one. Even he couldn't guarantee their safety if it came to a full confrontation. His intention was clear. If young Jokan had truly succumbed to the demon in his heart, he would stop him at any cost. But before Li could strike, Hyun rushed forward, ignoring all warnings. Sarong shouted after her, telling her to stop, but Hyun didn't listen. She ran straight into the storm of energy radiating from her father. Time seemed to slow as the energy around them reached a crescendo. The clock on Sunya's monitor ticked ominously down to 1 second before 18. Hyun's arms wrapped around her father in a tight embrace, her face buried against his chest. For a fleeting moment, it seemed the world held its breath. Against all logic, the energy didn't harm her. It surrounded her, crackling and pulsing, but never once burned or pushed her away. Sarong and Li stared in stunned silence, their eyes wide in disbelief. Then, the unthinkable happened. The storm of light began to change. The blossoms and the streaks of energy shifted in color, turning a bright yellow before gently fading away. The air calmed, the tension lifting like a dissipating mist. Young Joken stirred for the first time. Slowly, he opened his eyes and looked down at the girl in his arms. Recognition dawned in his gaze, softening his expression. He gently placed his hand on her head, his touch filled with paternal love. For a long moment he said nothing, simply holding his daughter in a protective embrace. It was as if the overwhelming power that had radiated from him moments ago had vanished completely. The terrifying force that had consumed the tunnel was now replaced by a peaceful stillness. Sarong struggled to make sense of the sudden change. One moment, the man had seemed like a monster. The next, he was a loving father reunited with his daughter. It was jarring and left her speechless. Sunya's voice crackled through the comms again, her tone unusually calm. She informed the team that everything was normal now. The strange phenomenon had passed. The world had returned to its natural state. Sarong blinked in confusion, still reeling from the rapid shift in events. She asked Sunya to clarify, but the android simply confirmed what she saw on her monitor. The clock on her screen now read just a few seconds past 18. Meanwhile, outside the tunnel, life seemed to have resumed as if nothing had ever happened. In the nearby city, people walked along the streets, their footsteps casual and unconcerned. Couples strolled hand in hand, and vendors resumed their business as though the storm of energy had been nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Sunja scanned the surrounding areas with their cameras, and confirmed that the once deserted streets were now bustling with life. The change was so sudden and complete that it felt almost surreal. Sarong watched in silence as the man who had moments ago seemed lost in darkness now stood as a father embracing his daughter. Li remained silent, his sharp eyes observing the scene, his mind racing to process everything that had just transpired. Though the danger had passed for now, he knew deep down that the strange fusion of energy techniques was no ordinary event. Something far more significant was at play, and it was only the beginning of what lay ahead. The town had returned to life, seemingly all at once. People strolled along the streets, stopping by market stalls and entering shops as if it were just another peaceful morning. The city that had been eerily deserted moments ago was now filled with the murmur of conversations and the clatter of daily life. Sunya watched the monitors closely, tracking the sudden reappearance of the townsfolk. She confirmed that every missing person seemed to have returned at once. It was as if they had never vanished in the first place, leaving no trace of the eerie emptiness that had overtaken the town earlier. Robert, Sir-young, and Sunja decided to sit down at a nearby restaurant, hoping to collect their thoughts. They were disturbed by the strangeness of it all, their nerves frayed from the morning's events. Sir-young turned to Sunya and questioned the reliability of their bioscanner, wondering if it had malfunctioned. After all, it hadn't detected any life signs until the townspeople had suddenly reappeared. Sunya, calm as always, took a sip of her drink and reassured her that they had checked the scanner earlier, and it had shown no errors. To be thorough, the android connected to the bioscanner again and ran a fresh diagnostic. The scanner was working perfectly, but as she scanned the townsfolk, something unsettling emerged. She noticed that none of the people around them registered any internal energy. Both adults and children had completely drained energy reserves, leaving them with readings that should have been impossible for living beings. Robert tried to brush it off, noting that the people looked fine despite their readings. He argued that it shouldn't be too much of a problem since they had thought the townspeople were dead before. At least they were alive now. Despite his attempt to downplay it, Soo-young couldn't shake her discomfort. Something was deeply wrong, and she knew better than to ignore her instincts. Robert, ever the optimist, shrugged it off and turned his focus to his growling stomach. He glanced behind him, rubbing his hands together and announcing that he was starving. Waving to the restaurant's attendant, he tried to signal her to take their order. As she walked toward their table, Robert confidently requested a double serving of noodles and a large special dong pork. But something strange happened. The server walked right past him without acknowledging his presence. Robert froze mid-gesture, his hands still in the air, confusion etched across his face. He turned to watch the server attend to other customers, wondering if she had simply not heard him. When she began to head back toward their table, he felt a wave of relief. Raising his voice, he called out again to place his order. This time, the server once again walked straight past him without a word, as if he weren't even there. A stunned silence fell over the table. Robert sat frozen, his hands still raised. His eyes followed the server, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. After a few moments, he let out an exclamation of frustration, demanding to know what was going on. Sunya, always quick to observe, calmly pointed out the unsettling truth. The people around them couldn't see them. It wasn't that they were being ignored. It was as if they didn't exist at all. No one in the restaurant made eye contact with them. No heads turned in their direction, and no one even glanced at their table. It was as if they were nothing more than part of the furniture. Soo-young felt a gnawing sense of dread creep into her chest. The situation wasn't just strange, it was dangerous. She wrapped her coat tighter around her, muttering that she didn't want to get involved in something this bizarre. Elsewhere, young Joken, the flourishing Blossom Sword Sovereign, sat peacefully at a nearby pavilion. After embracing Hyun moments earlier, he had returned to his morning routine. He poured tea from a polished pot into small cups, enjoying the stillness of dawn as he sipped his drink. He seemed utterly unbothered by the commotion surrounding him. His movements were deliberate and calm, each sip taken with quiet satisfaction. Hyun stood nearby, her heart torn between fear and confusion. She watched her father with a mixture of longing and concern. Something wasn't right. This man, the same man who had radiated dangerous energy just moments before, now sat calmly drinking tea, as though he hadn't just unleashed a storm of power. Yet, he gave no sign that he was aware of their presence. His eyes never met hers, and his calm demeanor remained unchanged. Hyun tried to explain it to Lee. She told him that her father had been like this since she returned from her last journey. He completed his daily tasks as if nothing had changed. He inspected the grounds, ate his meals, and tended to his gardens with the same precision and care as always. But something was missing. He seemed disconnected from the world around him. It was as though he were living in a parallel existence, separate from the reality the others inhabited. Lee listened carefully, his gaze never leaving the Sword Sovereign. He considered everything Hyun said, piecing together the fragments of this puzzle. His instincts warned him that this was far from normal. Lee grew increasingly disturbed by the scene before him. He cautiously walked up to Young, waving a hand in front of his face to test his awareness. But the Sword Sovereign didn't flinch, his eyes unfocused and distant. Hyun quickly warned Lee that it was futile. Young couldn't see them. Her voice dropped with urgency as she cautioned him to be careful. Interfering with the Sovereign's routine could lead to something dangerous. Unfortunately, Lee didn't catch that last part. With a sigh, he grabbed the teacup from Young's hand, intending to snap him out of his trance. The second the cup left his fingers, Hyun's eyes widened in panic. She screamed, telling Lee that it was a terrible mistake and he needed to move out of the way immediately. Before Lee could fully process her reaction, young Jokan sprang into motion with lethal precision. His sword, which had been resting beside him, sliced through the air at lightning speed, aiming directly for Lee's neck. Time seemed to slow as Lee instinctively bent backward, narrowly avoiding the blade by a hair's breadth. The edge of the sword whistled past him, cutting through the air with deadly force. Lee's heart raced as he straightened, locking eyes with Young. He realized that things were about to escalate quickly. Young's movements were not that of a mere human, they were something far beyond. He raised his sword again, directing a downward slash meant to pin Lee to the ground. Lee rolled to the side just in time, dodging the strike with practiced agility. The ground where the sword struck cracked and splintered under the sheer force of the blow. The sword sovereign moved with such speed that it seemed as though multiple swords were cutting at once. Each swing was a blur, too fast for the eye to follow. Lee had no choice but to keep dodging, relying on his reflexes to avoid the onslaught. The fight moved across the room in a deadly dance, with Lee barely keeping ahead of Young's relentless strikes. Then, the energy around Young began to shift again. He formed a swirling orb of energy in his palms, an unstable and dangerous technique. The heat of the energy filled the air, crackling with potential destruction. Lee's expression hardened. He knew what was coming, and it couldn't be allowed to happen. If Young released that energy, it could destroy everything in the room. Without hesitation, Lee rushed forward, meeting Young's attack with his own energy force. His palms collided with Young's, stopping the release of the energy just before it could fully detonate. The resulting clash sent a shockwave rippling through the space, shaking the walls and creating a powerful explosion that ripped through the room. Huyen screamed as the force of the blast threw her backward. She barely managed to shield herself, watching in terror as the two forces collided. Smoke filled the room. When it cleared, Lee still stood, breathing hard but steady. Young, however, had been thrown backward by the impact. Slowly, the sword sovereign rose to his feet again, his eyes burning with murderous intent. His body pulsed with pink and purple light, and flashes of lightning crackled around him. His expression was blank, but his energy was growing increasingly chaotic, far beyond anything that should have been possible. Lee immediately noticed the signs the sword sovereign was exhibiting: extreme yang and yin energies at once, the same dangerous combination they had seen in the tunnel. His body should not have been able to sustain such a balance. No martial artist could tread that realm without paying the ultimate price. Yet, Young was walking straight into it, his energy rising to unspeakable levels. Suddenly, a massive plum blossom appeared out of thin air. Its petals were a deep, corrupted purple, tinged with streaks of pink fire. It floated ominously toward Young, circling him like a predator stalking its prey. Lee watched in awe and dread, his mind racing. Young was human, yet not entirely human. Something about him defied explanation. His situation was more peculiar than anything Lee had ever encountered, and it was clear that whatever had brought him to this state was not natural. Huyen screamed again, urging Lee to act quickly. If they waited too long, the consequences could be catastrophic. The plum blossom closed in on Lee with menacing grace, its deadly beauty concealing an overwhelming power. Time was running out. Lee reached into his cloak and pulled out the teacup. Without hesitation, he swung his arm backward, gathering enough force to send the cup flying toward Young. The cup soared through the air, heading straight for the center of the corrupted plum blossom. For a tense moment, it seemed as though the flower would stop the cup in its tracks. But then, the cup tore through the heart of the blossom, slicing it apart. The flower exploded in a burst of dark purple gas, the corrupted energy dispersing into the air. Huyen held her breath, watching intently. The teacup continued its flight toward her father, and just when it seemed all hope would be lost, young Jokin caught it in midair with a swift, effortless motion. The transformation was immediate. The pink fire and lightning surrounding him began to dim, the chaotic energy dissipating rapidly. His breathing slowed, and his eyes regained their clarity. He stood silently, cradling the cup in his hands as if it were the most precious thing in the world. The sword sovereign had been fighting for the cup all along, drawn to it like an anchor in the storm of his fractured mind. The room fell into an uneasy calm. The deadly aura that had consumed Young faded away completely, leaving him standing quietly in the aftermath. Lee lowered his stance, still on edge but relieved the immediate danger had passed. Huyen stared at her father, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear. What had just happened? And more importantly, what kind of power was hidden within that cup? As dusk fell, the day gave way to night, and darkness once again cloaked the streets. The atmosphere grew colder, heavier. Huyen quietly told Lee about how she had returned home half a month ago after finishing her interstellar tour. Things had felt strange since the day she stepped back into the city. Streets that had once been familiar now seemed like shadows of their former selves. The people, neighbors, and townsfolk she had known her whole life moved like clockwork, repeating their routines with unnerving precision. Elsewhere, Sunya, Sir Young, and Robert wandered through the streets, still pondering the oddities surrounding them. Robert, his curiosity getting the best of him, reached out to stop a man walking by. He gently grabbed the man's shoulder and tried to engage him, hoping to get some answers. But the man, busy on a call, didn't respond at all. Instead, he froze mid-motion, his body locking into place like a malfunctioning machine. Robert's brows furrowed in confusion. He waved his hand in front of the man's face, but there was no reaction. The man remained completely frozen, his eyes fixed on his phone as if he were stuck in time. Robert stepped back and looked around for help. He asked Sunya what was happening, but before she could answer, the situation worsened. Suddenly, the man's body began to fade. His figure shimmered faintly, dissolving into thin air, leaving behind only a ghostly outline for a brief moment before vanishing entirely. Robert stood there, stunned, his mouth slightly open in disbelief. He turned towards Sunya and asked if they had just teleported somewhere. But even Sunya, the ever-reliable android, was speechless. She scanned the surroundings, her face blank as she tried to process what had just happened. Suryoung's voice cut through the silence as she pressed Sunya for answers. Sunya struggled to provide a concrete explanation, admitting that it looked like large-scale teleportation based on the particle wave patterns. However, she added that the scale was far too massive to be anything they had encountered before. Suryoung, still rattled, turned around to see if anyone else was still there. To her horror, she realized the streets behind them were now empty. Everyone had vanished. A chill ran down her spine as she scanned the desolate street. She asked Sunya again, her voice filled with urgency. "Where did everyone go?" Sunya continued scanning the environment with precision. Her sensors swept through the area and processed the data in seconds. She turned to the group, her expression serious, and calmly reported that all signs of life had disappeared from the entire planet. The words hung in the air like a heavy weight. Suryoung froze, disbelief washing over her. She asked Sunya to repeat herself, hoping she had misheard. But the android's response remained unchanged. The entire planet was now devoid of life. Meanwhile, Huan tugged on Lee's sleeve and pointed toward the streets outside. Her eyes were wide with fear as she warned him that something even stranger was about to happen. Whenever the people disappeared, something else always followed. She stared into the deepening darkness, her voice trembling as she described what came next. Strange creatures began to appear in the empty streets. At that very moment, a low rumble echoed from the far end of the street. Out of the growing mist, the unmistakable sound of synchronized footsteps filled the air. Emerging from the fog, an army of robots marched in perfect formation. Their metal bodies gleamed faintly under the pale light, their movements unnervingly precise. Each robot wielded a sword, and their glowing eyes cut through the darkness like sharp beacons. They advanced in rhythmic order, their footsteps heavy and deliberate, as if they had a singular purpose. The mist thickened around them, covering the ground like a rolling wave. More robots appeared, hundreds of them moving in unison. The sound of their metal feet against the pavement created an ominous cadence that echoed through the empty city. Suryoung, Robert, and Sunya stared in horror as the army surrounded them, approaching from all directions. Robert's voice broke the silence as he asked what on earth those things were. Suryoung couldn't answer. Her eyes darted back and forth, trying to make sense of the situation. The robots continued their march, drawing closer with each step. She could feel the tension rising, every instinct screaming at her to find a way out. She muttered that they were trapped with no clear escape route. The captain, struggling to keep her composure, turned to Sunya. Her eyes remained fixed on the approaching robots as she asked if they were androids. Sunya didn't respond immediately. Her sensors were still analyzing the situation. The robots had no internal energy signature and didn't match any known models. This was something new, something dangerous. As the robots closed in, Suryoung knew they had only moments to act. The rhythmic clanking of metal against stone was relentless, a mechanical march that promised no mercy. The mist grew thicker, swallowing the streets around them. Hundreds of swords gleamed in the dim light, their edges sharp and deadly. Suryoung clenched her fists, steeling herself for whatever was about to come. She didn't know what these machines were or what their purpose was, but one thing was clear: this was far from an ordinary threat. If they didn't find a way out soon, they would be overwhelmed. The city that had seemed so ordinary at first glance had transformed into something far more sinister, and the night was only just beginning. The construction droids advanced with unnerving precision, their movements coordinated like an unstoppable machine tide. Their incomplete bodies gave them an eerie appearance, hollow, with exposed iron rods in place of functional abdominal regions. Their hollow-eyed stares betrayed no thought or hesitation, only action. Sunja's scanner confirmed they were early model construction droids designed for planetary development, built to handle basic tasks. Their AI was primitive, limiting their capabilities to simple labor. However, despite the benign description, these droids clutched swords in their mechanical hands. Robert's unease grew as he studied the weapons, questioning the necessity of such tools for simple construction work. Suryoung attempted to keep the situation calm. insisting that the droids couldn't harm them due to the 3 laws of robotics hard-coded protocols ensuring robots could never hurt humans. Yet, something was wrong. Before she could order them to step aside, one of the droids lunged toward her with a vicious swing of its sword. The blade sliced through the air, aiming directly at her midsection. Acting purely on instinct, Young launched a blast of energy from her palms, propelling herself backward just in time. The burst created a small explosion, scattering debris as she barely avoided the strike. The droid didn't stop. It pressed forward, followed by several others that leaped with agility far beyond their expected limits. They moved like deadly predators, their swords cutting through the air with lethal precision. The sudden onslaught confirmed the worst: the droids were no longer bound by their programming. These machines were not malfunctioning. They had become something far more dangerous. Young gathered her strength and unleashed another powerful energy blast. The explosion rippled through the street, creating a blinding flash of light that sent several droids flying. The shockwave reverberated across the city, illuminating the skyline with a burst of crimson flames. From a distance, Hyun and Lee watched the fiery eruption. Hyun turned toward the chaos, recognizing the familiar sight of the droids attacking. She had seen this before. It was always the same. The people would disappear, and shortly after, these machines would emerge, hunting down anything alive. The city streets became a battlefield of metal and fire as the droids swarmed through every alley and rooftop, hunting their prey. Young stood her ground, but the sheer number of droids quickly overwhelmed her. Sunya clung to her waist as she tried to maintain balance. Robert, realizing the danger, turned and bolted in the opposite direction, weaving through the ruined streets in a desperate attempt to escape. The droids chased them onto a nearby rooftop, their relentless pursuit leaving no room for retreat. The roof was surrounded, and it seemed there was no way out. The machines climbed the walls like a tide of steel, their sharp blades glinting in the moonlight as they closed in from all sides. Hyun watched the scene unfold, her breath caught in her throat. Memories of her first encounter with these droids flooded back. When she returned home from her tour, the streets had been eerily quiet. The city felt wrong, its familiar rhythm replaced with an oppressive stillness. Then the droids had appeared, just like they were now. She had barely escaped with her life. If it hadn't been for her father, she would have been killed. Her eyes drifted toward the left, where her father's T-spot usually stood. Hearing the growing chaos, she instinctively turned to see if he was still there. The spot was empty, save for a faint trace of heat where the pinkish flames had once burned. Her father had gone back to his throne. As always, the droids never approached that area. For reasons she couldn't explain, they avoided it entirely. It was a strange phenomenon she had observed time and again. The droids never dared to cross into the space where young Jokan sat in his meditative trance. Young Jokan had returned to his seat, his posture regal and unmoving. His arm rested on the arm of his throne, and the pink fire began to ignite once again, enclosing his surroundings in an ethereal blaze. He closed his eyes, immersing himself deeper into meditation. The air around him shimmered with heat as the bright pink light burst outward. Plum blossoms appeared once more, floating in the air, their delicate petals glowing softly in the dim light. Hyun explained to Lee that whenever the people disappeared, her father was the only one who remained. No matter what happened around him, he stayed in that same state, untouchable, unreachable. He seemed to exist in a separate reality, detached from the chaos surrounding him. Yet his presence remained constant, like a lone beacon in the midst of a storm. Lee watched young Jokan closely, observing the pink flames that flickered and danced around him. He realized what was happening. Young Jokan was clinging to life with every ounce of his strength. He was burning his internal energy along with his very soul, fighting off the inner demons that threatened to consume him. It was a desperate act of survival, a fragile balance that required every bit of his willpower to maintain. Lee placed a hand gently on Hyun's head, silently acknowledging her father's struggle. There was something noble about it, something deeply personal. It wasn't just about survival. Young Jokan was protecting something far more important than himself. His gaze softened as he looked at Hyun. It was her. She was the reason he fought so hard to stay alive, the reason he refused to succumb to the darkness. The air grew heavy with emotion as Hyun stared at her father, her heart aching with pity. She had always known he was strong. But seeing him now locked in a constant battle for his very existence filled her with a new kind of respect and sadness. What kind of pain must he be enduring to protect her this way? Lee's expression hardened. He knew they couldn't let this continue. The situation had spiraled too far out of control. He turned abruptly and began walking out of the chamber, his footsteps deliberate and resolute. Hyun blinked in surprise, struggling to process his sudden departure. She called after him, asking where he was going, but he didn't turn back. Without slowing down, He told her he had no intention of watching this tragedy unfold any further. It was time to end it. He needed to find the one responsible for all of this, face them, and put a stop to whatever dark force was at work. His resolve was absolute. Whoever had caused this chaos would soon answer for their actions. The streets stretched out before him like a labyrinth, shrouded in mist and menace. Somewhere out there, the true enemy was waiting. Lee's pace quickened, determination burning in his eyes. Fu-in hurried to follow, her pulse quickening. She knew that the real battle had only just begun. The trio found themselves trapped at a dead end, surrounded on all sides by droids with glowing red eyes, their cold stares promising nothing but destruction. The dim alley offered no escape, and Seryung could feel her pulse quicken as she realized how dire the situation had become. The droids stood still for a moment, calculating, their eyes scanning their targets like predators sizing up their prey. A thick silence filled the air before Seryung stammered, struggling to make sense of what was happening. Her voice trembled as she questioned why the droids were attacking humans, something that should have been impossible. Turning to Sunya, who clung to her from behind, she sought an answer, hoping for reassurance that this was all just some terrible malfunction. But Sunya's response did little to comfort her. According to everything they knew about robotics, this situation simply couldn't happen. The 3 laws of robotics were immutable. Attacking humans was fundamentally against every rule hardwired into intelligent systems. Yet, here they were, facing an army of hostile machines ready to strike. Seryung's mind raced, trying to grasp a solution as the droids slowly began to close in. Robert, standing beside her, started to piece the puzzle together with his special forces experience. His instincts told him this wasn't just a malfunction. These weren't ordinary droids at all. His mind recalled rumors from his time in the military about a mysterious force called Iron Ganji reanimated corpses given metallic bodies, a terrifying fusion of undead and machine. They were brutal, unrelenting, and capable of far more destruction than any droid. Before Robert could finish his thought, the droids leapt into action, lunging toward them with lethal intent. Swords flashed in the dim light as the Iron Ganji attacked from every direction, intending to impale their prey. Seryung gritted her teeth and drew her sword, stepping forward to protect Sunya and brace for the onslaught. She tightened her grip on the hilt, ready to release every ounce of her energy if it meant holding them off. Just as the first wave of droids reached the apex of their leap, a series of blinding beams of light ripped through the air. The beams struck the droids midair with incredible force, splitting some into pieces and disarming others. The impact unleashed a massive explosion in the sky, scattering flaming debris across the alleyway. Seryung shielded her eyes from the sudden light, stunned by the sheer force of the attack. She and Sunya stared in disbelief, wondering who had intervened just in time to save them. Amid the settling dust and smoke, a familiar figure emerged. Robert stood proudly in his combat suit, wielding heavy artillery and a wild grin on his face. His weapons still glowed from the recent discharge as he came in, guns blazing. He launched another barrage of energy blasts, tearing through the remaining droids with ruthless efficiency. Seryung watched in shock as Robert moved with the precision and ease of a seasoned soldier, systematically dismantling the enemy. His suit gleamed under the dim light, its armored plates showing signs of recent combat but holding strong. As the last of the droids fell, Robert announced with authority that these weren't droids at all. They were Iron Ganji, undead machines programmed to kill. The battle seemed over for now, but the Iron Ganji weren't ones to stay down for long. Even as their metallic bodies lay scattered, they began to rearrange themselves, reconnecting limbs and swords with mechanical efficiency, preparing for another strike. Meanwhile, in a far-off command center, Count Rel observed the chaos unfolding on a large screen. His half-metallic face remained expressionless as he watched Robert, Seryung, and Sunya fight for their lives. Standing beside him, another Iron Ganji named Shay provided a detailed report. She introduced the trio on the screen as Blazing Devil Tang Seryung, the intelligent android PL-36 KBT Sunja, and the former First Sergeant of the Northern Galaxy Combat Unit, Special Tactical Division, Robert Carlyle. She described the Blazing Devils as a group of bounty hunters operating in the outskirts of the galaxy, dismissing them as a minor nuisance that could be eliminated in seconds. However, Count Rel's attention lingered on the screen when he heard Robert's full credentials. The Count narrowed his eyes and asked Shay to confirm that Robert was part of the Northern Galaxy Combat Unit's Special Tactical Division. His gaze locked onto the image of Robert fighting with unmatched precision, clearly a soldier who had seen countless battles. Shay asked if she should issue the order to eliminate them immediately, but Count Rel didn't respond right away. He seemed deep in thought, weighing his options. Back at the battle site, Lee arrived just as the last traces of the fight faded. He scanned the scene, noting the shattered remains of Iron Gangi scattered across the ground and even littering the rooftops. His eyes narrowed as he processed the aftermath. Something powerful had been unleashed here. He asked how the fight had ended so quickly, surprised to find the battle already over. Robert stood triumphantly amid the wreckage, casually adjusting his combat suit as if this were just another day. He gloated about how he had gone all out on the droids this time. His excitement was palpable as he explained that he had been waiting for this kind of moment every day since leaving the service. This was precisely why he had never thrown away his combat suit. He flexed, showing off its pristine condition and fully functional systems. Lee watched with mild disbelief as Robert continued boasting. With a sarcastic edge, Lee asked what would have happened today if Robert had taken Soo-young's advice and sold the suit for food money. Robert smirked and shrugged, clearly enjoying the attention. Soo-young folded her arms and shot him a tired glare, unimpressed by his grandstanding. She frowned but said nothing, letting Robert revel in his moment of glory. Robert, however, didn't miss the chance to remind them why he had kept the suit. Back when they were struggling for cash, they had almost been forced to sell it to buy food and supplies. If he had sold it then, they would have been defenseless against the Iron Gangi today. His confidence bordered on arrogance, but he wasn't wrong. The suit had undoubtedly saved them. Lee remained quiet, processing everything. The Iron Gangi were unlike anything he had seen before, and their presence suggested something far more sinister at play. His instincts told him this was only the beginning of a much larger threat. They had survived this encounter, but Lee knew the true enemy was still out there, watching and waiting. The stakes had just risen, and the battle was far from over. Lee picked up one of the robotic hands from the pile of broken Iron Gangi and studied it closely. The metallic fingers were twisted and charred from the fight, yet their design intrigued him. He rotated the hand in his grip, his brow furrowing in confusion. It looked almost like armor, perhaps a piece of an elaborate gauntlet. Still unsure, he turned to the others, asking what it was. Soo-young corrected him, explaining that it wasn't part of any armor but rather a robot, or, more precisely, a droid. Lee frowned, trying to wrap his mind around the unfamiliar term. The word sounded strange and foreign to him, so he mispronounced it as drobot and asked her to speak plainly. The concept of machines that acted like living beings was far beyond his understanding. His civilization had never encountered anything close to robotics, and the idea was completely alien to him. Soo-young sighed, realizing it would be futile to explain. She told him to take a break, while Sunya gave a more simplified explanation. Sunja calmly described robots as machines that could think and act like people. Lee, already skeptical, looked completely stunned by this notion. A chunk of metal thinking and behaving like a human seemed absurd to him, no matter how much the world had supposedly changed. He dismissed the idea as impossible. Then something happened that utterly shattered his perception of reality. Sunja reached up, twisted her head off her neck, and held it out toward Lee to prove her point in the most graphic way possible. Lee's reaction was immediate and extreme. His eyes widened in absolute terror, and he stumbled backward, letting out a panicked scream. He bolted behind Huan, nearly knocking her to the ground in his frantic attempt to shield himself from what he believed was some otherworldly creature. His breathing was ragged, and his expression was a mixture of horror and disbelief. Soo-young got up, her frustration evident, and asked Sunya why she hadn't told Lee that she was an android. Sunya, still holding her detached head, casually responded that they'd been too busy fighting for their lives to mention it. Lee stood frozen behind Huan, peeking out cautiously as if expecting Sunya to transform into something even more terrifying. While the group was distracted, one of the partially destroyed Iron Gangi twitched. Its intelligence unit was still functional, and its single glowing eye opened slowly, scanning the room. Though it remained motionless, it was recording everything, especially Lee. The Gangi quietly transmitted the live feed to Count Rel's hideout. On a large screen, Count Rel and his advisors watched the footage with keen interest. The Gangi analyzing the data noted that Lee was not registered in any database. Even more unusual, Lee did not have an internal energy drive, which indicated that he was a pure natural, completely unaugmented, and without any enhancements. Count Rel leaned closer to the screen, his metallic face expressionless as he processed this new information. He dismissed Lee as a minor concern, considering his erratic behavior. Lee's lack of composure and his reaction to Sunja's demonstration convinced the Count that he posed no real threat. Instead, Count Rel shifted his focus to Robert. As the footage rolled, showing Robert fighting with deadly efficiency, Count Rel's eyes narrowed. He carefully reviewed Robert's background and confirmed his worst suspicion. Robert had been a first sergeant in the Northern Galaxy Combat Unit's Special Tactical Division. That level of skill and experience was no accident. Count Rel reasoned that Robert was no ordinary bounty hunter and would never have come to this place without a specific purpose. He ordered his team to investigate Robert thoroughly and remain on high alert. While the others could be ignored, Robert was the true threat. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the vast expanse of the galaxy, a brilliant star lit up the dark void of space. On closer inspection, it wasn't a star at all but a massive transport ship cruising toward its destination, the 32nd district of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Inside the district, the commander and elder waited with bated breath for the arrival of their special guest. Moments later, the ship docked, and its door opened. Out stepped Chon, the first-class officer of the Disaster Safety Headquarters Central Committee of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Wearing casual flip-flops, he seemed almost too relaxed for someone of his rank. He yawned as he walked down the ramp, his eyes half-lidded from fatigue. The commander and elder bowed deeply in respect, acknowledging his high status. Chon nodded lazily, agreeing that it had indeed been a long journey, and muttered that it had better be worth the effort. The officer got straight to business, inspecting Sanjun, who sat in a wheelchair nearby. Sanjun was still recovering from his earlier encounter with Lee, both physically and mentally. Chon climbed onto a stool to get a better look at the red mark on Sanjun's forehead, a vivid handprint left by Lee's earlier slap. The mark was swollen and clearly painful, but Sanjun assured Chon that the pain had significantly subsided. Chon placed a hand gently on the mark, studying it with great curiosity. His small stature didn't detract from the seriousness with which he examined the injury. Despite his sleepy demeanor, his sharp eyes betrayed a calculating mind. He knew there was more to the situation than a simple altercation, and his interest in Lee's involvement began to deepen. The officer said nothing for a moment, his hand still resting on Sanjun's head. His gaze darkened slightly as he contemplated the growing chaos and how it connected to the strange events happening in the galaxy. Whatever lay ahead, one thing was certain: it would not be simple, and it would not be safe. In the quiet yet tense medical lab, Officer Cho remained deep in thought as he pressed his hand over the mark on Sanjun's head. Sanjun's calmness vanished the moment the officer applied pressure. Intense pain surged through his body, causing him to cry out involuntarily. His agonized scream echoed across the sterile room, startling the onlookers. Cho's smaller handprint left another mark atop the existing scar, releasing a thin wisp of smoke just as it had when Lee struck him earlier. The officer withdrew his hand and observed the mark with great interest, resting his chin on his hand as he contemplated the unusual situation. Commander Zhang stood nearby, watching the scene unfold with growing concern. He noticed the striking differences between the two marks. While the original scar was swollen and radiated heat, Cho's fresh imprint left a distinct indented mark. He pointed it out, suggesting that perhaps the two were caused by different techniques. Cho remained quiet for a moment, then, without turning his head, calmly disagreed. He confirmed that they were indeed the same technique, the 9-yin palm. The commander's eyes widened in shock. This revelation aligned with what the sword matron had said earlier, confirming that the unknown individual they encountered had some connection with the Heavenly Demon Sect. The 9-yin palm was the lowest-tier martial art taught to beginner disciples, in their sect a basic cold energy technique. Yet the mark on Sanjun's head radiated heat, which defied the very nature of the skill. Elder Zhou, ever hospitable despite the strange circumstances, decided it was time to feed their guest. He returned with a large tray of food and began setting the table while the commander and Cho continued their discussion. The commander explained that he had mastered the 9-yin palm at the age of 7, yet he had never seen it used in this way. Cho nodded in agreement, pointing out that the 9-yin palm was fundamentally rooted in cold energy, so the presence of heat was unusual. Cho continued his analysis, explaining that whoever had struck Sanjun with the 9-yin palm had reached an extraordinary level. They had mastered the ability to reverse the fundamental nature of the technique, suppressing the cold and leaving only heat behind. Such mastery would require immense control, far beyond what most martial artists could achieve. Cho reasoned that it had been done deliberately to avoid causing serious harm, turning a dangerous technique into a more benign one. The commander was stunned, stammering as he asked if it was even possible to reverse the very essence of a martial art. It was akin to creating fire from ice, an absurd notion. Cho, however, assured him that while difficult, it was theoretically possible. He seemed almost bored with the conversation at this point, casually waiting for his food to cool down. He suggested they leave the heavy discussion for later and focus on eating. With a hint of a smirk, Cho offered the commander some black bean noodles. Commander Zhang frowned, wondering how Cho could think about food at such a serious time. But eventually, he agreed there was no use pondering complex theories on an empty stomach. The two of them sat down, the tension easing slightly as they ate. Meanwhile, back on Manhwa planet, the team returned to their ship to regroup after the earlier battle. As they settled in, Robert took a seat at the head of the table, leaning back confidently. He glanced at the others and told them that the creatures they had fought were called Iron Gangi. His words caught everyone's attention. Sunya, ever efficient, dropped a fresh stack of hot dogs in front of Lee, who wasted no time digging in. His appetite was alarming, consuming food at an extraordinary rate, much to Sir Young's dismay. She sat next to him, glaring as he devoured the mountain of hot dogs. Joining in on the meal, Sir Young asked Robert to elaborate on what Iron Gangi were. Robert leaned forward, his expression serious, and explained what he knew from his time in the service. According to rumors, Iron Gangi were part of a top-secret project to develop a new type of combat android, one that could bypass the 3 laws of robotics and attack humans. Sir Young shook her head in disbelief. She insisted that was impossible. Android intelligence circuits were hardwired with the 3 laws, making it fundamentally impossible for them to harm humans. Lee, still unable to accept that Sunya wasn't human, reached out to tug at her cheeks, his curiosity getting the best of him. Sunya merely frowned, enduring his prodding with a mix of annoyance and patience. Robert continued, undeterred by the distractions. He explained that the way they bypassed the 3 laws was by replacing the android's intelligence circuits with the brains of deceased humans. This revelation sent a chill through the room. It was a grim and twisted practice, turning the dead into something neither fully machine nor fully human Iron Gangi. Sor Young's eyes widened in shock as the implications sank in. The Iron Gangi weren't just machines with an evil twist, they were the remnants of human beings, turned into weapons. Robert nodded solemnly, confirming that this was precisely why they were called Iron Gangi. It wasn't just a rumor, it was a reality. Meanwhile, Lee continued examining Sunja's face, his expression one of utter confusion. He finally asked her again if she really wasn't human, needing one last confirmation. Sunja raised an eyebrow but remained silent, letting the absurdity of the question hang in the air. Despite everything he had just learned, it seemed Lee's struggle to comprehend the concept of androids was far from over. Sunja offered Lee a wickedly calm suggestion she could take off her head again or disassemble her arms and legs to further convince him she wasn't human. Lee's eyes widened in pure horror, and he quickly waved his hands in protest, firmly stating that there was absolutely no need for that. Still visibly shaken, he muttered something about how bizarre the world had become and decided to leave Sunya alone, shifting his focus back to the food. As Sir Young continued her conversation with Robert, she admitted that everything he was saying about Iron Gangi made sense, especially considering how the reanimated droids had attacked them without hesitation. However, it was such a ludicrous concept that she wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't seen it for herself. Robert leaned back in his chair, satisfied that his point had finally been accepted. Meanwhile, Lee froze as he looked down at his empty plate, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. While he had been busy examining Sunya, the duo had devoured every last hot dog on the tray. His eyes narrowed as his stomach growled in discontent. Slowly, his gaze turned towards Sir Young, who caught him staring. Confused, she asked him why he was giving her that look. Her eyes followed his, and when she saw the empty tray, she gasped in realization. She quickly turned to Sunya and ordered her to grill more hot dogs to avoid further trouble. Sunya, expressionless as always, calmly informed her that they were out of hot dogs. Sir Young sighed and waved it off, dismissing the issue, saying there was nothing they could do. She pivoted back to the ongoing discussion, determined to grasp a clearer understanding of what was happening on the planet. However, just behind her, Lee's aura began to change. His eyes lit up with a dangerous glow, and his voice cut through the air like a storm brewing. His frustration boiled over as he declared their actions to be deeply disrespectful. Sir Young turned back toward him, alarmed by the sudden outburst. Lee's energy pulsed around him as he ranted about how it was inconceivable for someone to steal his food and act so casually about it. Sir Young stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. She glanced at Robert and whispered for an explanation, but Robert was just as baffled. Lee's anger grew, and he reminded her that he had already declared himself as the supreme heavenly demon. His eyes burned with intensity as he demanded to know what had given her the audacity to disrespect him. Sir Young crossed her arms and tapped her chin, recalling the moment when Lee had indeed claimed to be the supreme heavenly demon. Robert also vaguely remembered him saying that. Both of them tried to process what that could even mean, but the concept seemed too far-fetched to comprehend. Sir Young shook her head, deciding it was a mystery they could solve later. For now, they had more pressing concerns. Lee, however, wasn't done. His frustration burned hotter, but Sir Young and Robert tactically decided it was better to retreat. Robert nudged Sir Young, suggesting they leave the dinner table before things escalated further. Sunya followed close behind, eager to avoid any trouble. The trio quickly exited the ship, leaving Lee alone in his rising fury. With no one left to direct his anger at, Lee's awakening power gradually faded. The room fell into silence once more. He sat quietly, still brooding, and his eyes landed on the greasy tray that had once held the precious hot dogs. Small bits of grilled hot dog remained stuck to the tray, along with traces of oil. His stomach growled again, reminding him that, supreme heavenly demon or not, he still needed to eat. Reluctantly, he leaned forward and picked up the leftover scraps. His face remained serious and dignified as he popped them into his mouth, chewing slowly, as though trying to convince himself that even the tiniest morsel was better than nothing. In that moment, he seemed to accept his fate. Living among these lowly mortals would require some compromises. Outside the ship, the scene was no less chaotic. The ground was littered with shattered iron gangi parts, resembling a mechanic's lab gone awry. Sunya crouched over one of the robot heads, her fingers carefully inspecting it while her eyes scanned the internal structure. Robert picked up a dismembered arm and examined it closely, noting how flimsy the joints were. He questioned why the alloy was so weak and poorly constructed, given that these were supposed to be deadly combat machines. Sunya, her gaze fixed on the robot head, responded thoughtfully. She explained that the parts were weak because the iron ganji were unfinished prototypes. These weren't fully developed units but experimental models that had likely been deployed prematurely. Her voice trailed off as her scanners detected something unusual. Sir Young noticed Sunya's sudden silence and asked her if she was trying to find something specific in the robot's neural network. Sunya nodded, her eyes glowing faintly as she scanned deeper into the head's internal systems. The neural networks were far simpler than expected, raising more questions about the true nature of the iron gangi. Sunya decided to open up the robot's head to investigate further. Carefully, she pried open a panel on the side of the head, exposing a series of wires and circuits. As she scanned the exposed components, her expression darkened slightly. Something was definitely out of place. Whatever she had found seemed far more troubling than a simple prototype flaw. Sir Young and Robert leaned closer, watching intently as Sunya continued her analysis. The silence was heavy, and the air seemed to grow colder as the mystery of the iron ganji deepened. Sunya opened the compartment on the robot head, and a small chip ejected with a soft click. She caught it between her fingers and examined it closely, referring to it as a primitive M207 chip. She explained that this chip was far too rudimentary to be considered real artificial intelligence. The M207 wasn't designed for independent thought or autonomous action. It was nothing more than a receiver for external commands optimized to carry out specific orders, but entirely dependent on remote control. It lacked the cognitive abilities typically associated with AI. Sir Young processed this information quickly, following the logical trail. She asked if that meant the droids were being remotely controlled. To her surprise, Sunya confirmed her suspicion. The droids had no internal control systems at all. Each individual unit had been operated remotely. The android's eyes flashed briefly as she scanned the surrounding area, her processors working at full capacity. After a moment, she calmly reported that exactly 9,817 droids had attacked them, based on her perimeter scans. That meant there were at least 9,817 human controllers, each one manipulating a droid from somewhere nearby. The group fell into an uneasy silence, disturbed by the implications. Sir Young's gaze darkened as she pieced the situation together. Meanwhile, far away, deep within a hidden facility, the truth of the Iron Ganji project came to light. In a dark laboratory, rows of liquid-filled tubes lined the walls. Each tube was connected to a complex network of wires and monitoring devices. The liquid inside was a murky green, obscuring the contents within until one leaned closer. Naked humans floated inside, their bodies lifeless except for the faint movements caused by the artificial breathing systems keeping them alive. Wires were connected directly to their skulls, linking their brains to the droid control network. Their expressions were blank, their skin pale from prolonged exposure to the liquid. They were the missing townspeople, and they had become unwilling participants in this grotesque experiment. Count Rel strode into the lab, his metal footsteps echoing ominously. His cold eyes swept across the room, taking in the sight with a satisfied smirk. He stood before one of the tubes, his expression hardening with cruel resolve. This was his creation, an army built on the stolen lives of the weak. One of the unconscious men floating in the liquid was clearly one of the townsfolk, his face haggard and worn. The wires attached to his brain twitched slightly as signals passed through the control network. Back on the streets, Sir Young turned to Sunya with a sense of urgency. She asked for the total population of Mount H district, trying to verify something. Sunya quickly scanned her records and reported that exactly 9,888 people lived there. That number was chillingly close to the 9,817 droids that had attacked them. Soryung's stomach turned as she realized the horrific truth. Nearly the entire population had been turned into controllers for the Iron Gangi. The only one unaccounted for was Sword Sovereign Yang. Back at the Jaha Pavilion, Sword Sovereign Yang remained unconscious, enveloped in the pink fire that burned around his throne. His body glowed with the last of his internal energy, his very soul fueling the flames. Plum blossom petals drifted gently through the air, symbols of his struggle to hold on. Hin sat quietly by his side, her eyes filled with sorrow as she watched her father. His breathing was shallow, his face calm despite the chaos raging within him. Meanwhile, in another part of the galaxy, Commander Zhang sat in stunned silence as Officer Cho's words sank in. He politely asked the officer to repeat himself, not sure he had heard correctly. Cho, always composed, repeated his command, an immediate lockdown of District 32. No one was to leave or enter the district, and all dispatched personnel were to be recalled at once. The commander was shocked at the sudden and drastic measure. He asked why such an extreme decision was necessary, but Cho gave only a cryptic reply. These were precarious times, he said, and such precautions were necessary. Cho continued with a calm yet ominous tone, warning the commander that 2,000 years of peace had dulled the vigilance of the Martial Alliance, a union of major sects that once ruled with iron resolve. Their strength and prestige had long since faded. Using a metaphor, Cho explained what happened when the tiger, the ruler of the mountain, lost its fangs. Commander Zhang ventured a guess, saying that the wolves would take over the mountain. Cho corrected him with a dark smile. Wolves, he said, didn't just take over. They tried to become tigers. He explained that wolves formed packs to protect themselves from tigers, but when the tiger disappeared, the wolves started to see each other as rivals. Packs that had once hunted together turned on one another, each one trying to dominate the rest. The first to be targeted in such power struggles was always the strongest wolf, because killing the strongest meant asserting dominance over the pack. Cho made his point clear: the Heavenly Demon sect was the strongest wolf in the martial world. It had ruled over the others with unquestioned strength for centuries. Now, with instability spreading across the galaxy, it was only a matter of time before their enemies banded together to bring them down. As the officer walked toward his flight pod, members of the sect bowed deeply in respect. Cho continued his grim explanation, saying that wolves who had learned hunting tactics while fighting alongside tigers would inevitably band together to kill the strongest wolf. The commander was silent, realizing the weight of what had just been said. Cho paused at the door of his pod and turned back toward the commander. He admitted that he didn't yet know if the unidentified individual using their sect's martial arts was directly connected to these events. That was precisely what made the situation so dangerous. Cho then revealed that just before arriving at District 32, he had received an emergency communication an unknown individual had been spotted heading toward Manhwa. Without waiting for a response, Cho entered his pod, his expression unreadable. The commander stood at the platform, watching the pod disappear into the sky, a deep sense of foreboding settling in his chest. Back at the Jaha Pavilion, the pink flames around Sword Sovereign Yang flickered as his unconscious form remained locked in his battle against the inner chaos. Far away, in the streets littered with broken Iron Gangi parts, the team stood amid the wreckage, trying to make sense of what they had just learned. The mystery of Mount H continued to unravel, and it was becoming increasingly clear that the true battle had only just begun. Commander Yang froze, his eyes widening at Officer Cho's mention of Mount Hua. His expression darkened as he asked the officer to repeat himself. Unsure if he had heard correctly, Cho confirmed without hesitation: an unknown element had been introduced into the volatile situation at Mount Hua. It was like placing a spark atop a powder keg, ready to explode and throw the entire martial world into chaos. Cho continued in his calm, calculating tone, explaining that the current situation was too delicate to rush into action. Any wrong move could ignite a firestorm. He stressed that understanding the full scope of events before taking action was crucial. With that, Cho boarded his pod and took off, leaving Commander Yang standing on the platform, lost in thought. The commander frowned at the unfolding situation, unsure of how to proceed. His gut told him trouble was imminent, but for now, all they could do was sit tight and wait for the pieces to fall into place. Back on Mount Hua, Soryung and her team made their way toward the Jaha Pavilion to meet Huan. The flames surrounding Sword Sovereign Yang flickered steadily in the fading daylight. Soryung turned to Huan and asked for confirmation about the people's strange nightly reappearance. Huan explained that the missing townsfolk did indeed show up again at night, except for her father, who always remained behind. No matter what happened, he never disappeared with the others. He sat on his throne in his fiery form, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. Sword Sovereign Yang was still in his seat, his eyes closed, surrounded by the burning pink flames. His body glowed faintly, wrapped in petals of plum blossoms. Suryung stared at him, unsure of what to make of the entire scene. She turned to Sunya and asked how much time they had until sunset. Sunya, always precise, calculated the time in mere seconds. According to her readings, Mount Hua's day and night cycles lasted exactly 6 hours. She informed Suryung that there was only 1 second until sunset. Just as she finished speaking, the world around them shifted in an instant. Right before Suryung's eyes, like clockwork, Sword Sovereign Yang stood up. He opened his arms and embraced Hyun, gently holding her head the way he had the last time they observed him. His movements were tender, yet detached, mechanical in their perfection. Hyun remained calm as she explained to the group that her father did this every night, exactly as he had done before she left for her last performance tour the year prior. It was always the same sequence. He would stroke her head lovingly, sip tea, and stroll through the garden, following the same routine every single day as if caught in a loop. Hyun's sadness was unmistakable as she described how the other townsfolk also repeated their actions every day without deviation. But today, something was different. Robert's voice crackled through the comms from his vantage point on a nearby rooftop. He informed Suryung that something was wrong. The streets remained empty. None of the people had appeared, breaking the strange pattern that had defined this place. His voice carried an edge of unease, and Suryung felt her own anxiety spike. She turned to Sunya and asked if she could detect anything unusual. Sunya ran a scan of the area and immediately noticed something strange. Her sensors picked up a different anomaly entirely. With a sharp intake of breath, she turned to the captain and reported that Suryung herself was starting to fade from view. Suryung looked at her hands in disbelief as they began to grow translucent. Her heart raced as panic overtook her. Her body was disappearing before her very eyes. She waved her hands frantically, watching them fade completely, and she cried out in shock. Sunya monitored her vital signs and reported that they were rapidly dropping. Suryung's very presence was slipping away. Before anyone could react, Suryung vanished completely. All that remained was a faint pulse of light, glowing briefly in the spot where she had stood. Above Mount Hua's atmosphere, a Greenwood ship hovered silently in space. Inside the command deck, Galaxy Division Leader Kim stood before a large window, his gaze fixed on the planet and its twin moons. Captain Chiju entered the room, bringing urgent news. The captain informed Kim that a teleportation had been detected moments earlier, originating from the heart of Mount Hua. The analysis confirmed the moving identity, Blazing Devil Tang Suryung. Kim, concerned, asked where she had been teleported. The captain reported that her destination was Genta, the second moon of Mount Hua. The revelation raised more questions than answers. On Genta, somewhere on the surface of the barren moon, a deep, dark hole opened into the ground. Inside, a piercing scream echoed through the cavernous space. The faint light that had remained after Suryung's disappearance began to flicker inside the pit. Slowly, her body started to rematerialize, piece by piece. Suryung found herself in an eerie and dark void, her body slowly rematerializing, though something was horribly wrong. She looked down and realized with growing panic that her legs were missing. Half-formed and suspended in the air, she began to freak out. Her thoughts spiraled. Was she dead? Had she become a ghost? The darkness around her seemed to press in as she spoke aloud, addressing what she believed to be God. With trembling hands raised in prayer, she begged to be brought back to life, pleading that she still had so much left to do. Mid-prayer, something unexpected happened. She noticed that her hands had fully materialized. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she slowly stopped shouting. Her voice faltered as she stared at her now solid arms. Confused and disoriented, she wondered what on earth was happening. Her body was becoming whole again, and she looked around for answers, half expecting to find herself in some surreal afterlife. That's when her gaze was drawn to a figure seated on an elaborate sofa in front of her. The room was dimly lit, casting long shadows over everything. Suryung blinked, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. Count Rel sat silently, his eyes locked on her with a cold, calculating expression. His android assistant stood beside him, motionless. The Count didn't speak, nor did he make any immediate move. He just watched her, his sinister eyes narrowing as he waited for her to collect herself. Suryung stared back at him, her pulse quickening. The silence between them grew oppressive, the weight of the moment suffocating. Count Rel's frown deepened as he observed her, his patience unwavering. It was clear that he had no intention of breaking the silence first. Suryung tried to calm her breathing and gather her thoughts. One thing was certain: this was no afterlife, and she wasn't dealing with an angel or a god. Whoever this man was, he was very real, and his presence radiated danger. Above Manhwa, inside the Greenwood ship, Captain Chiju stood stiffly as he addressed Galaxy Division Leader Kim. He explained that the teleportation they had detected was highly unusual. Most notably, there had been no sign of consent from the moving entity during the process. He pointed out that this strongly suggested it had been unauthorized, forced transfer, a unilateral teleportation strictly forbidden by galactic law. The captain proposed escalating the issue to higher authorities, hinting at the gravity of the situation. Kim didn't turn around. Instead, he asked the captain if there was anyone higher than him. The rhetorical nature of the question made it clear what Kim meant. He was warning the captain not to bypass his authority. The captain caught the message immediately. Bowing deeply, he declared that the Black Tiger was the sole commanding authority. Kim nodded, commending the captain's response. He instructed him to keep monitoring the situation carefully and refrain from taking any rash action. Kim reminded him that the unauthorized use of forbidden technology on the moon suggested powerful backing from someone high up the chain. Acting too quickly without a full understanding of the situation could lead to disastrous consequences. It was imperative that they first determine whether this knowledge would bring more harm or benefit. The captain stood at attention, responding with a firm and loud affirmation. Kim remained by the window, his gaze fixed on the twin moons of Mount Hua. Silently, he pondered the complexities of the situation and what it all meant. In a different part of the galaxy, the West Heaven Sword Matron sat on her throne, her expression tense. She had just received troubling intelligence and asked for clarification. Elena knelt before her, head bowed, recounting her recent encounter at Mount Hua. She repeated the shocking claim that the man she met there had introduced himself as her father. More importantly, he had defeated her in a duel. The sword matron's eyes narrowed as she processed the information. For someone to best Elena in combat was no small feat. Her daughter was a formidable martial artist, nearly impossible to defeat. The idea that the man who claimed to be her father had done so raised significant questions. The matron's thoughts lingered on Mount Hua, on the identity of this mysterious man and the growing significance of the place. Back at Mount Hua, the tension in the Jaha Pavilion was palpable. Robert slammed his hand on the table, his temper boiling over. His voice rose as he cursed whoever had the audacity to kidnap their captain. His anger built with each word, his frustration spilling into a barrage of curses and threats. Lee sat quietly, listening to the outburst with a neutral expression. He leaned towards Sunya and asked what Robert was saying. Sunya gave him a sideways glance and declined to translate, pointing out that most of what Robert was saying was profanity. Hin tried to remain calm despite the heated atmosphere. She theorized that Soryung's disappearance might be connected to the strange incidents happening on Mount Hua. She suggested that the other missing people could have been taken in a similar manner. The idea felt increasingly plausible, even if they lacked hard evidence. Sonya interrupted her train of thought, correcting her. Evidence did exist. She began to explain how the strange phenomenon involving the townsfolk corresponded to a very specific pattern of teleportation. According to her data, the moment the townsfolk disappeared, the same type of energy signature as the one that had taken Soryung had been detected. According to Sunja, this type of unilateral teleportation was strictly forbidden under galactic law, as it violated fundamental rights and could have catastrophic consequences. Robert's eyes widened at her words, and in typical fashion, he burst into an angry tirade. Shouting, he declared that this meant all the missing people were likely trapped somewhere, and they couldn't just sit around doing nothing. His frustration boiled over, and he grabbed Lee by the shirt, demanding action. His grip was tight, his voice loud and filled with expletives, cursing the unseen enemy that had taken their captain. Lee looked at Robert with calm indifference and told him to let go of his shirt. Sonya sighed, warning him that it wouldn't help because once Robert was in this state, there was no reasoning with him. She added that Robert likely had unresolved post-traumatic stress from his military days, making it difficult for him to manage his anger under stress. Meanwhile, Robert continued to hurl insults in Lee's face, tightening his grip. It was then that something shifted. Lee's presence changed as he spoke with the commanding tone of his martial form. His energy subtly pulsed with authority, catching Robert off guard. Sunya watched closely, intrigued by the change in tone. Robert immediately stepped back, releasing Lee's shirt and mumbling an apology. The transformation was so sudden that Sunya blinked in surprise, quietly remarking that Robert might just be a top contender in an anger management competition. Returning to the matter at hand, Sunya laid out the possible locations where Soryung could have been taken. She explained there were limits to how far forced teleportation could reach. Long-range teleportation across planets was technically impossible for such a process. so they could rule out the possibility that Sir Young had been transported to another star system. This left only 3 options. The captain was still on Manhwa, or had been taken to one of its 2 moons, Genta or Sirius. Lee joined Sunya by the window, staring at the twin moons glowing faintly in the distance. He asked her if she could narrow down which moon Sir Young might be on. Sunya calmly informed him that she had already scanned Manhwa and detected no life signs other than Sword Sovereign Young. That meant Manhwa could be eliminated as a possibility, leaving only Genta and Sirius. Sunya continued, stating that both moons had detectable life signs, but it was difficult to pinpoint where exactly the signals were coming from because the moons were so close together. Lee glanced at her, asking if they would have to take a random guess. Sunya thought for a moment, considering their options. Then she remembered a key detail: Sir Young's obsession with gold. Since Sirius had a golden surface, Sunya concluded it was the most likely destination. Unfortunately, Sunya's confidence was misplaced. She couldn't have been more wrong. On Genta, deep within Count Rel's facility, Sir Young stood in stunned silence. She stared at Count Rel, who continued to observe her without speaking. The room was dimly lit, and the Count's expression was unreadable, but his eyes glowed with a sinister intelligence. Sir Young, still disoriented from her sudden teleportation, demanded to know who he was. Rel remained silent, his gaze steady, while his personal android scanned her from head to toe. The android reported the results to the Count. Sir Young had an externally mounted 1.4 grams internal energy drive and, more intriguingly, an embedded 3.3 grams ultra-high-density internal energy drive inside her body. The android noted that the only external weapon she carried was an electronic soft sword at her waist. Count Rel finally spoke, his voice calm but mocking. He commented on the 3.3 grams drive with mild amusement while sipping on a glass of sparkling water. He found it amusing that a backwater bounty hunter was carrying around such advanced technology, something far beyond her capability to control or even understand. Sir Young, unimpressed by his condescension, demanded to know who he was again, this time asking if he was deaf. Her sharp words echoed through the room, but Rel simply smiled darkly, unfazed by her defiance. In another part of the galaxy, a soft beam of light shone down on a tiny seedling planted in coarse sand. The sunlight gently nourished the fragile plant as it began to bud. An elderly man crouched beside it, quietly observing the beauty of life. His eyes were calm and wise, his presence tranquil. He seemed entirely absorbed in the slow growth of the plant until Officer Cho approached him with a solemn expression. Cho addressed the old man as master and respectfully informed him that an urgent matter required his attention. The old man raised his hand, silencing him before he could continue. He already knew. The events at Manhwa had reached his ears, and he understood that Cho had been tasked with resolving the growing crisis. The master warned Cho not to act impulsively. Patience was crucial. He gestured to the budding plant and explained that they must wait for the bud to fully bloom before they could determine what kind of tree it would become, a poplar or a willow. Likewise, they needed to wait for Count Rel's full network and backing to be exposed before taking decisive action. Only then could they strike with certainty and eliminate the threat. Cho bowed deeply, acknowledging the wisdom of the master's words. His expression grew resolute. He knew the path ahead would require vigilance and careful planning. The enemy was powerful and well hidden, but when the time came, they would move swiftly and without mercy. Until then, all they could do was watch and prepare for the storm that was surely coming. The master's face darkened, his tranquil aura replaced by an ominous intensity. He reminded Officer Cho that he had raised him to be patient, deliberate, and wise. He asked if Cho had forgotten those lessons or if something deeper was troubling him. Cho remained silent for a moment, his eyes downcast. Sensing that there was more to the situation, the master pressed further, demanding to know what could have shaken his disciple's composure. Cho finally broke the silence. He recounted the appearance of a mysterious figure during his investigation. This person, he explained, had not only reached an extraordinary level of martial arts, but had also achieved the reversal of energy flow, a technique few could comprehend, let alone execute. What truly disturbed Cho, however, was that this individual had mastered the Demon Heart Sora Sword technique, a forbidden secret of their sect. The master's calm shattered as soon as he heard the mention of the Demon Heart Sora Sword technique. His eyes widened in horror, and Cho hesitated before delivering the final piece of his report. He took a deep breath and informed his master that this individual had reached the pinnacle of mastery, the absolute peak of martial arts ability. A grim silence settled between them as the full weight of the revelation sank in. The master, now visibly shaken, responded with chilling calm. He instructed Cho to kill this person immediately. Behind them, the seedling withered and died, its life snuffed out seemingly by the master's very presence. Cho blinked in shock, unsure if he had heard correctly. He asked the master to repeat himself, trying to reconcile the drastic command with the calm wisdom he had always known. The master's face turned red with fury, his composure gone. He called the mysterious martial artist an anomaly, a monster that could not be allowed to exist. He ordered Cho again, his voice rising, telling him to hunt this individual down and eliminate him without fail. There was no room for argument. The grim determination in the master's voice left no doubt that the heavenly demon sect was desperate to cover something up. Cho, though confused by the sudden urgency, bowed without another word. He turned back to his traveling pod, his mind filled with questions he dared not ask. The pod's engines roared as it lifted off and carried him into the vastness of space. Seated inside, Cho stared silently into the void, steeling himself for what lay ahead. His mission had taken a dark and dangerous turn. Back on the Genta moon, inside Count Rel's facility, Suryoung grew frustrated with the Count's silence. She demanded once again to know who he was and whether he could hear her, but Rel remained calm, sipping his drink as though nothing unusual was happening. He gave a slight nod to his android assistant, who disappeared from sight in an instant. Suryoung, still facing Count Rel, didn't notice the android reappearing behind her at lightning speed. Sensing something off, she quickly spun around, energy crackling in her palms. She raised her hands, preparing to release an energy blast, but the android was already gone. Before she could react, the android appeared behind her again, gripping the back of her neck with inhuman precision and strength. Suryoung felt the cold metal fingers pressing into her skin, and her instincts screamed danger. She struggled against the grip, wondering how the android could move so fast. Count Rel finally spoke, telling her to stop resisting and accept her fate. Resistance, he said, was futile. He promised her freedom from eternal suffering if she answered his questions honestly. Suryoung, fed up with his cryptic arrogance, told him to shut up and broke free from the android's grasp with a sudden surge of energy. Count Rel's eyes narrowed in interest as he watched her movements. He murmured to himself, wondering aloud if she could use the adaptive variation of martial arts, a rare and powerful ability. Suryoung wasted no time. She drew the electronic soft sword from her waist and spun it around, creating a whirlwind of slashes around her. The blade hummed with energy as it cut through the air, aiming to shred the android. But the android was no ordinary opponent. It retreated with blinding speed, its sensors tracking every movement. The machine's agility allowed it to avoid each of Suryoung's strikes with ease. It studied her style, quickly analyzing her techniques and movements. Seeing an opportunity, the android closed the distance again, this time aiming to grab Suryoung's arm and subdue her. Count Rel watched with a smirk and declared that her efforts were useless. He revealed that the android contained data on every martial art in existence. The machine's advanced processing allowed it to predict and counter any attack, rendering her fighting style ineffective. Suryoung gritted her teeth, refusing to give up. She pressed on, attacking with relentless determination. Despite the android's evasive maneuvers, she adapted her movements, searching for an opening. Still, it effortlessly dodged her every strike, its speed and precision far beyond anything she had encountered before. In a blur of motion, the android suddenly found its opening. It struck her hard in the back, lifting her off the ground with the force of its blow. Suryoung's breath left her in a gasp as the impact sent her flying across the room. She hit the ground face first, unable to break her fall. Pain shot through her body as she skidded to a stop, stunned and momentarily unable to move. The android advanced slowly, its mechanical steps echoing ominously in the large dark room. Count Rel leaned back in his chair, calmly sipping his drink. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he watched Suryoung struggle to get back on her feet. "Your efforts are impressive," he said quietly, "but ultimately they're pointless." The air in the room grew heavy as Suryoung stood tall despite the heat radiating from her body and the sting of fresh wounds. Her eyes glinted with determination as the energy from the Xuan Wu divine art drive began to course through her, sending waves of blue and violet light rippling across her body. The activation of the 3.3 giga internal energy drive was instantaneous. The energy expanded outward, crackling with immense force, causing the very ground beneath her feet to hum in response. Her breathing deepened as her body synchronized with the drive's ancient operation system, AQI internal QIOS, designed to unlock the full potential of the user's martial abilities. Count Rel's reaction was immediate, his surprise transformed into sheer disbelief as he recognized the nature of the drive. This was no ordinary energy system, it was the mark of the Sichuan Tang clan's highest secret, known only to the clan's head. The Xuan Wu divine art was infamous for its power, capable of amplifying martial techniques to levels that could devastate even the most formidable opponents. Seoryung's body pulsed with a newfound energy. Her fatigue seemed to dissipate as the power flooded her limbs, sharpening her senses and restoring her strength. The once chaotic room fell into a strange, charged silence. Even the flickering lights seemed to bend under the weight of her energy field. The heat from the earlier battle was now overtaken by an intense chill as the energy shifted around her, taking on the unique signature of the Tang clan's forbidden art. Her movements became fluid, almost too fast for the eye to follow. The remnants of the destroyed android remained motionless, its lights dimmed and its intelligence unit obliterated, but Seoryung wasn't done. She knew that activating this drive was a gamble. The power was immense, but draining too much could lead to physical collapse. Yet in this moment, she had no other choice. Her soft sword vibrated slightly, responding to the surge of energy. The once flexible weapon straightened into a rigid, gleaming blade, its edges glowing faintly with violet light. Seoryung swung it in a series of precise arcs, cutting through the air with razor-sharp accuracy. The energy around her crackled and condensed into the blade, turning it into a weapon far more dangerous than before. The room darkened momentarily, the ambient light absorbed into the swirling vortex of energy surrounding her. Her steps were calculated, her body perfectly synchronized with the drive's rhythm. The wounds on her body throbbed, but the pain seemed distant now, secondary to the growing power within her. The floor beneath her feet cracked slightly as she shifted her weight, her stance firm. Energy surged toward the tip of her blade, gathering into a concentrated force that pulsed with destructive potential. It was clear she was preparing for something far more dangerous than her earlier attacks. The Xuan Wu divine art was in full effect now, and she had fully embraced its power. Count Rel stood frozen for a moment, calculating his next move. His gaze darted between Seoryung's blade and the growing vortex of energy surrounding her. He recognized the danger she now posed a level of martial prowess far beyond what he had anticipated. The soft hum of the energy drive was the only sound in the room, a prelude to the inevitable clash that was about to unfold. The ground beneath Seoryung cracked further, her body vibrating with controlled power. This time, she wouldn't wait for the enemy to strike first. Every muscle in her body coiled, and with a sudden burst of speed, she launched herself forward. Her sword glowed brightly, leaving a streak of violet light in its wake as she closed the distance in an instant. The fight was far from over, and Seoryung had no intention of letting it end without her victory. Seoryung, her body burning with the power of the Xuan Wu divine art drive, leapt high into the air, the energy around her crackling in a bright green light. The force of her leap shook the facility, and Count Rel watched in silence, his eyes fixed on her midair form. His analytical mind processed the scene before him as he calmly observed her movements, deducing her strategy. It was clear she planned to dominate the skies and strike from all directions. As Seoryung reached the apex of her flight, the air around her exploded in a brilliant burst. Thousands of green and white energy arrows shot out like firecrackers, illuminating the entire facility in a dazzling display. The infinite rain blossom technique, a devastating and rare attack, unleashed a relentless torrent of energy projectiles aimed directly at Count Rel. The arrows came from every direction, converging on him with deadly precision. The facility trembled as the arrows hit, causing a chain reaction of explosions that ripped through the structure. Dust and debris filled the air, and the floor cracked under the sheer force of the blast. The shockwave spread outward, obliterating everything in its path, and the energy glow could be seen from miles away. Rel stood in the eye of the storm, unmoving, his expression dark as realization dawned. He recognized the technique and was momentarily taken aback by Seoryung's mastery of it. But even as the arrows closed in, his calm exterior didn't break. The explosions rocked the facility, yet his body withstood the onslaught. When the dust settled, Count Rel remained, his clothes burned away by the green fire, revealing a metallic body beneath gleaming and cold, like the androids he commanded. Seoryung's attack had failed to bring him down. Gasping for breath, she floated back to the ground, sweat dripping from her brow. Her body ached from exertion, and her energy reserves were quickly depleting. Before she could react, Rel moved with lightning speed, his metal hand wrapped around her throat, lifting her off the ground with ease. The pressure on her neck increased, causing her to choke and blood to trickle from her mouth. Her mind raced, struggling to find a way out. But Rel's grip was unrelenting. His body, unaffected by her fire and strikes, was proof of something far worse. He wasn't fully human. His strength was overwhelming, his calm demeanor chilling as he watched Seoryung struggle in his grasp. Back on the ship of the West Heaven Sword Matron, Elena continued her story. She recounted the strange circumstances surrounding her first encounter with Count Rel at Mount Hua. Her words were measured as she told her mother how she had received a bounty request and traveled to Manhwa only to mysteriously lose consciousness. When she woke up, she found herself face to face with him. She described how he simply sat there, silently watching her. Neither of them spoke for what seemed like an eternity. The experience had been unsettling, his knowledge of her life disturbingly accurate. Elena had felt like he was reading her soul, recounting details she hadn't shared with anyone. He knew everything: her desire for strength, her endless pursuit of battle, and even her despair when the path seemed to grow more distant. He had offered her the power to look down on the world, the strength to dominate everything beneath her. Elena had been skeptical, of course. His promises sounded too perfect, his words too rehearsed. But she had agreed to fight him, thinking it would give her the answers she sought. The outcome, however, had been far from what she expected. In the present, Count Rel tightened his grip on Suryung's neck, his face devoid of emotion as he watched her struggle. His metallic body reflected the dim light of the destroyed facility. Suryung's earlier grand attack seemed like a distant memory now as he overpowered her with ease. His words were chilling as he made her an offer, one disturbingly similar to what he had once offered Elena. He promised to make her stronger, to transform her weak human body into something far more powerful. All it would cost was her mind. Rel's grip tightened, and Suryung's body glowed faintly with green energy as she tried to resist. Her eyes burned with defiance, but her strength was fading. Memories flashed through her mind, but she knew this battle was far from over. If she didn't act soon, she would lose everything. Meanwhile, back aboard the ship, the West Heaven Sword Matron sat in stunned silence as Elena's body began to glow with a bright blue light. Her daughter's transformation was unmistakable. The power she had gained from Count Rel was called Steel Fortification, a terrifying ability that fused her body with immense strength and endurance. The Sword Matron's thoughts raced as she tried to process what her daughter had become. This power was far more dangerous than she had imagined. Elena stood before her, transformed, and the matron realized the consequences of that fateful encounter at Mount Hua were far-reaching. In the present, Sunja continued working tirelessly, scanning the surrounding area to locate the missing captain. The ship's engines hummed as it prepared for takeoff. Robert paced behind her, his frustration boiling over. He shouted at Sunya, demanding to know why they hadn't taken off yet, insisting that they should be flying out immediately to rescue Suryung. His voice grew louder, filled with panic and anger. Sunya calmly ignored his outburst, her focus remaining on her scanners. She knew time was of the essence, but they couldn't afford to make a mistake. The data she was receiving was complex, and rushing without solid information would only lead to disaster. Robert's voice echoed through the ship, but she blocked him out, determined to find their captain no matter what. Sunya focused on the radar, her eyes narrowing as a red dot blinked on the scanner. Something had just appeared out of nowhere, a ship nearby, approaching fast. She froze, halting their journey toward the Ceres moon. The vessel that appeared before them wasn't an ordinary one. It was sleek, compact, and exuded a quiet menace. It looked deceptively small, but Sunya immediately recognized its design. It was a celestial-class battleship, the kind only used by members of the Heavenly Demon sect. Both ships hovered in midair, facing each other in silence. Neither made the first move or attempted contact. In the Seville ship, Robert paced back and forth, staring out at the unfamiliar vessel. He demanded that Sunya tell them to move aside so they wouldn't be crushed. Sunya calmly refused, explaining that it wasn't that simple. She told him that their ship wasn't even in the same league as a celestial-class battleship, which could destroy them in seconds if provoked. To make matters worse, it belonged to the Heavenly Demon sect. Robert's bravado quickly faded into shock. The Heavenly Demon sect was notorious throughout the galaxy, and the thought of them showing up unannounced sent a chill down his spine. He wondered aloud what they could possibly want. Before anyone could react further, Officer Cho appeared on their ship in a flash of light. His sudden teleportation startled Robert and Sunja, leaving them speechless. Cho ignored their surprised expressions and walked calmly across the ship's cabin. His gaze locked onto Lee, who sat quietly at a table, focused on something much more important to him, a single piece of hot dog. Lee clumsily attempted to cut it with a knife and fork, stubbornly refusing to use his hands. Cho paused, his small eyes narrowing as he studied Lee. It didn't take him long to recognize him. This was the same person he had seen on the surveillance screen back at the district. Cho moved closer, completely ignoring Robert's attempt to greet him. He introduced himself to Lee as a first-class officer of the Disaster Safety Headquarters Central Committee of the Heavenly Demon sect, a position of considerable power. Lee didn't acknowledge him and kept eating in silence. Cho calmly pulled out a chair and took a seat across from Lee, gesturing for him to feel at ease. Robert, stunned, couldn't believe what he was seeing. He leaned towards Sunya and whispered his disbelief that such a young-looking kid could be a first-class officer in one of the most powerful sects. Cho, oblivious to Robert's thoughts, remained cheerful and focused entirely on Lee. Cho explained that he had a pressing request and had come personally to speak with Lee. He began to recount the true story of Count Rel. Rel, once a top scientist, had directed the development of military weapons for a defense contractor under the human government. The project had been called Steel City, a grim initiative responsible for the creation of deadly technologies, specifically the Iron Gangi that had recently attacked them on Mount Hua. Cho revealed that due to Rel's inhumane development process, he had been expelled from the human government and disappeared shortly afterward. However, it wasn't as simple as being exiled. In reality, Rel had continued receiving secret funding from factions within the human government's military, enabling him to expand his experiments on a larger scale. Cho continued calmly, detailing how the experiments had grown more dangerous and uncontrollable. His tone remained steady, even as he disclosed the involvement of powerful individuals hiding in the shadows. While Cho spoke, Lee finished the last bite of his hot dog and casually asked Sunja for some water. Sunya handed him a bottle, and he drank without acknowledging a single word Cho had said. Cho stopped talking, staring at Lee in disbelief. His mind spun. How could someone remain so unfazed after hearing such vital information? Who was this man? Robert, however, didn't stay silent. His sharp ears had caught one particular phrase, and his eyes lit up with alarm. He asked Cho to clarify, did he just say the human government's military was involved? Cho confirmed it without hesitation, adding that this situation was far beyond what civilians could handle. Robert's expression darkened. His hands curled into fists as anger built up inside him. He leaned toward Cho, demanding to know what had happened to their captain. He told Cho that their captain had been kidnapped, and that they couldn't just sit around and do nothing. Cho, unbothered, calmly told him that there was nothing they could do except pray for her. His voice was blunt and emotionless. Robert's temper exploded. His fist slammed into the table, shaking the entire ship. His face turned red with fury as he shouted at Cho to shut up and get off their ship. His voice echoed through the cabin as he made it clear they weren't going to sit idle and let their captain be taken away. Robert declared that no matter who Cho was, they would rescue their captain at all costs. If anyone tried to stop them, they wouldn't back down. Cho tilted his head, watching Robert's outburst with mild curiosity. His calm demeanor remained unchanged, but the room was now filled with tension. He knew the crew wouldn't give up easily. Though his orders were to stay out of civilian matters, he also understood that something far greater was at stake, something even he couldn't fully grasp yet. As Suryoung lay strapped to the cold metallic table, her mind raced. Count Rel's calm and methodical tone filled the room as he prepared the final stages of his procedure. His fingers tapped across a control panel, each movement precise and deliberate. The eerie glow from the overhead lights reflected off the tubes that lined the walls, each filled with floating bodies, lifeless and pale, connected to an array of wires. This was his collection, a grotesque gallery of former humans turned into obedient iron gangi, their wills erased and their lives reduced to a single purpose, servitude. Rel leaned over Suryoung and spoke softly, telling her that she should embrace her new fate. He explained how he would erase every painful memory she had ever experienced, leaving her with a clean slate and a life free of suffering. His words, though calm, carried a chilling finality. The cuffs around her wrists and ankles tightened as the machinery whirred to life, preparing to begin the conversion process. Suryoung struggled to move, her body refusing to respond. Her meridians were completely blocked, and the numbness had spread throughout her limbs, leaving her helpless. She tried to gather energy in her palm for an energy blast, but nothing came. Her fingers twitched faintly, but her body remained paralyzed. Rel observed her futile efforts with a smug smile, and reminded her that she was wasting her time. He had severed her nervous system's connection to her energy flow. Her body was his now, and there was nothing she could do about it. Suddenly, something shifted in the air, an energy that neither Suryoung nor Rel had expected. The facility's lights flickered briefly, and the hum of the machinery grew irregular. The air seemed to grow heavier, charged with an unfamiliar force. Rel glanced around, his confident demeanor faltering for the first time. A deep, vibrating pulse echoed through the room, and the operating table trembled beneath Suryoung. Her eyes widened in surprise as she felt a spark, something raw and primal, coursing through her veins. It wasn't the energy she had tried to summon earlier. This was something far more ancient and powerful, something that had been buried deep within her bloodline. Her body began to glow faintly with a dark green light, and the cuffs holding her wrists and ankles started to strain under the pressure. Rel's eyes narrowed in shock as he recognized the energy signature. He muttered to himself, barely believing what he was seeing. It was the Bloodline Awakening, a forbidden power tied to the noble lineage of the Sichuan Tang clan, a power so rare and dangerous that it had been sealed for generations. The cuffs around Young's wrists shattered with a loud crack, and the energy surged outward, causing the machinery around her to malfunction. Sparks flew as control panels exploded, and the room was bathed in green light. Rel instinctively stepped back, raising an arm to shield his face from the burst of energy. His calm facade was completely gone, replaced by pure disbelief. Young's eyes snapped open, glowing with a fierce green hue. Her body lifted slightly off the table as the energy continued to surge through her, reconnecting her severed meridians and restoring control over her limbs. She clenched her fists, feeling the power coursing through her once again. Without a word, she broke free from the remaining cuffs and landed on her feet. Her breathing was steady, and her eyes locked onto Rel, who stood frozen in place. The air between them crackled with tension, the energy in the room vibrating dangerously. Rel finally regained his composure and stepped forward, determined to subdue her once more. But before he could act, Young moved. Her speed was unlike anything he had seen before, a blur of green light and raw power. She struck with precision and fury, her fist colliding with his metallic body, sending him crashing into a nearby console. The force of the impact shattered the control panel, sparks flying everywhere. Rel grunted in pain, his metallic body dented from the blow. He tried to rise, but Young didn't give him a chance to recover. She raised her hand, gathering the green energy into a swirling sphere. The air around her twisted and bent as the energy grew denser, forming a deadly blast. The room trembled as the energy reached its peak, illuminating the facility with blinding green light. Young, her eyes locked on Rel, prepared to finish what had been started. Young, her eyes glowing crimson, blood seeping from her mouth and eyes, stood tall despite the excruciating pain. Her voice, steady yet chilling, echoed in the dim room. She told Count Rel to abandon his foolish dreams, adding that while he might kill the members of the Sichuan Tang clan, domination was beyond his reach. Her body trembled as she activated a secret martial technique, a last resort that very few ever survived using. A strange scent filled the air as a burning yellow substance began to leak from her palm and sear through Rel's steel body. He stared in shock as her hand pushed deeper into his chest, corroding his metallic frame like acid. The realization hit him too late. It was pigeon blood poison, a deadly toxin that every Tang clan member carried in their heart from birth. A gift meant for their enemies, to be used in their final moments. Young explained in a hoarse voice that once the poison was activated, it would grow stronger the more her heart burned. It could melt even the hardest of metals, a fitting end for someone like Rel. Her eyes continued to bleed as she smiled darkly, her face stained with crimson. The Count could do nothing but struggle helplessly as her hand continued to burn through his body. Despite the chaos, Young's voice remained calm. She leaned closer, her bloody face twisted in a triumphant smile, and whispered, asking him to die with her, but fate had other plans. Before Young could finish him off, a sharp object sliced through her wrist, severing her hand from his chest. She gasped in shock, blood gushing from her amputated arm. Her weakened body staggered as she turned to see the unexpected culprit. It was the damaged android, the very one she thought she had destroyed. Its glowing red eyes flickered as it stood defiantly, its arm still raised from the strike. Rel, sensing his opportunity, yanked her hand out of his chest and threw it aside. Young, her vision blurring from the blood loss, struggled to stay conscious. She watched helplessly as a pool of her blood spread across the floor. Her breath grew ragged, and the room seemed to spin around her. The poison had taken a toll on her body, draining her of what little strength she had left. Suddenly, an alarm blared through the facility, a harsh voice announcing that intruders had been detected. Red lights flashed across the walls, and Rel turned toward a nearby console with an annoyed expression. His injuries were severe, his body barely holding together from the damage Young had inflicted. But the alarm distracted him. On the surface, Lee and Robert had finally arrived. Lee stood at the edge of the hole leading into the underground facility, his eyes cold and calculating. He adjusted his space shield while Robert, already in his combat suit, loaded his weapons. Thousands of iron Ganji surged out of the hole, armed with swords and moving like a relentless tide. Robert readied his weapons, promising to handle the army of robots while urging Lee to save the captain. Lee didn't hesitate. He leapt into the air, soaring past the swarm of iron Gangi without a second glance, leaving Robert to deal with them. His figure disappeared into the sky, heading straight for the underground facility. Robert blinked in disbelief, muttering under his breath that Lee could have at least stayed to help for a few seconds. As he watched, a massive explosion erupted from the hole. The ground shook violently as a bright light flashed, and chunks of rock flew into the air, crushing several iron gangi beneath them. Lee had triggered an explosion as he made his way through the facility, obliterating dozens of robots in a single strike and collapsing part of the tunnel. Robert stood in awe, watching the carnage unfold before him. His respect for Lee grew, but so did his frustration. He cursed aloud, realizing he was now facing an overwhelming number of iron gangi on his own. As the first wave of robots charged toward him, Robert gritted his teeth, gripping his weapons tightly. He fired relentlessly, his combat instincts kicking in. Bullets and plasma blasts tore through the iron gangi, but there were simply too many. Every time he took down a group, more appeared from the shadows, their swords raised high. Meanwhile, inside the underground facility, Count Rel sat hunched over, blood and molten metal dripping from the gaping hole in his chest. He turned his head toward a nearby monitor, which displayed the chaos unfolding on the surface. On the screen, Robert was fighting fiercely, mowing down countless iron gangi with brutal efficiency. Rel clenched his teeth in pain, his eyes narrowing as he watched Robert's relentless assault. Despite his wounds, his mind was already calculating his next move. He knew Lee was on his way. Time was running out, and the battle was about to escalate to a level even he hadn't anticipated. He glanced at Sir Young, who lay motionless on the floor, barely clinging to consciousness. Though weakened, her defiance still lingered in her eyes. Rel knew that despite her condition, she was far from beaten. The blaring alarm continued, warning of impending danger. Lee was coming, and Rel could feel the tide turning against him. Robert was relentless, his combat instincts fully unleashed. His MCCT-106 recoilless laser cannon discharged beams of concentrated energy that tore through rows of iron gangi, while his TTR-8 automatic laser multi-missile system launched volleys of missiles that exploded with devastating force. The ground shook from the repeated impacts as shards of metal flew in every direction. The gangshays tried to close in on him, but Robert anticipated their movements. Activating his anti-gravity rockets, he lifted off the ground in a burst of speed, hovering just above the swarm of droids. His body twisted mid-air, firing at multiple targets simultaneously. Count Rel's monitoring android observed everything from its command station, meticulously scanning each of Robert's weapons and listing them one by one. The android confirmed that all of Robert's gear was Special Forces equipment, but added that it was outdated, no longer in active service. It noted the technological limitations of the weapons, though they were still dangerous in the right hands. Rel frowned at this new information, his confidence returning. The realization that Robert was a retired soldier rather than an active one calmed his nerves. His concern was replaced by smug assurance there was no need to panic. These old weapons couldn't compare to the cutting-edge technology in his facility. He ordered the android to eliminate Robert and the rest of the intruders without hesitation. Suddenly, another alarm blared through the facility, interrupting his thoughts. Rel glanced at the android, confused by the unexpected alert. The android quickly analyzed the situation and reported that an intruder had entered District 8. Its mechanical voice remained calm but serious as it tracked the intruder's movements. In rapid succession, the android announced that the intruder had passed from District 8 to District 7, then to District 6, and continued down the levels with increasing speed. District 5, District 4, District 3, District 2. Each update came faster than the last, the android's voice rising with urgency. Rel's eyes widened as he processed the impossible. No one could bypass their security measures so quickly, not unless they had unparalleled skill or technology. His jaw clenched, and for the first time, doubt crept into his mind. He barked at the android to reanalyze the data and locate the intruder's exact position. Before the android could finish recalibrating, a bright, fiery light erupted behind it. The android tried to speak, stuttering as it struggled to process the new information. Its body froze, unable to respond. A blinding explosion consumed the android, its metallic frame shattering into countless fragments that scattered across the room. Bits of steel clattered to the floor as smoke filled the air. Rel instinctively stepped back, shielding his face from the debris. His eyes darted around the room, desperately trying to identify the source of the attack. The alarm's blaring intensified, triggering a response throughout the facility. The trapped individuals inside the liquid-filled tubes were now at risk. The emergency system released a noxious gas into the tubes, filling them rapidly. The unconscious captives twitched as the gas reached dangerous levels, the oxygen in the tubes replaced by the deadly substance. Just when it seemed like the situation had spiraled completely out of control, the alarm abruptly stopped. Silence fell over the facility as the gas dissipated, and the tubes returned to normal oxygenation. The flickering lights stabilized, and the eerie calm that followed was almost more unsettling than the chaos that had preceded it. The destroyed android lay in pieces on the floor, smoke still rising from its remains. The entire room was filled with tension, the quiet only broken by the faint hum of the restored life support systems. Rel stood frozen, his mind racing to process the sudden shift in events. Whoever had entered his facility was no ordinary intruder. This person had bypassed every level of security, taken out his android without warning, and left him completely exposed. The unsettling reality dawned on him: this was far from over, and something far more dangerous than he had anticipated had just arrived.
The mech's photon cannon fired, its core glowing hot. A warning blared, energy depleted. Retreat was now the only option. Systems overloaded. The shoulder laser sparked violently. HUD alerts flashed. Flight module failing, suit integrity dropping, urgent reinforcement was necessary. Surrounded by dozens of armed enemies, the mech stood alone in the center. The enemies closed in without hesitation or fear. Inside the cockpit, a voice growled, "See? I told you. Just a little help, and they'd be dust." Suddenly, a second armored figure appeared behind him, silent, poised to fight. Reinforcements had arrived. The real battle was about to begin. The enemies marched in unison, confident and loud. Their target stood alone, unmoving, silently watching from the smoky battlefield center. The lone figure raised his voice. "You guys really don't know who I am, do you?" he asked calmly. He clenched his fists, metal groaned, and armor flew off, explosively launched into the air by sheer physical force alone. "My name is Robert," called the Berserk Howl. "Lieutenant of the Tactical 13th Galaxy Combat Forces," he declared, stepping forward. He smirked, holding dual blades tightly. "But don't get too scared. I'll make this quick for your sake, not mine." Robert launched himself into the air, screaming, "Bring it on!" As enemy troops closed in from every direction around him, dozens of enemies leaped after him, shadows stretching downward. The impact point below lit up with a concentrated energy burst. Robert's eyes narrowed. He adjusted his stance mid-air. Timing was critical. This attack had to end the fight instantly. A massive energy sphere formed below. Its scale was overwhelming. Robert hesitated for a second, surprised by its sheer size. In an instant, blinding light engulfed everything. The ground shattered. Enemies vaporized. Silence followed. Only the scorched battlefield remained. The explosion reached its peak. Blinding light surged outward, swallowing sound and movement in a single overwhelming energy wave. Robert's eyes reflected the fading light. He didn't flinch. His breathing was calm, his body steady despite the devastation. Dust cleared slowly. His chest rose with a quiet breath. Around his neck, the dog tag shimmered in warm light. He turned around, blades relaxed at his sides. There was no rush, no enemy left to fight. His mission was complete. Behind him, the fiery mushroom cloud towered into the sky. Alone, Robert stared, unmoved by the destruction he had unleashed. The shockwave lit the sky. Dust clouds scattered. Craters widened. The explosion's impact continued radiating across the scarred battlefield. From orbit, the blast was visible. A glowing burst on Manhwa's moon caught every observer's attention across the station. A stunned officer stared wide-eyed through the glass. The explosion wasn't just large, it was unprecedented. His breath caught instantly. "We've detected an electromagnetic field explosion of gigaton scale from Manhwa planet's moon," the analyst reported, eyes locked forward. His superior clenched his jaw. "This is getting more serious," he muttered. A new threat had clearly just begun. The officer stared out the window. "I think the human government is involved in this matter," he said flatly. Another figure replied coldly, "Delete all records, including the footage. We saw nothing here." Silence followed his heavy command. A younger officer turned, shocked. His instinct screamed that this cover-up would only delay an even bigger problem ahead. Far away, a massive metallic sphere floated quietly in orbit. Hidden systems inside hummed, monitoring everything, including Earth's surface. Suddenly, the planet below pulsed green. A wide energy ripple spread, signaling a system awakening one older than the war itself. Young operators stared at the monitor, silent. The strange pulse near Manhwa showed something unexpected, far beyond normal readings. Robert stood frozen. His expression was unreadable. His instincts sensed something wrong, even though the enemies had all fallen. He looked around at the battlefield. "What's happening?" he asked himself. The silence felt unnatural, almost like a warning. His visor lit up with alerts. "Captain!" The operator's voice cracked through the comms, filled with panic and confusion. "Captain!" the voice screamed again. Robert leapt forward, sprinting across the bodies. Something wasn't over. Something was coming, and fast. Robert's expression changed. The glow ahead intensified. He took a slow breath, bracing for whatever was forming before him. The golden light surrounded him. It wasn't an attack. It felt familiar. It called to something deep inside him. A surge of energy engulfed everything. Time felt paused. Then silence returned as the glow faded from the battlefield. In the light's center, Robert appeared, kneeling. In his arms, a wounded girl rested. Her breathing was faint, unstable. Her eyes were closed, lips pale. Blood stained her clothes. Robert held her tightly. He had found her, but too late. The young boy looked up quietly, his face calm. He felt the shift. Something important had just ended or begun. Robert stood nearby, watching silently. Their eyes met briefly. No words were spoken, but both knew the cost of peace. They faced each other across the cliffs. The air was still, heavy with understanding. No more battles, not today. Manhwa planet has returned to normal, the boy said. His voice was quiet but carried hope and finality. Under a bright sky, they stood among flowers. Life had begun to bloom again. Peace was finally within reach. The people who were used as test subjects of the experiment have also returned to their daily lives, he explained. Fortunately, they don't remember anything. As if it never happened, he added, watching the busy street filled with smiling faces. It really feels like a strange ghost story. How could he do that? The old man muttered, puzzled. The only possible explanation is that they've managed to commercialize entropy inversion, the boy said, eyes still on the horizon. Talk to me in a way that is easy to understand. Not everyone is a genius like you, he sighed. Due to the risk of creating multiverses, even experimentation has been banned, he said, standing in the flower field. However, not only did he complete that technology, he was able to invert all the subjects used simultaneously. Moreover, he has created unknown subdimension tools, including unilateral teleportation. He is a genius greater than his reputation. With such great skills, the military factions in the human government must be willing to support him, the elder muttered. Those greedy humans, they probably don't know that playing with fire can burn themselves and even the world, the figure whispered. I'm not sure, the young genius answered, voice quiet. He stared at the blue sky, lost in uncertain thoughts. If you're not sure, that means he's still alive, the old man replied, voice serious but not surprised. Yes, the boy admitted, standing in silence. The field of red flowers stretched endlessly before them, peaceful and deceivingly calm. Make sure to get rid of him properly, the old man ordered, beginning to walk deeper into the valley. And also get rid of that person who's using the martial arts from our sect, he added coldly. I understand, the boy said, his reflection showing the world below one full of danger, secrets, and unfinished business. Eyes closed, he took a deep breath. Decisions had been made. No turning back now, only forward, whatever that meant. He stood atop the giant orbital device, floating silently in space. Everything looked peaceful, but it was far from over. As the satellite rotated slowly, its insignia shimmered Cosmic Heavenly Demon 3077. The mission continued beyond what others could comprehend. Back on Earth, life resumed quietly, but under the surface, forces stirred and balance would soon be tested again. I've heard what happened from my daughter, the elder said, his voice steady as steam rose from the tea set. I don't know how to thank you for saving my daughter and those rebels, he added, genuinely humbled. Rather than rebels, they're more like puppets, the young man replied, looking toward the grand hall's distant windows. There are more evildoers behind this incident. A little kid told me about it, he continued, recalling the genius boy. Of course, that's for sure. Even though the Manhwa clan has weakened, the elder said, sipping his tea. It's impossible for someone to dare act against the highest faction on this planet, but that's just my assumption. It seems you will close your eyes to this as if it never happened, the young man replied sharply. The older man froze, stunned. How can he see right through me? He wondered, gripping his cup tightly. Even though he's still young, but he's so calm when we're talking about this incident, he thought uneasily. His expression hardened, doubt and fear crept in. The youth wasn't ordinary, his presence felt more dangerous than any weapon. The most important thing for me is to ensure the survival of nearly 10,000 Manhwa clan members. I don't care if I have to throw away my pride, he added, voice heavy with personal sacrifice. By the way, you don't seem nervous when talking to me, he noted, surprised by the boy's steady presence. You don't need to think about it. I live my own way looking down on the world. That's that choosing to look down upon the world, the elder repeated inwardly, unsettled by the confidence behind such a bold claim. May I ask who you really are? The elder asked, still unsettled by the boy's confidence and clarity. The boy stood, walking calmly. If you're going to live with your eyes closed, then just keep them closed. The elder was speechless. The weight of the words hung in the air, impossible to ignore or dismiss casually. Ah, the elder uttered quietly, watching as the boy moved away, a strange sense of realization forming in his chest. I want to ask something because I don't know much about the world in this era, the boy began. The boy looked up thoughtfully. His mind circled the question he had yet to ask, one that truly mattered now. I know this sounds ridiculous, but I've been experiencing so many absurd things lately, he said, eyes scanning the sky. A small craft soared into the atmosphere, its destination unknown, but its purpose clearly tied to something dangerous and secret. Inside a chamber, a man floated unconscious. Energy flowed around him. He was alive, but suspended in time. His body glowed within the containment tube. Whoever he was, he hadn't awakened yet, but that time was approaching fast. A young technician reviewed the stasis pod silently. Lights flickered. The body inside hadn't moved since the last report. She examined the scan results. The data was concerning. Vital signs weak. Recovery uncertain. She couldn't hide her worry. Footsteps echoed through the corridor. A figure entered the lab. The technician knew who it was without turning around. "How is the captain?" he asked, voice low. He already feared the answer but needed to hear it anyway. "Not good," she replied. Her tone was flat, honest. Hope was slipping. They were running out of time fast. "What? Isn't it just her arm that's severed?" "If you stitch it quickly," he asked, desperate for answers. "Her blood is full of poison. And that poison is produced by her own body," the technician explained calmly. "The poison is unique. It has no antidote. I've tried to neutralize it, but it spreads internally," she added. He stared at the unconscious girl, panic growing. "Then we have to go to the ER hospital, right now. I told you there's no antidote. Even if we go to the big hospital, she won't last until then." His voice cracked. "We should prepare to say goodbye," he said. "The captain should launch her into space after death. She said she wants to explore space forever," the girl responded quietly, her words revealing the dying wish. "I will gather money so we can buy high-quality armor," she continued, holding the medical data against her chest. He froze mid-step. "Susunya?" he whispered. The name hit him harder than expected. It wasn't just about duty anymore. Outside, the stars remained silent. Beyond the glass, the vast universe waited just like she always said she would. Water filled the metal cup. Her hands trembled slightly, but she held on, trying to stay composed for now. She stared into the cup. No words came. Her mind spun with worry, exhaustion, and something deeper helplessness. Walking down the corridor, she held the cup tightly. Each step felt heavier than the last. Silence followed her. A tear slipped down her cheek. She didn't wipe it away. Her face showed everything she refused to say. Her eyes shimmered with pain. The tears didn't stop. All the strength she held inside was finally starting to crack. She approached the launch bay. The massive ship before her stood ready, its size overwhelming, its purpose heavier than ever. She gasped. Something had changed. A signal, a movement, something unexpected made her pause and glance upward in surprise. Far beyond the station, a small ship drifted through the stars. Someone was watching, someone not meant to be there. A woman in red stood silently at the edge of a cruiser deck, staring out toward the drifting vessel. Her eyes widened slightly. Recognition flashed in them. Whoever she saw, she wasn't expecting. Something was beginning all over again. Master Ryun stood alone on the balcony, sensing an unusual energy approaching from the horizon, eyes scanning the skyline. A massive airship pierced through the clouds above the lantern-lit city, casting a heavy shadow over the ancient buildings. He narrowed his eyes in silence. The ship's design was unfamiliar, clearly not from any local sect or alliance. A guard whispered, "That ship belongs to West Heaven Sword Nation, sir. They rarely visit unless something urgent happens." Ryun exhaled sharply. "West Heaven Sword Nation. Kim Vectron must be here. Trouble always follows him." He turned back inside. "We've tried contacting the ship several times, but there's been no response," reported Sanjin, concern tightening across his face. Manhwa's security enforcer, Man Sanjin, stood tense beside Ryun, awaiting orders as the unknown ship hovered in silence. Ryun observed carefully. "If she didn't come here for me, then she must have business with someone else," he said. Sanjin clenched his fists. "This silence is suspicious. The West Heaven Sword sect doesn't approach without declaring intent." Ryun replied, "Patience is the strongest force our sect can wield right now. We cannot afford another intersect war." Ryun said firmly, "We must endure in silence. Until the opponent speaks, we have no grounds to fight back." They stood still as the sun dropped lower. Lanterns flickered on. Tension grew heavier, but no movement came from above. Sanjing closed his eyes briefly, his breath slowed. He hated waiting but trusted his leader's judgment more than anything. The ship hovered silently, a shadow over the sect. Inside, unseen figures prepared for what came next, peace or war. A cloaked figure stepped forward. "I came to seek an audience with the revered master, but I won't wait." The girl floated inside the capsule. "If you request," the white-haired man said, "I think I can fix her." The hooded youth asked, "Severed arm?" Staring at her suspended form. "The world has truly changed a lot," he muttered. "Reattaching a severed arm is easy," the healer said. "But her real danger lies in the blood poison. It started from her heart, spread through her veins. This toxin's origin traces back to 100 Steps Mountain and North Tempest." "You seem well informed," the healer noted. "That poison is sacred tech from the Kane clan, reserved only for their nobles." The white-haired man turned. "Are you certain about that?" he asked calmly, testing the youth's resolve and urgency. The youth faced the capsule. "All right, I request it. Heal the girl," he said, voice steady, hiding his worry. The healer stayed silent, locking eyes with the youth. Something about his choice seemed to shift the air slightly. "Well," the youth continued, "you've received my request. State your terms. What do you want from me in exchange?" "There is someone I must meet," the healer said. "I'd like you to open the way to him." The healer narrowed his eyes. "Your voice is filled with killing intent. You're very angry, it seems," he observed. The youth replied calmly, "I've met someone like him before, someone who made me want to beat him to death." He added, "But if your target is that man, you're too late. He's already dead." Or so they said. The healer's expression hardened. "He's still alive," he said quietly, certainty in his voice as he stared toward the glowing pods. "The problem is," he continued, "he's hidden himself in a much deeper place. A shattered moon loomed in space. The shattered moon loomed silently in space." "That's why I need your help," echoed the healer's words with urgency. A desolate sight stretched under artificial lights, abandoned machines piled high beneath the ruined roof of a forgotten facility. Text appeared, "Humanity Government's Southern Galactic Core Military Droid Disposal Site." The air buzzed faintly with residual power. A woman stepped out slowly from the shadows, her posture calm but her gaze fixed sharply ahead, cloak brushing ground. She raised her head. Her silver hair glinted under the ceiling lights. The mission had begun, and she knew it. She approached the lone chamber, its sensors activating. A blue beam scanned her body, unlocking the sealed containment unit. A massive cryochamber hissed to life. Its surface pulsed with light, systems rebooting for the first time in years. Cool blue fluid streamed down as the chamber's contents were slowly released, Illusunja tinged the walls in an eerie glow. She stepped into the spreading fluid, barefoot. The temperature dropped, but she didn't hesitate. She knew what was coming. Facing the open chamber, she stood silent. Whoever was inside, she was ready to awaken them no matter the cost. A figure stirred in the glowing pool, rising slowly as light washed over him. His breath returned after long slumber. He curled inward, body weakened from stasis, unaware of how many years had passed or where he had awakened. The woman stood before him. "Congratulations on your return to life, Count," she said with a calm, steady voice. She gently wrapped a cloak around him. His fingers twitched, memories blurred, eyes struggling to focus on her face. He looked up, voice raspy. "Who are you?" The room echoed with the first words he'd spoken in decades. "I am Rachel Archimond." "A vessel of the Count," she declared. Her voice held purpose, and her gaze never wavered. "Just wait a little longer, until all of your memories return," she said, walking slowly toward the glowing chamber exit. The Count remained silent, eyes following her, emotions undefined. Something about her presence stirred vague feelings deep within him. Rachel paused, glancing back. "And you will love me again," she whispered, as if stating a forgotten truth. A sphere glowed and cracked open in the distance, an ancient memory core releasing pieces of the past once sealed. "That place is where the military disposes of their proxies. He must be hiding there," Rachel stated, staring into the projection. "The issue is it's operated by the human government, under the watch of the Solar Defense Forces," she added. "This human government, is it akin to an official body?" he asked, doubt creeping in behind his guarded voice. "A child once mentioned the same thing," he continued, recalling a strange encounter inside a sterile hallway long ago. "An official body hasn't existed in thousands of years," he muttered. Rachel smiled. "You really know how to spark curiosity." "At any rate, yes, the human government is an official entity," Rachel said. "They keep distance from martial artists." "So they don't interfere but don't disappear either?" he asked. "Classic move to preserve control without responsibility, typical power games." Rachel studied him quietly. "He speaks like someone from thousands of years ago. Who is this person exactly?" "Well, let's get to the point," he said, facing the projection. What do you want me to do? The hologram shifted. A man appeared, smiling gently. His presence gave off authority, someone clearly not to be underestimated. A massive blaze engulfed the facility. Behind the glass, Major Bernardo observed quietly, hands behind his back, face unreadable. I just received a report. They said the lab was completely destroyed? He asked, voice calm but edged with suspicion. We encountered an unexpected problem, his subordinate replied. Planetary Defense Commander, Major Bernardo. Name carried weight across interstellar command circles. So, I erased all evidence, the officer added. Maintaining secrecy of this project is our top priority right now. Bernardo smirked. Seems like your tongue wasn't injured, huh? You're still able to speak quite smoothly for a failure. I'm curious, will your tongue still work as well in front of the project investors? Bernardo asked with a smirk. If they find out you destroyed it, I doubt even one of your lives will calm their anger, he added. This project nearly completely failed. The Steel City project was just part of the process, one agent muttered in reply. We've gathered enough data through this experiment, so you could say this project is a success, Bernardo said confidently. Now we proceed with the main initiative, the Iron Changshi project, he declared. One agent turned. By the way, he began, that thing you have with you, can you make one for me? Bernardo asked again, staring at her back. The masked agent didn't respond immediately. One sharp eye met Bernardo's, calmly calculating risk versus value behind the casual request. I've been stuck in the middle of nowhere for too long. I'm getting bored, Bernardo added, leaning back smugly. If it's too hard to make a new one, just lend me yours for a few days, he said. I shall consider it, she replied. The pair walked away in silence, leaving the commander alone with his ambitions. Silently, the masked agent turned away from the meeting, expression tight. Rage burned beneath the surface, barely held back. Bernardo scoffed, leaning into his chair. What a piece of trash. Not even human, just a tool, Tisk. Outside, the rain fell hard. Thunder rolled above the dark skyline as the world responded to hidden tensions. A figure dropped onto a rooftop silently, sword drawn. Every move deliberate, eyes locked ahead through the pouring rain. She stepped forward, soaked but calm. Her blade pulsed faintly. Tonight, someone would answer for everything that had happened. Why are these memories so glowing? She whispered, the rain masking her trembling as unfamiliar emotions returned with intensity. She stood beside her in silence, sword pulsing faintly. Neither moved, both haunted by what couldn't be forgotten. You seemed like someone with a frivolous demeanor, she said. Turns out you've been hiding behind a thick mask. She said nothing, gaze lowered, lips slightly parted. The truth in her words left no space for argument. Let's go, she declared, stepping forward. I've come to take you. Her voice carried purpose, final and without hesitation. I must protect the transference gate, she whispered, eyes glowing red, body trembling under the weight of forgotten duty. This isn't reality, it's your delusion, the other said firmly. You no longer have anything left to protect. You've lost everything. That's why you're trapped in this illusion. Let's go back before you vanish completely, she pleaded. Rain poured over the silent gate, standing in the vast empty waters. Neither time nor truth had reached here. No! I must protect this gate. Even if it costs my life, no one can pass through, she shouted. She reached for her blade, expression firm. If words failed, she would use force to fulfill her mission's command. With one swift move, the girl struck, pushing her opponent back. Her will to protect burned stronger than reason. If you persist, I'll have to forcefully take you away, the woman said, her voice low but resolute. The girl's eyes widened, something inside her awakened, an old memory breaking through, flickering behind the glow in her gaze. Elsewhere, in a cryo chamber, another form stirred. The girl floating inside showed signs of life for the first time. The chamber hummed softly, wires fed into her body as the machine finished repairs, her breathing steadied with each pulse. System logs confirmed recovery, internal drive charged, stability at 94%. She opened her eyes, disoriented but aware of pain. A voice pierced the silence. How's your body? She struggled to answer, still adjusting to the new weight of limbs. She looked down at the cables attached. No words, just a pause, as if searching for herself inside the silence. The woman in red stepped forward. Focus on rehabilitation. Your arm will feel wrong until your nerves remember the past. She bowed slightly. Thank you for saving my life. I'll repay this debt, no matter how long it takes. The woman frowned. You're overestimating yourself. Debts are only shared when both people stand equally. You're not even close. Even with your Tonga family ties, she continued, you're seen as disposable. Most wouldn't care if you vanished today. Besides, she added coldly, I wasted all my energy on you. There was no logic behind that decision. The girl's voice trembled. Then, why did you save me? Silence filled the air, waiting for an answer she feared. Her voice was sharp. You're not qualified to ask why. Not with everything hidden inside your poisoned heart. She turned slightly. The Sichuan Tang family, they cultivated that poison in you, half-blood venom, it nearly killed you. She placed the container down carefully. I almost couldn't extract it. Your heart fought the removal harder than expected. The girl stared. The rumors were right. That's Tang's secret poison handed only to their heir. It's deadly and forbidden. Her eyes trembled. Please, give it back to me. That poison, it's not just deadly, it's also my soul. The console beeped. Internal energy drive is fully recharged. She stood beside the chamber, expression unreadable but quietly resolved. And you activated the poison yourself, she said that choice was death. Now, you've survived without it. It doesn't belong anymore. Opening her palm, she showed the squirming toxin. It's no longer yours, she said, voice steady, hand unwavering. The girl stared, silent. Her eyes dropped, unsure whether to speak or reach out. Her breath grew quiet and slow. It has become mine, the woman said, stepping forward. But I shall give it to you if you still want it. She offered the poison. In return, tell me everything you know about the man. Don't miss a single detail. The girl's hands trembled slightly. Oh, fat man, she whispered, her chest tightening, voice cracking beneath the weight of memory. Her eyes widened. The moment she thought of him, fear surged clear, cold, and powerful. Her mouth opened involuntarily. The memory surfaced, his black hair, distant stare, his presence impossible to forget. He stood in smoke, silent and watchful. And I wanted to meet him again, the old master said. Not for revenge, but to return a favor owed. The master waved dismissively. Forget it, I helped because I wanted to. Tea and peace are enough repayment. That, the guest replied calmly. Only two rules of debtor and creditor differ. Manhwa is not accustomed to unpaid debts. I'll repay this with advice, he continued. Avoid the Western Sword Nation, especially her stay far away from that woman. Since she's no ordinary warrior, he warned. Since she's like a spider, quiet, poisonous, and buried deep in shadows no light touches. Unaware of their conversation, she stepped through a heavy door alone, unbothered, unaware, and already walking into her next chapter. Her red eye narrowed, locking onto the masked woman. The air between them tightened with tension and hidden history. They stood face to face. One armored, one wounded, but walking. No words needed to confirm what both already knew. The masked woman's voice cut through. She infects everything around her. Darkness follows wherever she walks. You'll see soon. The corridor echoed with footsteps. Neither flinched. They walked toward each other slowly, drawn together by fate and unfinished war. Don't celebrate surviving, she warned coldly. You'll die soon by my hand. Her words weren't a threat. They were fact. She turned back with confusion. Why are we settling a debt? I don't remember owing you anything at all. The masked woman smirked. Because my mother saved you. Her kindness has nothing to do with your memory. Silence lingered. Neither of them moved. Words clashed harder than swords. Something unspoken passed between the two like weight. Ha, she scoffed, stepping forward. Like mother, like daughter, you Tang women. Always cruel, always pretending you're above the rest. Fury surged. The masked woman shouted, Don't ignore me! I swear you'll die by my hands. That's a promise. She walked away, ignoring the screams behind her. Whatever, she muttered. None of it mattered now, not the threats, not her. Her steps echoed louder. Then she stopped and said casually over her shoulder, By the way, I've been wondering something. Still facing forward, she tilted her head slightly. Why do you keep speaking informally to me? How old are you? Somewhere else the boy prepared silently. Calm but alert, he adjusted the dial. I'll handle it my own way. He never looked up. I appreciate your advice, he said, eyes on his hands. But I choose my own path. I don't know what she truly asked for, the elder said calmly, but I doubt that was her goal. She's probably chasing someone important to her, he added. It's always the ones closest to the heart that drive us. In Jianghu, Tales warned, any man who crossed paths with the West Heaven Sword Maiden would never walk away unchanged. She stood silently, overlooking the glowing city, its peace, unaware of the storm her ideals would one day bring. She moves for the sake of her ideals, he said. That's what makes her unstoppable and also truly dangerous. I want to bear your child, she said. Our blood combined could create the most perfect being in existence. She was stunning, confident, and radiant. Even with his engagement, he hesitated. No answer came easily to her proposal. Even now, the old man said quietly, I sometimes regret rejecting her. That choice still lingers in my thoughts. Rumor says over 100 men have fallen for her, another voice added. Power, beauty, ambition, none escaped her reach. Inside a shadowed facility, machines hummed. One figure stood alone, preparing for something that would change the balance again. In the cold light of the lab, he moved alone. The machines responded instantly to his silent command. But no matter how many she enticed, she always left them. It was her way, never staying, never explaining. That's why she's called the Black Widow, the old man said. She uses men, then walks away without hesitation. Like the spider, he added. She devours the mate once the purpose is fulfilled. It's never about love. Then she must have a lot of children, the younger man muttered, half joking. But silence followed, heavier than laughter. Over 100, the elder said. She didn't raise them. She collected their genes like trophies, like seeds to harvest. The young man's eyes widened. How's that even possible? How old is she to do something like that? That's not it, the elder replied, pouring tea slowly. She doesn't age like us. She never needed time. She uses gene cultivation to grow them in test tubes. If she wanted, she could make 100 overnight. The boy leaned back, stunned. Wow. The world really has changed. This isn't martial arts anymore, it's something else. But why does she want so many children? He asked. Raising them isn't easy. What's her real goal? She's chasing the absolute one, the elder said. The perfect being. A creation to fulfill the dream she never achieved. She's tried again and again, he added, but not one copy has ever been enough. None satisfied her expectations. And then, he continued, she noticed one man, someone different from the rest. That's when everything began to change. Be careful, the elder warned with a grave look. Getting close to her isn't ambition. It's walking straight into danger. The young man stood and sighed. What a shame, he muttered, turning his back toward the flickering lantern light. The elder raised an eyebrow. What is? He asked, confused by the sudden shift in the younger man's tone. It would have been nice if she were my type, he replied softly. Sometimes. I also wish I had children. Footsteps echoed as he left the room. The elder sat silently, unmoving. Something in the air suddenly felt heavier. Elsewhere, the girl's eyes opened wide, as if hearing a voice or sensing a connection she couldn't quite explain. He ran up and hugged her tightly. Ain't I knew you'd survive? I believed in you, Captain. You're unstoppable. Hey, could you back up a little? She said, awkwardly stiff. You're kind of making this very uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? We're comrades, he shouted, squeezing tighter. And I was terrified for you. You mean too much to all of us. Captain, he wailed dramatically, while dragging her across the hallway. She sighed, half exhausted, letting herself be pulled along reluctantly. From behind, a voice interrupted, calm and steady, said, I heard you saved me. He took a slow sip of tea. She leaned in across the table. And just want to ask one thing. You're definitely older than me, right? His silence was telling. She blinked rapidly, narrowing her eyes. Wait, are you seriously not going to answer that? He calmly kept eating. Her eyes widened in shock. I knew it! Not answering means you're confirming it. You're older than me, maybe even double, she accused. Uncle, Grandpa? You're hiding something. Your whole face screams ancient. In frustration, she slapped the spoon from his hand. Don't eat that. It's bad for your aging body, she shouted across the hall. Sunjai, bring him something healthy, real food. No more instant junk loaded with sodium. Raising a plastic cup dramatically, she yelled, Put it down right now. I won't let you poison yourself anymore. He glared silently, purple aura flaring. Put it down. If you don't want to die horribly, he growled, spoon poised. The room trembled. Everyone froze. His energy pulsed with warning while Sunjai hesitated, caught between them like a nervous referee. Far away, another figure observed. Jong Ritak, Heavenly Demon Sex District 32 commander, narrowed his eyes. So, it has begun. Jong Ritak stepped forward, stunned. What did you just say? His voice cracked slightly, shaken by the name just spoken. The woman appeared via projection. I asked him who he was. He said he lived 2,000 years ago. He was sealed in an underground stone chamber, she continued, hidden beneath the Mount Hua star system on Earth. He said his name was Li Moquan, and he has a clear connection to the Heavenly Demon sect. The screen flickered as she finished. He called himself the Heavenly Demon Supreme. Ritak's eyes widened. This changed everything. His eye widened in shock. The truth hit harder than expected. Lee Moquan wasn't a myth. He had truly returned. A massive energy core activates. The chamber hums as streams of data and power converge, creating a blinding pulse. A lone figure enters. He observes silently, understanding the machine holds the key to awakening long-lost martial powers. Approaching steadily, his face reveals Detersunya Tian. He prepares mentally, knowing the next step will alter his fate permanently. Data flashes 96, 97, 98, 99%. The system nears completion. His breathing slows, anticipation mixes with silent tension inside. Energy bursts outward violently. The fusion process completes, engulfing him. He vanishes into radiant light, initiating his cosmic rebirth. The core roars louder. Energy readings spike rapidly, signaling the machine's active phase. Everyone watches, awaiting critical stability confirmation. The operator calmly checks the holographic tablet. She confirms aloud, both data input and output are stable, no errors. The man asks coldly, "What about the power?" His eyes sharpen, aware that overload could destroy everything instantly. Yeonhwa responds confidently, "Maximum power is 6 cycles. Exceeding triggers self-destruction." Her voice steady, knowing risks but trusting calculations. He smirks slightly, whispering, "Perfect." His plan requires pushing limits. Destruction does not matter, success demands surpassing all boundaries now. He raises his hand confidently. "Come here, come to your master," he commands, voice steady and filled with authority. The core device reacts immediately. Energy gathers tightly, forming into a glowing shape, slowly lifting and moving towards him. The glowing object floats gently through the air. He waits silently, knowing this process is critical and cannot fail. His eyes sharpen, watching closely. The moment nears. Success means control. Failure means losing everything he worked tirelessly to build. The object lands softly in his palm. He grips it lightly. Energy stabilizing the transfer is complete and secure. A soldier prepares tea calmly. His expression serious, knowing today's meeting involves critical information about a classified military project. Finishing, he approaches confidently and asks, "What is that?" He notices a small mysterious object resting quietly on display. The tiny object rests in his hand, glowing faintly. Its design appears advanced, hinting at hidden and dangerous capabilities. An officer responds firmly, "This is the product you requested, the Iron Gangshi project." His tone suggests no uncertainty. The general frowns. "Are you joking?" This project transforms human bodies into combat-enhanced soldiers. This looks too insignificant. The officer explains they possess free will and master martial arts using internal energy. His words carry heavy military ambition. Examining closely, the soldier doubts. But this doesn't look human at all. Skepticism grows, seeing only a mechanical spider. The masked man replies confidently, "It will look human to you soon enough." His expression is calm, hiding secrets. He prepares to demonstrate. Grabbing the device, he makes a precise movement. The spider-like object activates, glowing intensely. Suddenly, it leaps onto the soldier's face. Shocked, he utters, as the device rapidly begins merging with his body. The device suddenly activates, latching onto the soldier's face. He panics, but it's too late. The transformation begins. Gah! He screams in agony. His body convulses violently, muscles tightening as unknown energy invades and rewrites his cells. Pain intensifies. He grabs his head, veins glowing unnaturally. Control slips away as the process forces evolution without mercy. A commander nearby freezes, shocked. He watches helplessly as the soldier's form shifts unnaturally, tension gripping the entire room. The soldier roars wildly. His eyes turn feral, mind clouded. The transformation completes. He is no longer fully human. "This is a parasitic android," he explains. "It invades the human body, seizing brainwaves and overriding the nervous system." The masked man continues. "Once active, it releases internal energy up to 6 cycles, granting the host martial capabilities." The general listens, tense. "You mean turning infected soldiers into martial artists?" His face shows concern mixed with disbelief. "Correct," he replies. "It also contains deadly martial arts data. The infected will instantly master lethal combat techniques effortlessly. The transformed soldier now stands monstrous, muscles enlarged, aura violent. In short, the Iron Gangshi project is a killing machine." The general looks worried. "But why does he look like that?" He questions, disturbed by the grotesque transformation. The transformed soldier's face is horrifying. The mutation is unstable, twisted unnaturally, signaling something went very wrong during fusion. The masked man answers coldly, "The genes differ from experimental samples." Human system rejection caused this abnormal body distortion. He continues explaining calmly. The immune response interfered, forcing the transformation into this deformed state. Still, it retains functionality. A small, detached fragment suddenly drops onto the table. The general flinches slightly, realizing this project holds terrifying, unstable risks. The monstrous soldier collapses, lifeless. Silence fills the room as the process ends, leaving only an ominous mechanical remnant. The general stares, shocked and tense. He nervously looks at the small spider-like core now glowing faintly on table. Without emotion, the masked man orders, "Prepare for tomorrow's showcase." His tone shows no concern despite the dangerous outcome witnessed. Calmly touching his lips, he mutters, "Investors must see the prototype. Complaints will vanish once they witness its power." Frustrated, the general explodes, "What is this?" Investors funded 500 million expecting greatness, not some uncontrollable, monstrous failure like this. The masked man holds the device. It needs its true owner. Only then will it fully activate, he states. "Go now, find your true owner," he commands firmly. The device responds immediately, glowing intensely while preparing for deployment. With sharp precision, the device launches from his hand, flying swiftly toward the surprised general standing helpless across the room. The general's eyes widen as a piercing beam targets him. He realizes too late the device has chosen him. A powerful energy stream engulfs the general. The connection completes instantly, binding them. The room trembles as control shifts decisively. The general's face shifts. Now fully synchronized with the device, his eyes glow. His orders carry new authority instantly. "Inform investors." "The perfected prototype will launch tomorrow," he declares confidently. The failed test no longer concerns him now. Meanwhile, outside Earth's orbit, a light streak races through space. The activated prototype begins its programmed mission without hesitation. The perfect Iron Gangshi project. The words appear boldly, declaring this moment as the beginning of the next deadly phase. A distant facility detects the incoming signal. Hidden figures watch silently, preparing for what this evolving weapon might soon unleash. A young man awakens abruptly, his expression confused, sensing something unusual. He stares silently, feeling a strange connection nearby. Far away, deep in space, a mysterious object travels fast, its destination clear toward inhabited regions filled with life. Inside a spaceship, the crew operates swiftly. The atmosphere tense as glowing screens track the unidentified approaching signal carefully. "We've reached the limit." Moving closer breaks security. A crew member reports seriously. "Captain, what's the next command?" The captain stays silent for a moment. She grips the console tightly, considering the danger ahead before deciding carefully. An officer warns, "Captain, this is military disposal land, sanctioned by the human government. We risk major consequences interfering here. If we screw up, we become official enemies," Seryung adds. "We won't even be able to live peacefully anymore." The captain considers carefully. "What about the weak signal we detected earlier?" she asks, shifting focus to the secondary anomaly. A report flashes. "Signal detected near New Korean Airport's 5th ATM zone, safely away from current restricted areas," the crew explains. "Prepare the landing pod. We'll investigate," the captain orders firmly. "Act like strangers. No connection between us must be visible." The crew member rushes, calling out, "Captain!" Urgency in his voice. The team gathers as they prepare for descent. Lee Mokjin, young man, observes quietly. "We've arrived," he whispers, sensing this place holds the answers he unknowingly seeks. Tang Seryung steps forward. "From here, only the two of us will proceed," she says, maintaining strict operational discipline. Confused, the young man protests. "Why follow me? I can handle this alone," he insists, wanting to avoid risking others. Tang Seryung responds calmly, "I must accompany you to operate the landing pod. Alone, you cannot complete the mission." Robert member protests loudly, "Use autopilot. You can't even fly properly." Frustration fills the air as tension rises quickly. Tang Seryung turns serious. "That's not it. I also have a personal score to settle with that enemy," she states. "Captain!" The crew calls out again, trying to stop her. Concern for her safety spreads among the gathered members. Lee Mokjin steps in firmly. "Stay here. You have your own debt to settle, right?" he says seriously. His words strike deeply. The captain pauses, surprised. The reminder awakens her hidden resolve, leaving her momentarily speechless and conflicted. Walking ahead, the young man advises firmly, "Forget the past. Clinging to it stops you from moving forward." Lee Mokjin leaves quietly, his words lingering. Tang Seryung remains silent, watching his determined back disappear down the empty corridor. She pauses quietly, reflecting. The crew member beside her respects the moment, offering silent support as emotions settle deeply. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a mysterious figure stands before a giant mechanical eye. Tension fills the dark room filled with red light. A voice reports coldly, according to the record, the Iron Gangshi project prototype has been completed. The true threat begins. The general reports sternly, there's also a possibility of failure. Headquarters requires careful assessment before proceeding with final decisions. He continues, we will fully examine the prototype's body first, then prepare for the critical public showcase tomorrow. The cold eye responds firmly, hold the showcase tomorrow. Its tone leaves no room for arguments or any delay. The general hesitates. But if it fails, he warns, his concern showing, the risk threatens everything they have planned secretly. The eye cuts him off. This project failed the moment North Wea sect became test subjects. You broke secrecy. The general listens quietly, tense. The headquarters' judgment weighs heavily, signaling the project's secrecy is now more important than success. The giant eye commands coldly, settle this quickly. Success or failure doesn't matter. Cover it up no matter what. The voice grows harsher, no more mistakes will be tolerated. The general stiffens, understanding the strict consequences now looming above. He lowers his head silently, frustration growing. The burden of responsibility and shame becomes heavier, but he cannot refuse. Frustrated, he slams his fist. Damn it, I got mixed up with a monster. Regret and fear now consume him. Suddenly, alarms blare loudly. The general jumps up, startled as urgent warnings echo through the base. Something unexpected has occurred. An intruder has been detected within the boundary line. The system announces, unauthorized presence triggers full emergency defense protocols instantly. The general's face twists in shock. He realizes this could jeopardize the already fragile and dangerous project completely. Far away, a ship crash lands roughly in the wasteland. Dust and debris scatter everywhere, marking an aggressive, unplanned arrival. Amid swirling dust, a mysterious red structure rises silently from the sand. Someone or something has arrived with clear purpose. Footsteps mark the dusty wasteland. The young man walks alone, resolute, leaving behind his crew and approaching unknown danger. Lee Mokjin stops silently, observing the desolate area ahead. The atmosphere grows heavier, as if expecting something to reveal itself. Meanwhile, in a secure facility, a masked figure receives an urgent report. Emergency alert detected at the Ordo disposal site. Hearing the news, the masked man stays silent. Tension grows. He already knows deep down something serious has begun. Far away, strange glowing plants shift as a mechanical entity appears. Observing silently, it asks curiously, what are you? In a peaceful room, a glowing flower pot sits quietly. Tiny lights surround it, hiding something unusual among the leaves. A girl approaches curiously, noticing something strange. Her eyes widen as she leans closer to inspect the mysterious plant carefully. I've never seen a bug like you. Where did you come from? She whispers, confused but fascinated by its appearance. Suddenly, the strange bug moves quickly, jumping away. The girl watches silently, realizing this was no ordinary insect at all. The masked man's cold gaze sharpens. Silence fills the room. He senses something unusual, something awakening dangerously nearby. Emerging from glowing ruins, a lone figure steps forward, his aura unstable yet fierce, unknowingly drawing the masked man's attention. The observer trembles, recognition flashing. That man, he mutters. Fear mixes with shock. This presence is impossible, yet undeniable. Another veteran, watching quietly from afar, smirks confidently. He's a pure natural, he remarks, already foreseeing the boy's rapid rise. Walking into the radiant gate, the young man continues forward. Destiny silently binds them all, paths inevitably crossing very soon. Scanners report no weapons, no internal drive. A mysterious outsider walking calmly triggers silent alerts across the restricted perimeter. Unregistered, unknown origin. Observers watch nervously. Mokjin could be harmless or dangerous. The unknown always brings fear in military-controlled zones. A beggar? Lost fool? The commander scoffs, underestimating him. Despite appearances, orders must be enforced. He casually signals the guards. Elisunja to him immediately. Troops advance. The young man pauses slightly, still expressionless, steps unwavering as automated weapons prepare to strike. Heavy mechanical units crash down violently. Dust rises. Still distant, the young man faces them calmly, ready without hesitation. Gunfire erupts wildly. The mysterious man walks calmly through the barrage, bullets missing as if avoiding him on their own. He's not someone you can handle so easily, a desperate voice warns. The enemy underestimates him, ignoring growing danger. The commander hesitates, realization dawning. Sweat forms. He fears they triggered something beyond control. Panic spreads as warnings echo loudly. "Switch to emergency alert! Deploy everything now!" The officer shouts urgently. Authority breaking down. Total defense measures activate across the base. Another superior scoffs arrogantly. He's a pure natural. Why panic? Underestimating again, he dismisses the threat, unaware disaster is moments away. Monitors display the lone figure advancing. Bullets and weapons are useless. Officers watch silently, confusion turning slowly into growing fear. An invisible barrier effortlessly blocks every attack. The man walks forward without pausing, shrouded by shimmering energy, unstoppable and silent. Commander stares, stunned. His confidence disappears instantly. Reality hits this enemy is beyond simple classifications. He feels true dread. Another observes sharply. Recognition flashes. "That protective field," he whispers, realizing it's not technology, it's ancient martial power long thought lost. "Analyze that technique immediately," he commands. "If needed, contact central government. We must uncover what kind of monster he is." The commander panics as authority slips. "I'm in charge," he yells, voice cracking. But fear silences obedience across the control room. The masked observer steps closer. "Irrelevant now. If he breaks through, you won't survive either," he says, coldly and blunt. "Stop him no matter what!" The commander orders desperately. Pride fades, survival instinct kicking in as he clings to command. "Arrogant bastard!" He curses, furious yet powerless. Control fades completely. Frustration boils as elite forces fail, unable to slow the intruder. Alarms blare. The intruder reached the second defense line. An officer reports grimly. Hope dims. Their strongest defenses mean nothing now. The young man steps through the glowing gateway. Military observers grow tense, realizing his arrival threatens the stability of everything. "Unregistered, unknown," whispers the officer. Fear deepens as the intruder walks unchallenged. Their database offers no explanation for his existence. "Activate internal defense system immediately," the commander yells. Protocol overrides start, desperate to halt him before reaching the critical zone. Elsewhere, a robed figure watches. "He's arrived sooner than expected," he mutters darkly. "We must accelerate the project. No delays." Meanwhile, under bright skies, Kim Yeonhwa stands alone. Calmly, she gazes forward, aware destiny and chaos now intertwine. Kim Yeonhwa stands silently, waiting near a towering machine. Her gaze fixes on the approaching figure across the field. She watches him draw closer, analyzing every movement. Her posture shifts slightly, preparing for the meeting she knew would come. Without hesitation, she steps forward across the grass. Her mission is clear, and hesitation will only waste precious remaining time. Speaking calmly into her communicator, she reports, "She has arrived. I'll take her in and proceed with the next phase." Underneath the black cap, the new girl lifts her head. Silent determination burns behind her eyes, masking deep uncertainty. A swirling golden vortex suddenly forms ahead, violent and intense. Dust rises as energy pulses wildly across the desolate battlefield. Lee Mokjin steps forward cautiously, eyes narrowing. He senses no hostility, yet the swirling energy blocks his advance completely. He halts, observing the strange phenomenon. Thoughts race. What kind of power is this? It doesn't feel artificial at all. The vortex expands and rotates faster. Wind slashes around him, but he remains still. Its presence grows, yet feels inviting. Confused but composed, he mutters softly, unsure whether to resist or approach. The phenomenon clearly waits for his decision. Inside the roaring vortex, he walks calmly. The chaotic winds swirl, yet he shows no hesitation, already accustomed to madness. A colossal stone Buddha figure emerges from within. Its presence radiates overwhelming power, towering silently, exuding ancient and divine authority. Staring up, he mutters, "What are you then?" Confusion mixes with curiosity, but fear does not cross his face. Suddenly, the giant hand strikes downward. Energy ripples violently as it aims directly at him, threatening to crush instantly without mercy. He looks up sharply, eyes widening. No words escape him. Instinct alone prepares his body to face the sudden impact. The giant foot strikes the earth, causing an explosion. Dust, debris, and shockwaves ripple violently across the cracked battlefield. Through the smoke, the colossal Buddha's form twists and spirals. Energy distorts, forming a massive uncontrolled storm of destruction. From a distance, the battlefield becomes a swirling wasteland. A giant crater forms, swallowing everything into its chaotic center. Inside the control room, stunned officers watch helplessly. The screen flickers, barely keeping up with the overwhelming surge of power. The officer stares blankly at the screen. What's this? he mutters, voice dry, unable to comprehend the impossible sight. Masked man observer frowns. He remains a huge unknown, he mutters. This development brings more risk than they first assumed. Orders are issued immediately. Recover the body and identify him. We must confirm what type of existence he truly is. Scanners detect something. Biometric signal normal, the system reports. The signal matches a human baseline, but something feels strangely wrong. Commander clenches his fists. What kind of monster is that? He demands. True fear clouds his normally sharp mind. Amid the dust and chaos, a lone foot steps forward firmly. He still stands, completely unaffected by their weapons. A heavy stomp lands violently, shaking the ground. Dust bursts everywhere as the giant force continues pressing forward with terrifying power. A sudden beam of energy rises from the vortex. The statue-like figure glances back, seemingly reacting to the shift. Inside the control room, tension spikes. The commander clenches his jaw, eyes narrowing, struggling to predict the next chaotic event. The young man, calm and confident, leaps gracefully upwards. His movements defy logic, effortlessly reaching higher above the storm. He steps directly into the swirling energy, unaffected. The vortex welcomes him, swirling tighter, as if recognizing his rightful presence. Officer's face twists in horror. He gasps, realizing the vortex's color shift signals something far worse than imagined. Calm swirling vortex suddenly burns crimson. Energy density increases rapidly, pulling everything towards its violent and unknown core forcefully. Without warning, explosive energy bursts outward. The vortex releases a destructive wave, ripping space apart while pushing boundaries of containment. Mokshin braces himself. Observing closely, he mutters, Tathagata Buddha's essence, yet tainted. Why does purity feel so violent? Suddenly, crimson manifestation attacks. A massive hand strikes, roaring furiously. No mercy, only raw aggression aimed straight toward the intruder. Staring at the divine figure, he realizes. This is more than a mere statue, he mutters, eyes filled with understanding. The giant hand glows ominously, aiming straight at his chest. He clenches his fist, preparing himself for the inevitable clash. With incredible force, the divine hand strikes. Light explodes, merging with swirling energies. The entire space distorts from overwhelming pressure. Above, Golden Buddha's form looms calmly. Its raised hand radiates divine judgment, motionless after releasing unimaginable power downward. Amidst the golden light, the young man's silhouette endures. Sparks crackle around him, yet he stands tall, completely unbroken. Buddha's serene face remains unchanged. Energy gathers between its fingers, signaling the release of another unimaginable divine technique. Golden beams surge downward. The Buddha releases majestic power, its overwhelming radiance engulfing everything below like a sacred judgment. Inside the control room, commanders watch in disbelief. The screen blazes with light as the impact shakes the entire base. One commander's face drains of color. Eyes wide, breath shallow, he realizes this level of force exceeds all tactical measures. Suddenly, the divine statue begins to fade. The powerful form slowly disperses, golden energy dissolving quietly into thin air. Buddha dissolves completely. Calmly, Lee Mokjin remarks, no matter how fake, piercing its head means nirvana's unreachable. He glances around casually. Anyway, this ruckus definitely caught her attention. He shows no fear, only mild annoyance at the noise. Suddenly, distant tremors shake the ground. An entire army advances, mechanical footsteps echoing the next wave of enemies arrives swiftly. Surveillance feeds light up inside headquarters. The operators tense up as incoming data confirms a massive clash is about to erupt. Meanwhile, in a darker room, a new revelation unfolds. The martial arts technique has been identified, a voice quietly announces. Eyes sharp with realization, the masked figure whispers fiercely, the heavenly demon sect. The revelation sends shock and urgency through him. He shouts, "Connect me to the command room immediately." His voice echoes, carrying desperation as the situation spirals out of control. Below, the lone intruder continues walking undisturbed. His presence feels unstoppable, advancing deeper as alarms blare and panic rises inside. Frustration explodes. "What's going on? This is an emergency," he roars. No response. Systems falter, leaving him cut off and helpless. Suddenly, calm voice from behind speaks. "It's useless. You won't contact anyone now?" Silence follows, pressure tightening around the masked man. The masked man's eyes widen in shock. That voice, it sends chills. He instantly recognizes it, unable to believe it's real. From across the hall, he and Crimson stand silently. Its overwhelming aura fills the entire area without effort. Robetz clenches his jaw. "Yoma!" His voice trembles, filled with confusion, anger, and an emotion he cannot hide. She steps forward, face now clear. Calm yet cold, she stares back, radiating power mixed with familiarity and disdain. To say my name so easily? Seems we shared something deeper once, Yeonhwa states bluntly, voice cutting through the tension. Do you not remember me? The masked man asks, his voice trembling slightly, hiding a desperate need to be recognized. Yeonhwa remains silent, her expression softens momentarily, searching his face. Conflicted memories stir, but she offers no clear answer. He lowers his gaze slightly. My appearance has changed. I lost half my face during an experiment, he says quietly. Taking a step closer, he presses on. 25 years ago, the Galactic Citadel. That night you came to my lab. For the first time, his eyes widen slightly. A buried memory resurfaces, shaking the cold distance she fought to keep. Memories surface. The man, much younger, looks puzzled. His face carries innocence and curiosity, unaware of the meeting's future weight. Inside his lab, the young scientist calmly studies holographic data. Silence dosunja tes until a sudden presence interrupts his concentrated thoughts. He turns sharply, surprised. Who? He asks, eyes narrowing, spotting a mysterious woman standing confidently in the darkened entrance. Yeonhwa steps forward, unfazed. You're even more handsome than rumored. A genius scientist, admired across history, yet still youthful, she says. Her lips curl slightly. Today I've encountered unparalleled luck, she adds, eyes gleaming, hinting this meeting is far from coincidence. Yeonhwa speaks calmly but firmly. A child born from our genes would be perfect, she says, eyes steady and determined. Without hesitation, she declares her demand. Give me your seed. The words hang heavily, carrying deep meaning beyond simple desire. Young scientist's eyes widen in disbelief. Her reflection fills his gaze. He struggles to process the sudden, shocking request. Silence follows. He lowers his head, overwhelmed. The situation twists rapidly beyond logic. Caught between duty and the surreal moment, Yeonhwa watches quietly, unblinking. Her lips part slightly, but she says nothing more, letting her previous words decide everything. Frustration peaks. He shouts desperately, Tell me, do you truly not remember me? His voice echoes in the empty hall. Yeonhwa raises her hand, red energy forming. Her cold answer cuts deep. I don't keep memories of failures. The masked man freezes. Failures? His mind reels at the cruel dismissal. Pain and disbelief flash across his weary face. Yeonhwa glares sharply. You forced that memory to resurface. That's unforgivable. Her tone darkens, power rising, showing no sign of forgiveness. Silence falls. Distance grows as Yeonhwa steps back slowly, radiating deadly intent. Situation has reached a point of no return. A lifeless desert hides the fallen craft. Silent winds blow. No survivors reported. An unknown threat approaches fast. The commander watches in horror. Data confirms devastation. His confidence crumbles instantly as the scope of destruction becomes clear. Warning signals flash rapidly. Where 33, perimeter forces lost, blares the system. Panic rises, but retreat or defense is impossible. Headquarters silent. The commander mutters, What the? In disbelief. His eyes widen, sensing something unimaginable has begun to unfold. A mysterious rider breaks through space barriers, riding a futuristic bike. Their presence radiates overwhelming force. The invasion begins now. Dust settles slowly. The commander turns, sensing someone dangerous. The air feels heavy. Tension rises as silence dosunja tes everything. Footsteps echo. A mysterious man calmly walks forward. The commander stiffens, instinct warning him. This stranger radiates overwhelming presence. Fear grips him. Eyes wide, he shouts, Who the hell are you? But receives no immediate answer back. Mokshin responds coldly. Freight 128 Moklin reports overdue. Bring the archive if alive. No emotion, only mission-driven authority remains. He turns casually, adding, Also, leaving his sentence unfinished. The commander's fear deepens. The stranger's purpose feels even more ominous. Eyes sharp, he asks firmly, Where's that monster guy? Daetersunya shone in his voice. He seeks urgent, clear answers now. A masked figure emerges in red light, mocking. Promises? I'm nothing but a fake, forgotten creation unworthy of remembrance. Voice rising, the masked man rejects despair. You're wrong. I didn't fail. I succeeded. Perfection finally became reality through me. His tone grows twisted. I knew your desire, craving perfection. You couldn't achieve it, so I became your obsession. Rage flares. And no failure. You failed, abandoning me. Your mistake was leaving me behind. That was your failure. I gave everything. Heart, soul, my life, he shouts desperately. His masterpiece complete, yet he feels utterly forgotten. His furious eyes tremble. Betrayal burns deep. "You don't even remember me!" he screams, voice cracking under unbearable frustration. The masked figure points his sword, closing distance. His hostility peaks. Desperate to be recognized, he chooses violence now. "Kuh," he gasps. His strength fades momentarily. Even consumed by anger, he feels something strange stir deep within him. The other calmly responds, breaking the tension. "I remember you." His voice steady, carrying hidden weight from the past. "I won't let failure define me. I will overwrite everything, even fate itself, and reclaim what should be mine." A heavy metallic sound pierces the tense air. The chamber responds, announcing the arrival of something critical and powerful. Silhouette stands unmoving, light outlines every edge, declaring silently an unavoidable reckoning is coming with this lone warrior's steps. He from before steady, calm, resolved. His face shows no fear. He's prepared for the inevitable battle ahead. Silence returns briefly. The masked figure narrows his eyes, watching the approaching challenger. No words needed. Destiny tightens its grip. Blood flows. The masked man clutches his chest, stabbed deeply. Silence weighs heavy as he kneels, life draining rapidly away. The wound is precise. The details are clean, the observer notes. The strike was executed perfectly, no hesitation shown. He walks calmly. "She pierced his heart mercilessly," he mutters, surprised by the assassin's ruthless decision, free from hesitation. Even if bonds existed, she spared nothing, he thinks. Her resolve was absolute. Mercy had no place in battle. Struggling, the masked man rasps, "Don't talk!" recklessly. Even near death, pride and bitterness still burn quietly within him. "She just doesn't know my value," he murmurs softly, bleeding heavily. Hope still lingers despite his body nearing collapse. Slumped but determined, he whispers, "Soon she'll understand. She'll regret, and finally remember me as someone truly valuable. Forget everything. Oblivion is mercy," the hooded man says bluntly. "Accept it, and your path to afterlife will ease." "You're wrong," he declares defiantly. Eyes fierce, rejecting death. Despite agony, his spirit refuses to surrender to emptiness or loss. "I won't die," he asserts firmly. "My creation will endure and prove my worth eternally." His resolve strengthens unshaken. His eyes shift, sensing new presences. Calm yet alert, he prepares quietly. Instinct warns more players have entered now. Two figures stand in the blinding doorway. Their presence feels serious. Silence surrounds them, carrying an unmistakable weight. A tall woman in black leads, composed and unreadable. She surveys the scene coldly, her intention still unclear. Behind her, another woman lowers her head quietly. Expression hidden, her aura feels tense, concealing emotions beneath trained composure. He watches closely. Subtle surprise flashes across his face. These two aren't ordinary, something about their arrival feels personal. The girl's expression turns serious, her silent demeanor breaks. Detersunya-san flashes subtly in her eyes as tension rapidly rises. "Child, why are you—" he shouts, gripping her arm tightly. Urgency and confusion swirl, desperation overtaking his calm. The girl meets his eyes firmly, unflinching. No fear, only resolve. Something critical is about to happen immediately. Without warning, a massive explosion erupts. Blinding golden light floods the room. The blast consumes everything in its reach. Bathed in explosion's glow, the masked man stands frozen. Shock grips him as fate takes a sharp, deadly turn. She stands calmly, bathed in light. Her decision set events in motion, shaking every layer of this unstable battlefield. "Danger!" the alert screams repeatedly. Red lights flash urgently. The commander freezes as critical failures spread throughout the entire base. 50% barrier destroyed, power frame critical. Reports flood in. He stares ahead, overwhelmed. This scale of collapse was unimaginable. Escape ship ready. The system speaks coldly. Confusion grips him. Why evacuate? I never ordered this. His pride resists running. Emergency director override initiated. The commander's eyes widen. Even he has lost control. Fate is no longer in his hands. The commander freezes, eyes wide. "This voice!" he gasps, overwhelmed. Recognition and fear blend as past memories resurface sharply. A vision materializes from his chest, cracked and glowing. A mysterious figure speaks softly, carrying unsettling authority and familiarity. "A small token of consideration," she says coldly. Her words strike deep, hinting at power and ties beyond comprehension. Her voice remains firm. "Seeking glory, stay and die. No emotion, only absolute clarity, death or surrender, no middle." Debris floats lifelessly. "That's also a valid outcome," she concludes coldly. "No escape." The cruel reality of their fate settles. A massive battleship quietly floats in space. Its size alone radiates authority. The sudden arrival instantly shifts the battlefield tension. A smaller ship moves swiftly towards the giant vessel. Its purpose is clear dock and deliver critical personnel immediately. Inside, a group looks up, shocked. An enormous shadow covers their view. The sudden presence wasn't detected until now. What is that? When did it appear? She stammers, alarmed. Confusion grips everyone. The threat emerged without warning. A second ago, the blonde girl responds coolly. It warped here. Her composed tone contrasts sharply with the group's panic. The enormous ship hovers quietly above ruins. Its ominous presence casts heavy pressure across the battlefield, signaling authority and danger. The group stares, tense. Someone warns urgently, "That's not the problem. Look there, the insignia." Concern spreads instantly. The ship's lower side reveals its insignia. A familiar swirling emblem glows faintly, igniting recognition in every observer present. The spiral mark shines clearly. Its meaning leaves no doubt this isn't random. Its presence symbolizes the highest authority. Eyes wide, the woman gasps, shouting urgently, "The human government!" Shock spreads. They now face direct intervention from supreme forces. A strange weapon crashes down from the sky, blasting fire outward. He lands, knees bent, eyes fixed ahead. He slowly rises, confused but calm, the flames reflecting in his eyes. Something inside him feels different, stronger, awakened. Drawn by instinct, he turns and walks toward the glowing source beyond the wreckage. Heat pulses through the air. Hovering in the fire is a radiant figure shaped like him, glowing fiercely. His voice shakes. "What the?" He drops to one knee, stunned. "Did you see? That's me." A memory stirs. The past and future collide. He turns, yelling, "What the hell did you do?" The flames grow stronger behind him, pushing heat through the air. Kim Yeonhwa replies calmly, "I created it. That form is me." Another self. My true value, awakened at last. He steps closer. That power surge? Only the start. That being is empty, absorbs anything. It's a vessel for infinite potential. The clone floats silently, blazing with energy. "It won't stop," the stranger says. "It grows stronger, endlessly, without mercy." Kim Yeonhwa softens. "Count, stay still. You're injured. Treatment comes first before it loses control or becomes something far worse." Sitting weakly, the Count mutters, "I'm already finished. You know my purpose ended, after I created you and him." She steps forward slowly. "Company, Unt." Her voice cracks with emotion. She knows what's coming, but hopes she's wrong. He speaks one final time. "Now, I grant you free will. Live freely. No more orders, no more control." She cries out, "Count!" But it's too late. His body collapses. The moment echoes, full of loss and silence. From his hand, something glows, a tiny crystal pulsing blue. Blood drips. A final gift. A secret meant only for her. The Count lifts the crystal, voice soft. "I'll give you the child, too. Everything that I couldn't protect." He extends his shaking hand. "Enjoy that strength. If you need control, peace, even vengeance, take on the world, live." She accepts the glowing crystal carefully. "With this strength, no one can break me again," she whispers, steady and calm. He lowers his head as her figure stands tall. His last words echo silently beneath the soft crystal light. Her expression hardens. No more hesitation. She walks forward alone now, but carrying 2 lives and 1 purpose within her. The crystal pulses on the floor, glowing with life. It hums gently, like something waiting, something watching and aware. A hand reaches down. "I don't know what you're trying to do," he warns coldly, "but stop it now." Standing firm, he says, "One letting of a memory is more than enough. Whatever is shown, pain is just behind it." He nods at the flaming child. "Return this soul to her original self. This is a warning. I won't repeat." The Count remains motionless, whispering, "It wasn't a life of murder. Just one lived respectfully and peacefully. That's all I wanted." She lowers her gaze. "Don't worry. My own life is also over now, in the way it used to be." Standing tall beside the fallen Count, she whispers, "Since he gave me free will, I'll live as I please." Facing the blazing core, she finishes, "The life I've always wanted most begins now, on my own terms." The child glows brighter, sensing something deep. Not fear, not control. Choice. She prepares herself to respond for the first time. Their eyes meet, one born of fire, one finally free. In silence, their bond forms. A new path begins together. She lifts her hand. "Now, I'll give you freedom as well." Light erupts as the energy link is severed. The girl smiles. "I will only obey your command." The flames stabilize. Her body pulses with controlled, focused power. Far above, a battleship glides through orbit, watching silently. It waits for movement, orders, or conflict to reappear. A voice echoes, "If you ever meet me again." Urgency building. Leave now. Get out as fast as possible. Embrace me tightly like this. Her words are calm but heavy. A vow. A moment that may never come again. She walks away from the firelight, alone but calm. The past behind her, the unknown future just ahead. She doesn't look back. Her expression is clear, determined, not lost. She's finally moving forward with her own choice. Elsewhere, in the cold silence of a new location, someone waits alone. A door creaks open behind him. He turns sharply, sensing the shift. Something in the air has changed an arrival, or maybe something awakening again. He kneels, silently staring into the vast, empty space. A question lingers. Has the real journey just begun now?